Chapter 9. Urbane, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister? A great poet on a great brother poet. A hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step a syncopace forward on Neat's leather creaking and a step backward a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door but slightly made him a noiseless beck. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. The beautiful ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true. True in the larger analysis. Creakingly analysis he quarantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. Two left. Monsieur de la Palace, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals, John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan he calls it. Smile. Smile Cranley's smile. First he tickled her. Then he patted her. Then he passed the female catheter. For he was a medical. Jolly old Medi. I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7 WB calls them. Glitter-eyed his rufous skull close to his green-capped desk lamp sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow, an olive, holy-eyed. He laughed low, a sizar's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rood. Tears such as angels weep. Ed eglia via del col fatto trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklow men to free their sire land. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house. And one more to hail him, Ave, Rabbi, the Tina Heli 12. In the shadow of the glen he cooees for them. My soul's youth I gave him, night by night. Godspeed. Good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly. Persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did, on this side idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex. Clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer. Wall, tarnation strike me. The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy. And has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face. Formless spiritual. Father, Word, and Holy Breath. Alfather, the heavenly man. Hysos Christos, magician of the beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar. I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, judge, the noblest Roman of them all, A.E. Arvel, the name ineffable, in heaven height, K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Budhai. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. OP must work off bad karma first. M.R.S. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister H.P.B.S. Elemental. Oh, fi. Out on tea. Foot you full. You not unty to look, missus, so you not unty when a lady's a showing of her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth. Upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato. Which of the two, Stephen asked, would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheathe your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the whatness of Alhorse. Streams of tendency and eons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past. Mr. Best came forward, amiable, towards his colleague. Haynes is gone, he said. Is he? I was showing him Jobainville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, don't you know, about Hyde's love songs of Connaught. I couldn't bring him in to hear the discussion. He's gone to Gill's to buy it. Bound thee forth, my booklet, quick. To greet the callous public. Writ, I ween, 'twas not my wish. In lean unlovely English. The peat smoke is going to his head, John Eglinton opined. We feel in England. Penitent thief. Gone. I smoked his baccy. Green twinkling stone. An emerald set in the ring of the sea. People do not know how dangerous love songs can be, the auric egg of Russell warned occultly. The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in a peasant's heart on the hillside. For them the earth is not an exploitable ground but the living mother. The rarefied air of the academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, the Moussi Chow song. France produces the finest flower of corruption in Mallarmé, but the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaeacians. From these words Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. Mallarmé, don't you know, he said, has written those wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris. The one about Hamlet. He says, Ilse Pramine, listen to Liverdle we mim, don't you know, reading the book of himself. He describes Hamlet given in a French town, don't you know, a provincial town. They advertised it. His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in air. Hamlet. O.U. Distrait. Piece de Shakespeare. He repeated to John Eglinton's nugathered frown. Piece de Shakespeare, don't you know? It's so French. The French point of view. Hamlet O.U. The absent-minded beggar, Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. Yes, I suppose it would be, he said. Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters. Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder. A deathsman of the soul Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the sled pole-axe and spitting in his palms. 9 lives are taken off for his father's one. Our Father who art in purgatory. Cocky Hamlets don't hesitate to shoot. The blood-boltered shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camp sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cranley, I his mute orderly, following battles from afar. Whelps and dams of murderous foes whom none but we had spared. Between the Saxon smile and Yankee yawp, the devil and the deep sea, he will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story, John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List. List. Oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping, hears. If thou didst ever. What is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted. It is this hour of a day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Sackerson growls in the pit near it, Paris Garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local color. Work in all you know. Make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the river bank. But he does not stay to feed the pen chivying her game of cygnets towards the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king, and no king, and the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life which were not vanity in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit. Bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamnet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name, had Hamnet Shakespeare lived he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin? Is it possible, I want to know, or probable that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son, I am the murdered father, your mother is the guilty queen, and Shakespeare, born Hathaway? But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, true penny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villers de Lisle has said. Peeping and prying into green room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face, appealed to, agreed. Flow over them with your waves and with your waters. Monanon MacLure. How now, sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry? Marry, I wanted it. Take thou this noble. Go to. You spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter. Agan bite of in wit. Do you intend to pay it back? Oh, yes. When? Now? Well, no. When, then? I paid my way. I paid my way. Steady on. He's from Bayant Boyne Water. The northeast corner. You owe it. Wait. 5 months. Molecules all change. I am other I now. Other I got pound. Buzz. Buzz. But I, ent leche, form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted. A child con me saved from pandas. I, and I. A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost at least has been laid forever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 67 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed. Candle. The sheeted mirror. Who brought me into this world lies there, bronze-lidded, under few cheap flowers. Liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. John Eglinton looked in the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh. Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. Portals of discovery open to let in the Quaker librarian, soft creek-footed, bald-eared and assiduous. A shrew, John Eglinton said shrewdly, is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xantippe? Dialectic, Stephen answered, and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learnt from his other wife Myrto, absit nomen, secretidiones epipsychidion, no man, not a woman, will ever know. But neither the midwife's lore nor the caudal lectures saved him from the archons of Sinfine and their naggin of hemlock. But Anne Hathaway? Mr. Best's quiet voice said forgetfully. Yes, we seem to be forgetting her as Shakespeare himself forgot her. His look went from Bruder's beard to Carpa's skull, to remind, to chide them not unkindly, then to the bald pink lollid costard, guiltless though maligned. He had a good groat's worth of wit, Stephen said, and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville whistling The Girl I Left Behind Me. If the earthquake did not time it we should know where to place poor Watt, sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light of love in London. Is Catherine the shrew ill-favoured? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie withal? Good, he left her and gained the world of men. But his boy women are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly? He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will Anne Hathaway. By cock, she was to blame. She put the comether on him, sweet and 26. The grey-eyed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis, stooping to conquer, as prologue to the swelling act, is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield a lover younger than herself. And my turn? When? Come. Ryfield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book, gladly, brightly. He murmured then with blonde delight for all. Between the acres of the rye, these pretty country folk would lie. Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. I am afraid I am due at the homestead. Whither away? Exploitable ground. Are you going? John Eglinton's active eyebrows asked. Shall we see you at Moore's tonight? Piper is coming. Piper. Mr. Best piped. Is Piper back? Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. I don't know if I can. Thursday. We have our meeting. If I can get away in time. Yogiboji box in Dawson Chambers. Isis unveiled. Their polybook we tried to pawn. Cross-legged under an umbershoot he thrones and Aztec logos, functioning on astral levels, their oversoul, Mahatma. The faithful Hermetists await the light, ripe for keelship, ring round about him. Lewis H. Victory. T. Caulfield Irwin. Lotus ladies tend them the eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his God, he thrones, boot under plantain. Gulfer of souls, engulfer. Hesouls, shesouls, shoals of souls. Engulfed with wailing cries, whirled, whirling, they bewail. In quintessential triviality. 4 years in this flesh case a shes-soul dwelt. They say we are to have a literary surprise, the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. Mr. Russell, rumor has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We are all looking forward anxiously. Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight where 3 faces, lighted, shone. See this. Remember. Stephen looked down on a white headless cobbin, hung on his ash plant handle over his knee. My casque and sword. Touch lightly with 2 index fingers. Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2. Necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argyle, 1 hat is 1 hat. Listen. Young Cullum and Starkey. George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the espresso, will he? I liked Cullum's drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing genius. Do you think he has genius really? Yeats admired his line, as in Wild Earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope you'll be able to come tonight. Malachi Mulligan is coming too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? That Moore is Martin's wild oats? Awfully clever, isn't it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written, Dr. Sigerson says. Moore is the man for it. A knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin. With the saffron kilt? O'Neill Russell? Oh, yes, he must speak the grand old tongue. And his Dulcinea? James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We are becoming important, it seems. Cordelia. Cordoglio. Lur's loneliest daughter. Nuxhaden. Now your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephen said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman. Oh, yes. If he considers it important it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephen said. Thanks. God ild you. The pig's paper. Bullet befriending. Singh has promised me an article for Dana too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic League wants something in Irish. I hope you will come round tonight. Bring Starkey. Stephen sat down. The Quaker librarian came from the leave-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Daedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up nearer heaven by the altitude of a chopin, and, covered by the noise of outgoing, said low. Is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet? Alarmed face asks me. Why did he come? Courtesy or an inward light? Where there is a reconciliation, Stephen said, there must have been first a sundering. Yes. Christ fox in leather truce, hiding, a runaway in blighted tree forks, from hue and cry. Knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women he won to him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justices, bully tapsters' wives. Fox and geese. And in new place a slack dishonored body that once was comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling, all bare, fright of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Yes. So you think. The door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest of warm and brooding air. A vestal's lamp. Here he ponders things that were not, what Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer, what might have been, possibilities of the possible as possible, things not known, what name Achilles bore when he lived among women. Coffin thoughts around me, in mummy cases, embalmed in spice of words. Thoth, god of libraries, a bird god, moony crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest. In painted chambers loaded with tile books. They are still. Once quick in the brains of men. Still, but an itch of death is in them, to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreak their will. Certainly, John Eglinton mused, of all great men he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. But Hamlet is so personal, isn't it? Mr. Best pleaded. I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who is killed or who is guilty. He rested an innocent book on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance. His private papers in the original. Ta and bad ar and tier. Tame in mo shigar. Put beer law on it, Little John. Quoth Little John Eglinton. I was prepared for paradoxes from what Malachi Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me. Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes glinting stern under wrinkled brows. A basilisk. E quando vid l'uomo e la tosca. Messer Brunetto, I thank thee for the word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies, Stephen said, from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, though all my body has been woven of new stuff time after time, so through the ghost of the unquiet father the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind, Shelley says, is a fading coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now, but by reflection from that which then I shall be. Drummond of Hawthornden helped you at that style. Yes, Mr. Best said youngly. I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. Has the wrong sow by the lug? He is in my father. I am in his son. That mole is the last to go, Stephen said, laughing. John Eglinton made a nothing pleasing mow. If that were the birthmark of genius, he said, genius would be a drug in the market. The plays of Shakespeare's later years which Renaud admired so much breathe another spirit. The spirit of reconciliation, the Quaker librarian breathed. There can be no reconciliation, Stephen said, if there has not been a sundering. Said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus, and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man, shipwrecked in storms dire, tried, like another Ulysses, Pericles, Prince of Tyre. Head, red cone capped, buffeted, brine blinded. A child, a girl, placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists towards the bypaths of Apocrypha is a constant quantity, John Eglinton detected. The highroads are dreary but they lead to the town. Good bacon, gone musty. Shakespeare Bacon's wild oats. Cipher jugglers going the high roads. Seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters? Mummed in names, A.E., Ian, McGee, John Eglinton. East of the sun, west of the moon, Tir Nan Og. Booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candle light? Mr. Brandis accepts it, Stephen said, as the first play of the closing period. Does he? What does Mr. Sidney Lee, or Mr. Simon Lazarus as some aver his name is, say of it? Marina, Stephen said, a child of storm, Miranda, a wonder, perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Bestgan murmur. L'art d'être grand. Will he not see reborn in her, with the memory of his own youth added, another image? Do you know what you are talking about? Love, yes. Word known to all men. Amor vero alicid aliqui bonum vult unde etea qui concupissimus. His own image to a man with that queer thing genius is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or to repeat himself. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Daedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw. Nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favored rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased and held a meek head among them, ox egg, prize of their fray. He thous and these her with grave husband words. Dost love, Miriam? Dost love thy man? That may be too, Stephen said. There's a saying of Goethe's which Mr. McGee likes to quote. Beware of what you wish for in youth, because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a Buonaroba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honor with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him? He was himself a lord of language and had made himself a cloistral gentleman, and he had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, ryefield, I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after, nor play victoriously the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Don Giovannism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies ableding. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A like fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. they list, and in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been before stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it King Hamlet's ghost could not know of were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere, backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not, go with him from Lucarist's blue-circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast, bare, with its mole sink-spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But, because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed. His beaver is up. He is a ghost, a shadow now, the wind by Elsinore's rocks or what you will, the sea's voice, a voice heard only in the heart of him who is the substance of his shadow, the Son consubstantial with the Father. Amen. Was responded from the doorway. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? On tract. A ribald face, sullen as a dean's, Buck Mulligan came forward, then blithe and motley, towards the greeting of their smiles. My telegram. You were speaking of the gaseous vertebrate, if I mistake not? He asked of Stephen. Primrose-vested he greeted gaily with his doffed Panama as with a bauble. They make him welcome. Was du verlaxt wirst du noch dienen? Brood of mockers, Photius, Pseudo-Malachi, Johann most. He who himself begot Middler the Holy Ghost and himself sent himself, Agenbier, between himself and others, who, put upon by his fiends, stripped and whipped, was nailed like bat to barn door, starved on cross tree, who let him bury, stood up, harrowed hell, fared into heaven and there these 1900 years sitteth on the right hand of his own self but yet shall come in the latter day to doom the quick and dead when all the quick shall be dead already. He lifts his hands. Veils fall. Oh, flowers. Bells with bells acqui ring. Yes, indeed, the Quaker librarian said. A most instructive discussion. Mr. Mulligan, I'll be bound, has his theory too of the play and of Shakespeare. All sides of life should be represented. He smiled on all sides equally. Buck Mulligan thought, puzzled. Shakespeare? He said. I seem to know the name. A flying sunny smile rayed in his loose features. To be sure, he said, remembering brightly. The chap that writes like Sing. Mr. Best turned to him. Haynes missed you, he said. Did you meet him? He'll see you after at the DBC. He's gone to Gill's to buy Hyde's love songs of Connaught. I came through the museum, Buck Mulligan said. Was he here? The bard's fellow countryman, John Eglinton answered, are rather tired perhaps of our brilliancies of theorizing. I hear that an actress played Hamlet for the 408th time last night in Dublin. Vining held that the prince was a woman. Has no one made him out to be an Irishman? Judge Barton, I believe, is searching for some clues. He swears, His Highness not His Lordship, by St. Patrick. The most brilliant of all is that story of Wilde's, Mr. Best said, lifting his brilliant notebook. That portrait of Mr. W.H. where he proves that the sonnets were written by a Willie Hughes, a man all Hughes. For Willie Hughes, is it not? The Quaker librarian asked. Or Hughie Wills? Mr. William himself. W.H., who am I? I mean, for Willie Hughes, Mr. Best said, amending his gloss easily. Of course it's all paradox, don't you know, Hughes and Hughes and Hughes, the color, but it's so typical the way he works it out. It's the very essence of wild, don't you know? The light touch. His glance touched their faces lightly as he smiled. A blonde ephebe. Tame essence of wild. You're darned witty. 3 drams of usqueebao you drank with Dan DC's ducats. How much did I spend? Oh, a few shillings. For a plump of pressman. Humor wet and dry. Wit. You would give your 5 wits for youth's proud livery he pranks in. Lineaments of gratified desire. There be many mo. Take her for me. In pairing time. Jove, a cool ruttime sent them. Yet, turtle dove her. Eve. Naked wheat-bellied sin. A snake coils her, Fangin's kiss. Do you think it is only a paradox? The Quaker librarian was asking. The mocker is never taken seriously when he is most serious. They talk seriously of mockers' seriousness. Buck Mulligan's again heavy face eyed Stephen a while. Then, his head wagging, he came near, drew a folded telegram from his pocket. His mobile lips read, smiling with new delight. Telegram. He said. Wonderful inspiration. Telegram. A papal bull. He sat on a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. Where did you launch it from? The Kips? No. College Green. Have you drunk the 4 quid? The aunt is going to call on your unsubstantial father. Telegram. Malachi Mulligan, The Ship, Lower Abbey Street. Oh, you peerless mummer. Oh, you priest Ephede Kinchite. Joyfully he thrust message and envelope into a pocket but keened in a querulous brogue. It's what I'm telling you, Mr. Honey, it's queer and sick we were, Haynes and myself, the time himself brought it in. 'Twas murmur we did for a gallus potion would rouse a friar, I'm thinking, and he limp with lecheing. And we 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours in Connery's sitting civil waiting for pints apiece. He wailed. And we to be there, Mavrin, and you to be unbeknownst sending us your conglomerations the way we to have our tongues out a yard long like the drouthy clerics do be fainting for a pussful. Stephen laughed. Quickly, warningfully Buck Mulligan bent down. The tramper Singh is looking for you, he said, to murder you. He heard you pissed on his hall door in Glass Thule. He's out in Pamputties to murder you. Me? Stephen exclaimed. That was your contribution to literature. Buck Mulligan gleefully bent back, laughing to the dark eavesdropping ceiling. Murder you? He laughed. Harsh gargoyle face that warred against me over our mess of hash of lights in Rue Saint-André des Arts. In words of words for words, palabras. Oisin with Patrick. Faunman he met in Clamart Woods, brandishing a wine bottle. Say Vendredi Saint. Murthering Irish. His image, wandering, he met. I mine. I met a fool I the forest. Mr. Lister, an attendant said from the door ajar. In which everyone can find his own. So Mr. Justice Madden in his diary of Master William Silence has found the hunting terms. Yes? What is it? There's a gentleman here, sir, the attendant said, coming forward and offering a card. From the Freeman. He wants to see the files of the Kilkenny people for last year. Certainly, certainly, certainly. Is the gentleman. He took the eager card, glanced, not saw, laid down unglanced, looked, asked, creaked, asked. Is he? Oh, there. Brisk in a galliard he was off, out. In the daylit corridor he talked with voluble pains of zeal, in duty bound, most fair, most kind, most honest broad brim. This gentleman? Freeman's Journal? Kilkenny people? To be sure. Good day, sir. Kilkenny. We have certainly. A patient silhouette waited, listening. All the leading provincial, Northern Whig, Cork Examiner, Enniscorthy Guardian, 1903. Will you please, Evans, conduct this gentleman? If you just follow the Eton. Or, please allow me. This way. Please, sir. Voluble, dutiful, he led the way to all the provincial papers, a bowing dark figure following his hasty heels. The door closed. The sheeny, Buck Mulligan cried. He jumped up and snatched the card. What's his name? Icky Moses? Bloom. He rattled on. Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite. The Greek mouth that has never been twisted in prayer. Every day we must do homage to her. Life of life, thy lips enkindle. Suddenly he turned to Stephen. He knows you. He knows your old fellow. Oh, I fear me, he is Greeker than the Greeks. His pale Galilean eyes were upon her mesial groove. Venus Callipyge. Oh, the thunder of those loins. The god pursuing the maidenhead. We want to hear more, John Eglinton decided with Mr. Best's approval. We begin to be interested in MRSS. Till now we had thought of her, if at all, as a patient Griselda, a Penelope stay à thome. Antisthenes, pupil of Gorgias, Stephen said, took the palm of beauty from Kyrios Menelaus Brudam, Argive Helen, the wooden mare of Troy in whom a score of heroes slept, and handed it to poor Penelope. 20 years he lived in London and, during part of that time, he drew a salary equal to that of the Lord Chancellor of Ireland. His life was rich. His art, more than the art of feudalism as Walt Whitman called it, is the art of surfeit. Hot herring pies, green mugs of sack, honey sauces, sugar of roses, marchpane, gooseberried pigeons, Ringo candies. Sir Walter Raleigh, when they arrested him, had 500,000 francs on his back including a pair of fancy stays. The gamine woman Eliza Tudor had underlinen enough to vie with her of Sheba. 20 years he dallied there between conjugal love and its chaste delights and scortatory love and its foul pleasures. You know Manningham's story of the burgher's wife who bade Dick Burbage to her bed after she had seen him in Richard III, and how Shakespeare, overhearing, without more ado about nothing, took the cow by the horns and, when Burbage came knocking at the gate, answered from the capon's blankets, William the Conqueror came before Richard III. And the gay Lakin, Mistress Fitton, mount and cry oh, and his dainty bird sneeze, Lady Penelope Rich, a clean quality woman is suited for a player, and the punks of the bankside, a penny a time. Cours la reine. Encore vingt sous. Nous ferons de petites cochonneries. Minette. Tu veux? The height of fine society. And Sir William Davenant of Oxford's mother with her cup of canary for any cock canary. Buck Mulligan, his pious eyes upturned, prayed. Blessed Margaret Mary Anycock. And Harry of Six Wives' daughter. And other lady friends from neighbor seats as Lon Tennyson, gentleman poet, sings. But all those 20 years, what do you suppose poor Penelope in Stratford was doing behind the diamond panes? Do and do. Thing done. In a rosary of Fetter Lane of Gerard, herbalist, he walks, great auburn. An azured harebell like her veins. Lids of Juno's eyes, violets. He walks. One life is all. One body. 2. But do. Afar, in a reek of lust and squalor, hands are laid on whiteness. Buck Mulligan rapped John Eglinton's desk sharply. Whom do you suspect? He challenged. Say that he is the spurned lover in the sonnets. Once spurned, twice spurned. But the court wanton spurned him for a lord, his dear my love. Love that dare not speak its name. As an Englishman, you mean, John Sturdy Eglinton put in, he loved a lord. Old wall where sudden lizards flash. At Charenton I watched them. It seems so, Stephen said, when he wants to do for him, and for all other and singular uneared wombs, the holy office an ostler does for the stallion. Maybe, like Socrates, he had a midwife to mother as he had a shrew to wife. But she, the giglet wanton, did not break a bed vow. Two deeds are rank in that ghost's mind, a broken vow and the dull-brained yokel on whom her favor has declined, deceased husband's brother. Sweet Anne, I take it, was hot in the blood. Once a wooer, twice a wooer. Stephen turned boldly in his chair. The burden of proof is with you, not with me, he said, frowning. If you deny that in the 5th scene of Hamlet he has branded her with infamy, tell me why there is no mention of her during the 34 years between the day she married him and the day she buried him. All those women saw their men down and under, Mary, her goodman John, Anne, her poor dear Willen, when he went and died on her, raging that he was the first to go, Joan, her 4 brothers, Judith, her husband, and all her sons, Susan, her husband too, while Susan's daughter, Elizabeth, to use granddaddy's words, wed her second, having killed her first. Oh, yes, mention there is. In the years when he was living richly in royal London to pay a debt she had to borrow 40 shillings from her father's shepherd. Explain you then. Explain the swan song too wherein he has commended her to posterity. He faced their silence. To whom thus Eglinton, you mean the will. But that has been explained, I believe, by jurists. She was entitled to her widow's dower. At common law. His legal knowledge was great. Our judges tell us. Him Satan fleers. Mocker. And therefore he left out her name from the first draft, but he did not leave out the presents for his granddaughter, for his daughters, for his sister, for his old cronies in Stratford, and in London. And therefore when he was urged, as I believe, to name her, he left her his second best bed. Punct. Left threes. Second best. Left threes. Best a bed. Seek a best. Left a bed. Woa. Pretty country folk had few chattels then, John Eglinton observed, as they have still if our peasant plays are true to type. He was a rich country gentleman, Stephen said, with a coat of arms and landed estate at Stratford in a house in Ireland Yard, a capitalist shareholder, a bill promoter, a tithe farmer. Why did he not leave her his best bed if he wished her to snore away the rest of her nights in peace? It is clear that there were 2 beds, a best and a second best, Mr. Second Best said finally. Separatio immensa et athalamo, bettered Buck Mulligan and was smiled on. Antiquity mentions famous beds, Second Eglinton puckered, bed smiling. Let me think. Antiquity mentions that stagey right school urchin and bald heathen sage, Stephen said, who when dying in exile frees and endows his slaves, pays tribute to his elders, wills to be laid in earth near the bones of his dead wife and bids his friends be kind to an old mistress, don't forget Nelquin her Pilus, and let her live in his villa. Do you mean he died so? Mr. Best asked with slight concern. I mean, he died dead drunk, Buck Mulligan capped. A quart of ale is a dish for a king. Oh, I must tell you what Dowden said. What? Asked Best Eglinton. William Shakespeare and Company, Limited. The People's William. 4. Terms apply, E. Dowden, Highfield House. Lovely. Buck Mulligan suspired amorously. I asked him what he thought of the charge of pederasty brought against the bard. He lifted his hands and said, all we can say is that life ran very high in those days. Lovely. Catamite. The sense of beauty leads us astray, said Beautiful Sadness Best to Ugling Eglinton. Steadfast John replied severe. The doctor can tell us what those words mean. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Sayest thou so? Will they wrest from us, from me, the palm of beauty? And the sense of property, Stephen said. He drew Shylock out of his own long pocket. The son of a malt jobber and moneylender, he was himself a corn jobber and moneylender, with 10 tods of corn hoarded in the famine riots. His borrowers are no doubt those divers of worship mentioned by Chettle Falstaff, who reported his uprightness of dealing. He sued a fellow player for the price of a few bags of malt and exacted his pound of flesh in interest for every money lent. How else could Aubrey's ostler and callboy get rich quick? All events brought grist to his mill. Shylock chimes with the jibaiting that followed the hanging and quartering of the Queen's leech Lopez, his Jew's heart being plucked forth while the Sheeny was yet alive, Hamlet and Macbeth with the coming to the throne of a Scotch philosopher with a turn for witch roasting. The Lost Armada is his jeer in Love's Labour Lost. His pageants, the histories, sail full-bellied on a tide of maficking enthusiasm. Warwickshire Jesuits are tried and we have a Porter's theory of equivocation. The Sea Venture comes home from Bermudas and the play Renaud admired is written with Patsy Caliban, our American cousin. The sugared sonnets follow Sidney's. As for Fay Elizabeth, otherwise Carity Bess, the gross virgin who inspired the Merry Wives of Windsor, let some Mainher from Almany grope his life long for deep-hid meanings in the depths of the buck basket. I think you are getting on very nicely. Just mix up a mixture of theologico-philological. Mingo, Minxie, Mictum, Mingery. Prove that he was a Jew, John Eglinton dared, expectantly. Your Dean of Studies holds he was a Holy Roman. Sufflaminandus sum. He was made in Germany, Stephen replied, as the champion French polisher of Italian scandals. A myriad-minded man, Mr. Best reminded. Coleridge called him myriad-minded. Amplius. In societate humana hoc est maxime necessarium ut sit amicitia in tumultos. St. Thomas, Stephen began. Ora pro nobis, Monk Mulligan groaned, sinking to a chair. There he keened a wailing rune. Pog Mahone. Akushla Macree. It's destroyed we are from this day. It's destroyed we are surely. All smiled their smiles. St. Thomas, Stephen smiling said, whose gore-bellied works I enjoy reading in the original, writing of incest from a standpoint different from that of the new Viennese school Mr. McGee spoke of, likens it in his wise and curious way to an avarice of the emotions. He means that the love so given to one near in blood is covetously withheld from some stranger who, it may be, hungers for it. Jews, whom Christians tax with avarice, are of all races the most given to intermarriage. Accusations are made in anger. The Christian laws which build up the hordes of the Jews, for whom, as for the Lollards, storm was shelter, bound their affections too with hoops of steel. Whether these be sins or virtues old Nobodaddy will tell us at doomsday leet. But a man who holds so tightly to what he calls his rights over what he calls his debts will hold tightly also to what he calls his rights over her whom he calls his wife. No sir smile neighbor shall covet his ox or his wife or his manservant or his maidservant or his jackass. Or his genius, Buck Mulligan antiphoned. Gentle wool is being roughly handled, gentle Mr. Best said gently. Which will? Gagged sweetly Buck Mulligan. We are getting mixed. The will to live, John Egelanton Philosophist, for poor Anne, Will's widow, is the will to die. Requiescat. Stephen prayed. What of all the will to do? It has vanished long ago. She lies laid out in stark stiffness in that second-best bed, the mobiled queen, even though you prove that a bed in those days was as rare as a motor car is now and that its carvings were the wonder of 7 parishes. In old age she takes up with gospelers. One stayed with her at New Place and drank a quart of sack the town council paid for, but in which bed he slept it skills not to ask, and heard she had a soul. She read or had read to her his chapbooks, preferring them to the Merry Wives, and, loosing her nightly waters on the Jordan, she thought over hooks and eyes for believers' breeches and the most spiritual snuff-box to make the most devout souls sneeze. Venus has twisted her lips in prayer. Agon bite of inwit, remorse of conscience. It is an age of exhausted whoredom groping for its God. History shows that to be true, inquit Eglintonus chronologos. The ages succeed one another. But we have it on high authority that a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family. I feel that Russell is right. What do we care for his wife or father? I should say that only family poets have family lives. Falstaff was not a family man. I feel that the fat knight is his supreme creation. Lean, he lay back. Shy, deny thy kindred, the unco guid. Shy, supping with the godless, he sneaks the cup. A sire in Ultonian Antrim baited him. Visits him here on quarter days. Mr. McGee, sir, there's a gentleman to see you. Me? Says he's your father, sir. Give me my Wordsworth. Enter McGee Moore Matthew, a rugged rugged kern, in straw-surce with a buttoned codpiece, his nether stocks bemired with clobber of 10 forests, a wand of wilding in his hand. Your own? He knows your old fellow. The widower. Hurrying to her squalid death lair from gay Paris on the quayside, I touched his hand. The voice, new warmth, speaking. Dr. Bob Kenny is attending her. The eyes that wish me well, but do not know me. A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness, is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, nel mezzo del camin di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No. The corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio's Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery and not on the Madonna which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded, and founded irremovably because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void, upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son that any son should love him, or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know. Shut up. Blast you. I have reasons. Amplius. Ad hoc. Iterum. Postea. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incests and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, less speak sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty, born, he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male, his growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friend his father's enemy. In rue Monsieur le Prince I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father? If I were? Shrunken uncertain hand. Sabellius, the African, subtlest heresiarch of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Aquin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who has not a son be not a father, can the son who has not a father be a son? When Rutland Southampton Shakespeare or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson who, by the same token, never was born, for nature, as Mr. Magee understands her, abhors perfection. Eglintones, quick with pleasure, looked up she brightly, gladly glancing, a merry Puritan, through the twisted eglantine. Flatter. Rarely. But flatter. Himself his own father, son Mulligan told himself. Wait. I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena. A play. The play's the thing. Let me parturiate. He clasped his paunch brow with both bird-hating hands. As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His boyson's death is the death scene of young Arthur in King John. Hamlet, the Black Prince, is Hamnet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in Pericles, in Winter's Tale are we know. Who Cleopatra, fleshpot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are we may guess. But there is another member of his family who is recorded. The plot thickens, John Eglinton said. The Quaker librarian, quaking, tiptoed in, quake, his mask, quake, with haste, quake, quack. Door closed. Sal. Day. They list. 3. They. He they. Come, mess. Stephen, he had 3 brothers, Gilbert, Edmund, Richard. Gilbert in his old age told some cavaliers he got a pass for nowt. From Maester Gatherer one time mass he did, and he seen his brud Maester Wool the playwriter up in Lunnon in a wrestling play would a man on's back. The playhouse sausage filled Gilbert's soul. He is nowhere, but an Edmund and a Richard are recorded in the works of Sweet William. Majeaglan John, names. What's in a name? Best, that is my name, Richard, don't you know? I hope you are going to say a good word for Richard, don't you know, for my sake. Laughter. Buck Mulligan, piano, diminuendo. Then outspoke Medical Dick. To his comrade Medical Davy. Stephen, in his trinity of black wills, the villain Shack-E Bags, Iago, Richard Crookback, Edmund in King Lear, 2 bear the wicked uncle's names. Nay, that last play was written or being written while his brother Edmund lay dying in Southwark. Best, I hope Edmund is going to catch it. I don't want Richard, my name. Laughter. Quaker Lister, a tempo, but he that filches from me my good name. Stephen, stringendo, he has hidden his own name, a fair name, William, in the plays, a super here, a clown there, as a painter of old Italy set his face in a dark corner of his canvas. He has revealed it in the sonnets where there is will and overplus. Like John O'Gaunt, his name is dear to him, as dear as the coat and crest he toadied for, on a bend sable a spear or steeled argent, honorific abilitudinitativius, dearer than his glory of greatest shake seen in the country. What's in a name? That is what we ask ourselves in childhood when we write the name that we are told is ours. A star, a day star, a fire drake, rose at his birth. It shone by day in the heavens alone, brighter than Venus in the night, and by night it shone over Delta in Cassiopeia, the recumbent constellation which is the signature of his initial among the stars. His eyes watched it, lollying on the horizon, eastward of the Bear, as he walked by the slumberous summer fields at midnight, returning from Shottery and from her arms. Both satisfied. I too. Don't tell them he was 9 years old when it was quenched. And from her arms. Wait to be wooed and won. I, Miakok. Who will woo you? Read the skies. Audentimorumenos. Booz Stephanoumenos. Where's your configuration? Stephen, cut the bread even. Sua Donna. Gia, Dilwi. Gelindo resolve denominary SD. What is that, Mr. Daedalus? The Quaker librarian asked. Was it a celestial phenomenon? A star by night, Stephen said. A pillar of the cloud by day. What more's to speak? Stephen looked on his hat, his stick, his boots. Stephanos, my crown. My sword. His boots are spoiling the shape of my feet. Buy a pair. Holes in my socks. Handkerchief too. You make good use of the name, John Eglinton allowed. Your own name is strange enough. I suppose it explains your fantastical humor. Me, McGee and Mulligan. Fabulous artificer. The hawk-like man. You flew. Where to? New Haven Dieppe, steerage passenger. Paris and back. Lapwing. Icarus. Pater, 8. Sea bedabbled, fallen, weltering. Lapwing you are. Lapwing B. Mr. Best Eager quietly lifted his book to say. That's very interesting because that brother motive, don't you know, we find also in the old Irish myths. Just what you say. The three brothers Shakespeare. In Grimm too, don't you know, the fairy tales. The third brother that always marries the sleeping beauty and wins the best prize. Best of best brothers. Good, better, best. The Quaker librarian spring halted near. I should like to know, he said, which brother you. I understand you to suggest there was misconduct with one of the brothers. But perhaps I am anticipating? He caught himself in the act, looked at all, refrained. An attendant from the doorway called. Mr. Lister. Father Deneen wants. Oh, Father Deneen. Directly. Swiftly, rectly, creaking, rectly, he was rectly gone. John Eglinton touched the foil. Come, he said. Let us hear what you have to say of Richard and Edmund. You kept them for the last, didn't you? In asking you to remember those two noble kinsmen, Nuncle Richie and Nuncle Edmund, Stephen answered, I feel I am asking too much perhaps. A brother is as easily forgotten as an umbrella. Lapwing. Where is your brother? Apothecary's Hall. My whetstone. Him, then Cranley, Mulligan, now these. Speech, speech. But act. Act speech. They mock to try you. Act. Be acted on. Lapwing. I am tired of my voice, the voice of Esau. My kingdom for a drink. On. You will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whoreson crook-back, misbegotten, makes love to a widowed Anne, what's in a name, woos and wins her, a whoreson merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came after William the Conquered. The other 4 acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear, in which Edmund figures, lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked onto a Celtic legend older than history? That was Will's way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Que voulez-vous? Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on the seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle. Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false or the usurping or the adulterous brother, or all 3 in one, is to Shakespeare what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home, sounds uninterruptedly from the 2 gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it certain fathoms in the earth and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself, protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lords bishops of Maynooth. An original sin, and, like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words, it is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is an infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created, in Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5. All in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello he is bought and cuckolded. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion, like Jose he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the more in him shall suffer. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Coop Mulligan clucked lewdly. A word of fear. Dark Dome received, reverbed. And what a character is Iago! Undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said, Dumas fills, or is it Dumas père, is right. After God Shakespeare has created most. Man delights him not, nor woman neither, Stephen said. He returns after a life of absence to that spot of earth where he was born, where he has always been, man and boy, a silent witness, and there, his journey of life ended, he plants his mulberry tree in the earth. Then dies. The motion is ended. Grave diggers bury Hamlet père and Hamlet fills. A king and a prince at last in death, with incidental music. And, what though murdered and betrayed, bewept by all frail tender hearts, for, Dane or Dubliner, sorrow for the dead is the only husband from whom they refuse to be divorced. If you like the epilogue, look long on it. Prosperous Prospero, the good man rewarded, Lizzie, Grandpa's lump of love, and Nuncle Richie, the bad man taken off by poetic justice to the place where the bad niggers go. Strong curtain. He found in the world without as actual what was in his world within as possible. Maeterlinck says, if Socrates leave his house today, he will find the sage seated on his doorstep. If Judas go forth tonight, it is to Judas his steps will tend. Every life is many days, day after day. We walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love, but always meeting ourselves. The playwright who wrote the folio of this world and wrote it badly, he gave us light first and the sun 2 days later, the Lord of things as they are, whom the most Roman of Catholics call Dio Boia, hangman God, is doubtless all in all of us, ostler and butcher, and would be bought and cuckolded too, but that in the economy of heaven, foretold by Hamlet, there are no more marriages, glorified man, an androgynous angel, being a wife unto himself. Eureka! Buck Mulligan cried. Eureka! Suddenly happy, he jumped up and reached in astride John Eglinton's desk. May I? He said. The Lord has spoken to Malachi. He began to scribble on a slip of paper. Take some slips from the counter going out. Those who are married, Mr. Best, Dow's Herald, said, all save one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. He laughed, unmarried, at Eglinton Johannes, of arts a bachelor. Unwed, unfancied, ware of wiles, they finger ponder nightly each his very orum edition of the Taming of the Shrew. You are a delusion, said roundly John Eglinton to Stephen. You have brought us all this way to show us a French triangle. Do you believe your own theory? No, Stephen said promptly. Are you going to write it? Mr. Best asked. You ought to make it a dialogue, don't you know, like the Platonic dialogues Wilde wrote. John Eclecticon doubly smiled. Well, in that case, he said, I don't see why you should expect payment for it since you don't believe it yourself. Dowden believes there is some mystery in Hamlet but will say no more. Herr Bleibtreu, the man Piper met in Berlin, who is working up that Rutland theory, believes that the secret is hidden in the Stratford Monument. He is going to visit the present Duke, Piper says, and prove to him that his ancestor wrote the plays. It will come as a surprise to his grace. But he believes his theory. I believe, O Lord, help my unbelief. That is, help me to believe or help me to unbelieve. Who helps to believe? Ego men. Who to unbelieve? Other chap. You are the only contributor to Dana who asks for pieces of silver. Then I don't know about the next number. Fred Ryan wants space for an article on economics. Fredrian. 2 pieces of silver he lent me. Tide you over. Economics. For a guinea, Stephen said, you can publish this interview. Buck Mulligan stood up from his scribbling, and then gravely said, honeying malice. I called upon the Bard Kinch at his summer residence in Upper Mecklenburg Street and found him deep in the study of the Summa contra Gentiles in the company of 2 gonorrheal ladies, Fresh Nelly and Rosalie, the coal key whore. He broke away. Come, Kinch. Come, wandering Engus of the birds. Come, Kinch. You have eaten all we left. I will serve you your orts and offals. Stephen rose. Life is many days. This will end. We shall see you tonight, John Eglinton said. Notre Dame Moore says Malachi Mulligan must be there. Buck Mulligan flaunted his slip and Panama. Monsieur Moore, he said, lecturer on French letters to the youth of Ireland. I'll be there. Come, Kinch, the bards must drink. Can you walk straight? Laughing, he swill till 11. Irish Night's Entertainment. Lubber. Stephen followed a lubber. One day in the National Library we had a discussion. Shakes. After his loop back, I followed. I gall his kibe. Stephen, greeting, then all amort, followed a lubber jester, a well-kempt head, new barbered, out of the vaulted cell into a shattering daylight of no thought. What have I learned? Of them? Of me? Walk like Haynes now. The constant reader's room. In the reader's book Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell Parafs his polysyllables. Item. Was Hamlet mad? The Quakers pate godlily with a priestain in book talk. Oh please do, sir. I shall be most pleased. Amused Buck Mulligan mused in pleasant murmur with himself, self-nodding. A pleased bottom. The turnstile. Is that? Blue-ribboned hat. Idly writing. What? Looked. The curving balustrade, smooth sliding Mincius. Puck Mulligan, Panama helmeted, went step by step, iambing, trolling. John Eglinton, my Joe, John. Why won't you wed a wife? He spluttered to the air. Oh, the chinless Chinaman. Chin Chon E.G. Lin Tun. We went over to their playbox, Haynes and I, the Plumbers' Hall. Our players are creating a new art for Europe like the Greeks or M. Maeterlinck. Abbey Theatre. I smell the pubic sweat of monks. He spat blank. Forgot, any more than he forgot the whipping lousy Lucy gave him. And left the femme de trente ans. And why no other children born? And his first child a girl? After wit. Go back. The dour recluse still there, he has his cake, and the douce youngling, minion of pleasure, fetus toyable fair hair. I just wanted. I forgot, he. Longworth and M. Curdy Atkinson were there. Puck Mulligan footed featly, trilling. I hardly hear the purlieu cry, or a Tommy talk as I pass one by, before my thoughts begin to run. On F.M. Curdy Atkinson. The same that had the wooden leg. And that filibustering Philibake. That never dared to slake his drouth. McGee that had the chinless mouth. Being afraid to marry on earth. They masturbated for all they were worth. Jest on. Know thyself. Halted, below me, a quizzer looks at me. I halt. Mournful mummer, Buck Mulligan moaned. Singh has left off wearing black to be like nature. Only crows, priests and English coal are black. A laugh tripped over his lips. Longworth is awfully sick, he said, after what you wrote about that old hake Gregory. Oh you inquisitional drunken Jesuit. She gets you a job on the paper and then you go and slay her drivel to Jesus. Couldn't you do the Yeats touch? He went on and down, mopping, chanting with waving graceful arms. The most beautiful book that has come out of our country in my time. One thinks of Homer. He stopped at the stair foot. I have conceived a play for the mummers, he said solemnly. The pillared Moorish hall, shadows entwined. Gone the 9 men's Morris with caps of indices. In sweetly varying voices Buck Mulligan read his tablet. Every man his own wife. Or a honeymoon in the hand. A national immorality in 3 orgasms. By Balaky Mulligan. He turned a happy patches smirk to Stephen, saying, the disguise, I fear, is thin. But listen. He read. Marcato. Characters. Toby Tistoff, a ruined Pole. Crab, a bushranger. Medical Dick. And 2 birds with 1 stone. Medical Davy. Mother Grogan, a water carrier. Fresh Nellie. And Rosalie, the coal key whore. He laughed, lolling a to and fro head, walking on, followed by Stephen. And mirthfully he told the shadows, souls of men. Oh, the night in the Camden Hall when the daughters of Aaron had to lift their skirts to step over you as you lay in your mulberry-colored, multicolored, multitudinous vomit. The most innocent son of Aaron, Stephen said, for whom they ever lifted them. About to pass through the doorway, feeling one behind, he stood aside. Part. The moment is now. Where then? If Socrates leave his house today, if Judas go forth tonight. Why? That lies in space which I in time must come to, ineluctably. My will, his will that fronts me. Sees between. A man passed out between them, bowing, greeting. Good day again, Buck Mulligan said. The portico. Here I watched the birds for augury. Engus of the birds. They go, they come. Last night I flew. Easily flew. Men wondered. Street of harlots after. A cream fruit melon he held to me. In. You will see. The wandering Jew, Buck Mulligan whispered with clown's awe. Did you see his eye? He looked upon you to lust after you. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Oh, Kinch, thou art in peril. Get thee a breech pad. Manor of Oxenford. Day. Wheelbarrow sun over arch of bridge. A dark back went before them, step of apart, down, out by the gateway, under portcullis barbs. They followed. Offend me still. Speak on. Kind air defined the coins of houses in Kildare Street. No birds. Frail from the housetops 2 plumes of smoke ascended, pluming, and in a flaw of softness softly were blown. Cease to strive. Peace of the druid priests of Cymbeline, hierophantic, from white earthen altar. Laud we the gods. And let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils. From our blessed altars. Chapter 10. The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3. Just nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dignam. Yes. Veer Dignam et est Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter. Yes. Oblige him, if possible. Good practical Catholic, useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms towards the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mount Joyce Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors, whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my King, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy MP. "Very well, indeed, Father. And you, Father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself? Still in London. The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh, yes, a very great success. A wonderful man really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy MP working so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy MP. Yes, he would certainly call. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy." Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled, as he took leave, at the jet beads of her mantilla inks shining in the sun. And smiled yet again, in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arecanut paste. Father Conmee walked and, walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. Pilot. Why don't you hold back that owlin' mob? A zealous man, however. Really he was. And really did great good in his way. Beyond a doubt. He loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family too, would one think it. Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget. That letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house. Aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sahan. And his name? Ger Gallagher. And the other little man? His name was Brunny Linham. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Linham and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man, he said. The boy sizzed Father Conmee and laughed. Oh, sir. Well, let me see if you can post a letter, Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Linham ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letterbox. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square East. Mr. Dennis J. Maginey, Professor of Dancing and in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Dignam's Court. Was that not MRSM Guinness? MRSM Guinness, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed. And Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had. Like Mary, Queen of Scots, something. And to think that she was a pawnbroker. Well, now. Such a, what should he say? Such a queenly mien. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green B.A. will, D.V., speak. The incumbent they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words. But one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance. They acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely, there ought to be. A band of satchelled schoolboys crossed from Richmond Street. All raised untidy caps. Father Conmee greeted them more than once benignly. Christian brother boys. Father Conmee smelt incense on his right hand as he walked. St. Joseph's Church, Portland Row. For aged and virtuous females. Father Conmee raised his hat to the Blessed Sacrament. Virtuous, but occasionally they were also bad-tempered. Near Aldborough House Father Conmee thought of that spendthrift nobleman. And now it was an office or something. Father Conmee began to walk along the North Strand Road and was saluted by Mr. William Gallagher, who stood in the doorway of his shop. Father Conmee saluted Mr. William Gallagher and perceived the odors that came from bacon flitches and ample cools of butter. He passed Grogan's the tobacconist, against which newsboards leaned and told of a dreadful catastrophe in New York. In America those things were continually happening. Unfortunate people to die like that, unprepared. Still, an act of perfect contrition. Father Conmee went by Daniel Bergen's public house, against the window of which two unlaboring men lounged. They saluted him and were saluted. Father Conmee passed H.J. O'Neill's funeral establishment, where Corny Kelleher taught figures in the daybook while he chewed a blade of hay. A constable on his beat saluted Father Conmee, and Father Conmee saluted the constable. In Yuckstetters, the pork butchers, Father Conmee observed pigs' puddings, white and black and red, lie neatly curled in tubes. Moored under the trees of Charleville Mall, Father Conmee saw a turf barge, a tow horse with pendant head, a bargeman with a hat of dirty straw seated amidships, smoking and staring at a branch of poplar above him. It was idyllic, and Father Conmee reflected on the providence of the Creator, who had made turf to be in bogs whence men might dig it out and bring it to town and hamlet to make fires in the houses of poor people. On Newcomen Bridge, the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. of St. Francis Xavier's Church, Upper Gardner Street, stepped onto an outward-bound tram. Off an inward-bound tram stepped the Reverend Nicholas Dudley C.C. of St. Agatha's Church, North William Street, onto Newcomen Bridge. At Newcomen Bridge, Father Conmee stepped into an outward-bound tram, for he disliked to traverse on foot the dingy way past Mud Island. Father Conmee sat in a corner of the tramcar, a blue ticket tucked with care in the eye of one plump kid glove, while 4 shillings, a sixpence, and 5 pennies shoot from his other plump glove palm into his purse. Passing the Ivy Church, he reflected that the ticket inspector usually made his visit when one had carelessly thrown away the ticket. The solemnity of the occupants of the car seemed to Father Conmee excessive for a journey so short and cheap. Father Conmee liked cheerful decorum. It was a peaceful day. The gentleman with the glasses opposite Father Conmee had finished explaining and looked down. His wife, Father Conmee supposed. A tiny yawn opened the mouth of the wife of the gentleman with the glasses. She raised her small gloved fist, yawned ever so gently, tip-tapping her small gloved fist on her opening mouth, and smiled tinily, sweetly. Father Conmee perceived her perfume in the car. He perceived also that the awkward man at the other side of her was sitting on the edge of the seat. Father Conmee at the altar rails placed the host with difficulty in the mouth of the awkward old man who had the shaky head. At Annesley Bridge the tram halted, and, when it was about to go, an old woman rose suddenly from her place to alight. The conductor pulled the bell strap to stay the car for her. She passed out with her basket and a market net, and Father Conmee saw the conductor help her and net and basket down, and Father Conmee thought that, as she had nearly passed the end of the penny fare, she was one of those good souls who had always to be told twice, "Bless you, my child, that they have been absolved, pray for me." But they had so many worries in life, so many cares, poor creatures. From the hoardings Mr. Eugene Stratton grimaced with thick nigger lips at Father Conmee. Father Conmee thought of the souls of black and brown and yellow men, and of his sermon on St. Peter Claver S.J. and the African mission, and of the propagation of the faith, and of the millions of black and brown and yellow souls that had not received the baptism of water when their last hour came like a thief in the night. That book by the Belgian Jesuit, Le Nombre des Élus, seemed to Father Conmee a reasonable plea. Those were millions of human souls created by God in His own likeness, to whom the faith had not, been brought. But they were God's souls, created by God. It seemed to Father Conmee a pity that they should all be lost, a waste, if one might say. At the Howth Road stop Father Conmee alighted, was saluted by the conductor, and saluted in his turn. The Malahide Road was quiet. It pleased Father Conmee, road and name. The joy bells were ringing in gay Malahide. Lord Talbot de Malahide, immediate hereditary Lord Admiral of Malahide and the seas adjoining. Then came the call to arms, and she was maid, wife, and widow in one day. Those were old worldish days, loyal times in joyous town lands, old times in the barony. Father Conmee, walking, thought of his little book Old Times in the Barony, and of the book that might be written about Jesuit houses, and of Mary Rochfort, daughter of Lord Molesworth, 1st Countess of Belvedere. A listless lady, no more young, walked alone the shore of Loch Ennell. Mary, 1st Countess of Belvedere, listlessly walking in the evening, not startled when an otter plunged. Who could know the truth? Not the jealous Lord Belvedere, and not her confessor if she had not committed adultery fully. Ii assolatio seminis inter vas natural mulieris, with her husband's brother? She would have confessed if she had not all sinned as women did. Only God knew, and she and he, her husband's brother. Father Conmee thought of that tyrannous incontinence, needed however for man's race on earth, and of the ways of God which were not our ways. Don John Conmee walked and moved in times of yore. He was humane and honored there. He bore in mind secrets confessed, and he smiled at smiling noble faces in a beeswaxed drawing room, sealed with full fruit clusters. And the hands of a bride and of a bridegroom, noble to noble, were impalmed by Don John Conmee. It was a charming day. The lit gate of a field showed Father Conmee breadths of cabbages, curtsying to him with ample under leaves. The sky showed him a flock of small white clouds going slowly down the wind. Moutonner, the French said. A just and homely word. Father Conmee, reading his office, watched a flock of muttoning clouds over Rath Coffee. His thin-socked ankles were tickled by the stubble of Clongowes field. He walked there, reading in the evening, and heard the cries of the boys' lines at their play, young cries in the quiet evening. He was their rector, his reign was mild. Father Conmee drew off his gloves and took his reed-edged breviary out. An ivory bookmark told him the page. Nones. He should have read that before lunch. But Lady Maxwell had come. Father Conmee read in secret Pater and Ave and crossed his breast. Dies in adiatorium. He walked calmly and read mutely the nones, walking and reading till he came to residential and Vidi Immaculati, Principium Verborum Tuorum Veritas, in Aeternum Omnia Iudicia Iustitiaetui. A flushed young man came from a gap of a hedge, and after him came a young woman with wild nodding daisies in her hand. The young man raised his cap abruptly, the young woman abruptly bent and with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. Father Conmee blessed both gravely and turned a thin page of his breviary. Sin, principes persecuti sunt me gratis, et a verbis tuis formidavit cor meum. Corny Kelleher closed his long daybook and glanced with his drooping eye at a pine coffin lid sentryed in a corner. He pulled himself erect, went to it and, spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Chewing his blade of hay, he laid the coffin lid by and came to the doorway. There he tilted his hat brim to give shade to his eyes and leaned against the door case, looking idly out. Father John Conmee stepped into the Dollymount tram on Newcomen Bridge. Corny Kelleher locked his large-footed boots and gazed, his hat down tilted, chewing his blade of hay. Constable 57C, on his beat, stood to pass the time of day. "That's a fine day, Mr. Kelleher." "Aye," Corny Kelleher said. "It's very close," the constable said. Corny Kelleher sped a silent jet of hay juice arching from his mouth while a generous white arm from a window in Ecclesiastes Street flung forth a coin. "What's the best news?" he asked. "I seen that particular party last evening," the constable said with bated breath. A Onelite sailor crutched himself round McConnell's corner, skirting Rabiotti's ice cream car, and jerked himself up Ecclesiastes Street. Towards Larry O'Rourke, in shirt sleeves in his doorway, he growled unamiably. "For England." He swung himself violently forward past Katie and Booty Daedalus, halted and growled. "Home and beauty." J.J. O'Malloy's white careworn face was told that Mr. Lambert was in the warehouse with a visitor. A stout lady stopped, took a copper coin from her purse and dropped it into the cap held out to her. The sailor grumbled thanks, glanced sourly at the unheeding windows, sank his head and swung himself forward 4 strides. He halted and growled angrily. "For England." 2 barefoot urchins, sucking long licorice laces, halted near him, gaping at his stump with their yellow slobbered mouths. He swung himself forward in vigorous jerks, halted, lifted his head towards a window and bayed deeply. "Home and beauty." The gay sweet chirping whistling within went on a bar or 2, ceased. The blind of the window was drawn aside. A card unfurnished apartment slipped from the sash and fell. A plump bare generous arm shone, was seen, held forth from a white petticoat bodice and taut shift straps. A woman's hand flung forth a coin over the area railings. It fell on the path. One of the urchins ran to it, picked it up and dropped it into the minstrel's cap, saying, "There, sir." Katy and Booty Daedalus shoved in the door of the close steaming kitchen. "Did you put in the books?" Booty asked. Maggie at the range rammed down a grayish mass beneath bubbling suds twice with her potstick and wiped her brow. "They wouldn't give anything on them," she said. Father Conmee walked through Clongowes fields, his thin-socked ankles tickled by stubble. "Where did you try?" Booty asked. "Guinness's." Booty stamped her foot and threw her satchel on the table. "Bad cess to her big face," she cried. Katy went to the range and peered with squinting eyes. "What's in the pot?" she asked. "Shirts," Maggie said. Booty cried angrily. "Cricky, is there nothing for us to eat?" Katy, lifting the kettle lid in a pad of her stained skirt, asked. "And what's in this?" A heavy fume gushed in answer. "Pea soup," Maggie said. "Where did you get it?" Katy asked. "Sister Mary Patrick," Maggie said. The lackey rang his bell. Barang. Booty sat down at the table and said hungrily, "Give us it here." Maggie poured yellow thick soup from the kettle into a bowl. Katy, sitting opposite Booty, said quietly, as her fingertip lifted to her mouth random crumbs, "A good job we have that much." "Where's Dilly?" "Gone to meet father," Maggie said. Booty, breaking big chunks of bread into the yellow soup, added, "Our Father who art not in heaven." Maggie, pouring yellow soup in Katy's bowl, exclaimed, "Booty! For shame." A skiff, a crumpled throwaway, "Elijah is coming," rode lightly down the Liffey, under Loop Line Bridge, shooting the rapids where water chafed around the bridge epiers, sailing eastward past hulls and anchor chains, between the Custom House Old Dock and George's Quay. The blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the wicker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper in a small jar. "Put these in first, will you?" he said. "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said. "And the fruit on top." "That'll do, game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe shamefaced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young juicy crinkled and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. Helys filed before him, tall white hat, past Tangier Lane, plodding towards their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob and held it at its chain's length. "Can you send them by tram? Now?" A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's cart. "Certainly, sir." "Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. "Will you write the address?" sir? Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. Send it at once, will you? He said. It's for an invalid. Yes, sir. I will, sir. Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. What's the damage? He asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. This for me? He asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. Yes, sir, she said. Bending archly she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor, the stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. May I say a word to your telephone, missy? He asked roguishly. Ma. Almidano Artifoni said. He gazed over Stephen's shoulder at Goldsmith's knobby pole. 2 carfuls of tourists passed slowly, their women sitting 4, gripping the hand rests. Pale faces. Men's arms frankly round their stunted forms. They looked from Trinity to the blind columned porch of the Bank of Ireland where pigeons rookhooked. Anche io ho avuto di questi idee, Almidano Artifoni said, quando ero giovane come lei. E poi mi sono convinto che il mondo è una bestia. E peccato. Perché la sua voce, serbun cespit di rendita, via in vis, lei si sacrifica. Sacrificio in cruentu, Stephen said smiling, swaying his ash plant in slow swing swung from its midpoint, lightly. Speriamo, the round mustachioed face said pleasantly. Ma, diaretta a me. Si rifleta. By the stern stone hand of Grattan, bidding halt, an Inchicory tram unloaded straggling Highland soldiers of a band. Si rifletero, Stephen said, glancing down the solid trouser leg. Ma, sul serio, et? Almidano Artifoni said. His heavy hand took Stephen's firmly. Human eyes. They gazed curiously an instant and turned quickly towards a Dalkey tram. Eccolo, Almidano Artifoni said in friendly haste. Venga a trovarmi eci pensi. Addio, caro. Arrived Urla, maestro, Stephen said, raising his hat when his hand was freed. E grazie. Dice? Almidano Artifoni said. Scusi, et? Tant belle cose. Almidano Artifoni, holding up a baton of rolled music as a signal, trotted on stout trousers after the Dalkey tram. In vain he trotted, signaling in vain among the rout of bare-kneed gillies smuggling implements of music through Trinity gates. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street Library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer and rolled a sheet of gaudy notepaper into her typewriter. Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change it and get another by Mary Cecil Hay. The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked on the keyboard. 16 June 1904. 5 tall white-hat sandwichmen between Moneypiney's corner and the slab where Wolfe Tone's statue was not, eeled themselves turning HELYS and plodded back as they had come. Then she stared at the large poster of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, and, listlessly lolling, scribbled on the jotter 16ths and capital S's. Mustard hair and dowby cheeks. She's not nice looking, is she? The way she's holding up her bit of a skirt. Wonder will that fellow be at the band tonight? If I could get that dressmaker to make a concertina skirt like Susie Nagel's. They kick out grand. Shannon and all the boat club swells never took his eyes off her. Hope to goodness he won't keep me here till 7. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. Hello? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. Only those two, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you're not back. A quarter after. Yes, sir. 27 and 6. I'll tell him. Yes, 1, 7, 6. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. Mr. Boylan. Hello. That gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenehan? Yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. 2 pink faces turned in the flare of the tiny torch. Who's that? Ned Lambert asked. Is that Crotty? Ringabella and Crosshaven, a voice replied, groping for foothold. Hello, Jack, is that yourself? Ned Lambert said, raising in salute his pliant lath among the flickering arches. Come on. Mind your steps there. The vesta in the clergyman's uplifted hand consumed itself in a long soft flame and was let fall. At their feet its red speck died, and moldy air closed round them. How interesting! A refined accent said in the gloom. Yes, sir, Ned Lambert said heartily. We are standing in the historic council chamber of St. Mary's Abbey, where Silken Thomas proclaimed himself a rebel in 1534. This is the most historic spot in all Dublin. O'Madden Burke is going to write something about it one of these days. The old Bank of Ireland was over the way till the time of the Union, and the original Jews' temple was here too before they built their synagogue over in Adelaide Road. You were never here before, Jack, were you? No, Ned. He rode down through Dame Walk, the refined accent said, if my memory serves me. The mansion of the Kildares was in Thomas Court. That's right, Ned Lambert said. That's quite right, sir. If you will be so kind then, the clergyman said, the next time to allow me perhaps. Certainly, Ned Lambert said. Bring the camera whenever you like. I'll get those bags cleared away from the windows. You can take it from here or from here. In the still faint light he moved about, tapping with his lath the piled seed bags and points of vantage on the floor. From a long face a beard and gaze hung on a chessboard. I'm deeply obliged, Mr. Lambert, the clergyman said. I won't trespass on your valuable time. You're welcome, sir, Ned Lambert said. Drop in whenever you like. Next week, say. Can you see? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Very pleased to have met you. Pleasure is mine, sir, Ned Lambert answered. He followed his guest to the outlet and then whirled his lath away among the pillars. With J.J. O'Malloy he came forth slowly into Mary's Abbey, where draymen were loading floats with sacks of carob and palm nut meal. O'Connor, Wexford. He stood to read the card in his hand. The Reverend Hugh C. Love, Rath Coffee. Present address, St. Michael's, Salins. Nice young chap he is. He's writing a book about the Fitzgeralds, he told me. He's well up in history, faith. The young woman with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. I thought you were at a new gunpowder plot, J.J. O'Malloy said. Ned Lambert cracked his fingers in the air. God! He cried. I forgot to tell him that one about the Earl of Kildare after he set fire to Cashel Cathedral. You know that one? I'm bloody sorry I did it, says he, but I declare to God I thought the Archbishop was inside. He mightn't like it, though. What? God, I'll tell him anyhow. That was the great Earl, the Fitzgerald Mor hot members, they were all of them, the Geraldines. The horses he passed started nervously under their slack harness. He slapped a piebald haunch quivering near him and cried, "Whoa, Sonny." He turned to J.J. O'Malloy and asked, "Well, Jack? What is it? What's the trouble? Wait a while. Hold hard." With gaping mouth and head far back he stood still and, after an instant, sneezed loudly. "Chow," he said. "Blast you. The dust from those sacks," J.J. O'Malloy said politely. "No," Ned Lambert gasped. "I caught a cold night before, blast your soul, night before last, and there was a hell of a lot of draft." He held his handkerchief ready for the coming. "I was Glasnevin this morning, poor little, what do you call him? Chow. Mother of Moses." Tom Rockford took the top disc from the pile he clasped against his claret waistcoat. "See?" he said. "Say it's turn 6. In here, see. Turn now on." He slid it into the left slot for them. It shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, ogling them. 6. Lawyers of the past, haughty, pleading, beheld pass from the Consolidated Taxing Office to Nisi Prius Court Richie Golding carrying the cost bag of Golding, Collis, and Ward, and heard rustling from the Admiralty Division of King's Bench to the Court of Appeal an elderly female with false teeth smiling incredulously in a black silk skirt of great amplitude. "See?" he said. "See now, the last one I put in is over here, turns over. The impact. Leverage, see?" He showed them the rising column of discs on the right. "Smart idea," Nosy Flynn said, snuffling. "So a fellow coming in late can see what turn is on and what turns are over. See?" Tom Rockford said. He slid in a disc for himself, and watched it shoot, wobble, ogle, stop, 4. "Turn now on. I'll see him now in the Ormond," Lenehan said, "and sound him. One good turn deserves another." "Do," Tom Rockford said. "Tell him I'm boilin' with impatience." "Good night," McCoy said abruptly. "When you two begin." Nosy Flynn stooped towards the lever, snuffling at it. "But how does it work here, Tommy?" he asked. "Tooraloo," Lenehan said. "See you later." He followed McCoy out across the tiny square of Crampton Court. "He's a hero," he said simply. "I know," McCoy said. "The drain, you mean?" "Drain?" Lenehan said. "It was down a manhole." They passed Dan Lowry's Moosey Chow where Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, smiled on them from a poster, a Dowby smile. Going down the path of Sycamore Street beside the Empire Moosey Chow, Lenehan showed McCoy how the whole thing was. One of those manholes like a bloody gas pipe, and there was the poor devil stuck down in it, half choked with sewer gas. Down went Tom Rockford anyhow, bookie's vest and all, with the rope round him. And be damned but he got the rope round the poor devil and the two were hauled up. "The act of a hero," he said. At the Dolphin they halted to allow the ambulance car to gallop past them for Jervis Street. "This way," he said, walking to the right. "I want to pop into Linham's to see Scepter's starting price. What's the time by your gold watch and chain?" McCoy peered into Marcus Tertius Moses' somber office, then at O'Neill's clock. "After 3, he said. "Who's riding her?" "Oh, Madden," Lenehan said. "And a game filly she is." While he waited in Temple Bar, McCoy dodged a banana peel with gentle pushes of his toe from the path to the gutter. "Fellow might damn easy get a nasty fall, they're coming along tight in the dark." The gates of the drive opened wide to give egress to the viceregal cavalcade. Even money, Lenehan said, returning. I knocked against bantam lions and they're going to back a bloody horse someone gave him that hasn't an earthly. Through here. They went up the steps and under Merchant's Arch. A dark-backed figure scanned books on the hawker's cart. There he is, Lenehan said. Wonder what he's buying, McCoy said, glancing behind. Leopoldo or the Bloom is on the right, Lenehan said. He's dead nuts on sales, McCoy said. I was with him one day and he bought a book from an old one in Liffey Street for 2 bob. There were fine plates in it worth double the money, the stars and the moon and comets with long tails. Astronomy it was about. Lenehan laughed. I'll tell you a damn good one about comets' tails, he said. Come over in the sun. They crossed to the metal bridge and went along Wellington Quay by the river wall. Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam came out of Mangan's, late Fehrenbach's, carrying 1.5 pounds of pork steaks. There was a long spread out at Glencree Reformatory, Lenehan said eagerly. The annual dinner, you know. Boiled shirt affair. The Lord Mayor was there, Val Dillon it was, and Sir Charles Cameron and Dan Dawson spoke and there was music. Bartell D'Arcy sang and Benjamin Dollard. I know, McCoy broke in. My missus sang there once. Did she? Lenehan said. A card unfurnished apartments reappeared on the window sash of number 7, Ecclesiastes Street. He checked his tail a moment but broke out in a wheezy laugh. But wait till I tell you, he said. Delahunt of Camden Street had the catering and yours truly was chief bottle washer. Bloom and the wife were there. Lashings of stuff we put up, port wine and sherry and curacao to which we did ample justice. Fast and furious it was. After liquids came solids. Cold joints galore and mince pies. I know, McCoy said. The year the missus was there. Lenehan linked his arm warmly. But wait till I tell you, he said. We had a midnight lunch too after all the jollification, and when we sallied forth it was blue o'clock the morning after the night before. Coming home it was a gorgeous winter's night on the Featherbed Mountain. Bloom and Chris Callanan were on one side of the car and I was with the wife on the other. We started singing glees and duets. Lo, the early beam of morning. She was well primed with a good load of Delahunts poured under her belly band. Every jolt the bloody car gave I had her bumping up against me. Hell's delights. She has a fine pair, God bless her. Like that. He held his caved hands a cubit from him, frowning. I was tucking the rug under her and settling her boa all the time. Know what I mean? His hands molded ample curves of air. He shut his eyes tight in delight, his body shrinking, and blew a sweet chirp from his lips. The lad stood to attention anyhow, he said with a sigh. She's a gamey mare and no mistake. Bloom was pointing out all the stars and the comets in the heavens to Chris Callanan and the Jarvey, the Great Bear and Hercules and the Dragon, and the whole jing-bang lot. But, by God, I was lost, so to speak, in the Milky Way. He knows them all, faith. At last she spotted a weeny weeshy 1 mile away. And what star is that, Poldy? Says she. By God, she had Bloom cornered. That one, is it? Says Chris Callanan, sure that's only what you might call a pinprick. By God, he wasn't far wide of the mark. Lenehan stopped and leaned on the river wall, panting with soft laughter. I'm weak, he gasped. McCoy's white face smiled about it at instants and grew grave. Lenehan walked on again. He lifted his yachting cap and scratched his hind head rapidly. He glanced sideways in the sunlight at McCoy. He's a cultured all-round man, Bloom is, he said seriously. He's not one of your common or garden, you know. There's a touch of the artist about old Bloom. Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece. Crooked botched print. Plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blood-red wombs like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world. All butting with their skulls to get out of it. Child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. Them are 2 good ones, he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. Maginey, professor of dancing and C. Mr. Bloom, alone, looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Love Birch. Know the kind that is. Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't like that much. Got her at once. He read the other title, Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him. For Raoul. Yes. This. Here. Try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious voluptuous kiss while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her deshabille. Yes. Take this. The end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again, The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey. Melting breast ointments, for him. For Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat. Fish gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel. Press. Crished. Sulphur dung of lions. Young. Young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the Courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer, and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division the summons, ex parte motion, of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the bark Mona, in the Court of Appeal reservation of judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed grey head came out and his unshaven reddened face, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, "I'll take this one." The shopman lifted eyes bleared with old room. "Sweets of Sin," he said, tapping on it. "That's a good one." The lackey by the door of Dillon's auction rooms shook his handbell twice again and viewed himself in the chalked mirror of the cabinet. Dilly-Daedalus, loitering by the curbstone, heard the beats of the bell, the cries of the auctioneer within. 4 and 9. Those lovely curtains. 5 shillings. Cozy curtains. Selling new at 2 guineas. Any advance on 5 shillings? Going for 5 shillings. The lackey lifted his handbell and shook it. Barang. bang of the last lap bell spurred the half-mile wheelmen to their sprint. J. A. Jackson, W. E. Wiley, A. Monroe and H. T. Gahan, their stretched necks wagging, negotiated the curve by the college library. Mr. Daedalus, tugging a long mustache, came round from Williams's row. He halted near his daughter. "It's time for you," she said. "Stand up straight for the love of the Lord Jesus," Mr. Daedalus said. "Are you trying to imitate your Uncle John, the cornet player, head upon shoulder? Melancholy God." Dilly shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Daedalus placed his hands on them and held them back. "Stand up straight, girl," he said. "You'll get curvature of the spine. Do you know what you look like?" He let his head sink suddenly down and forward, hunching his shoulders and dropping his underjaw. "Give it up, father," Dilly said. "All the people are looking at you." Mr. Daedalus drew himself upright and tugged again at his mustache. "Did you get any money?" Dilly asked. "Where would I get money?" Mr. Daedalus said. "There is no one in Dublin would lend me 4 pence. "You got some," Dilly said, looking in his eyes. "How do you know that?" Mr. Daedalus asked, his tongue in his cheek. Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked, walked boldly along James's Street. "I know you did," Dilly answered. "Were you in the Scotch house now?" "I was not, then," Mr. Daedalus said, smiling. "Was it the little nuns taught you to be so saucy? Here." He handed her a shilling. "See if you can do anything with that," he said. "I suppose you got 5, Dilly said. "Give me more than that." "Wait a while," Mr. Daedalus said threateningly. "You're like the rest of them, are you? An insolent pack of little bitches since your poor mother died. But wait a while. You'll all get a short shrift in a long day from me. Low blackguardism. I'm going to get rid of you. Wouldn't care if I was stretched out stiff. He's dead. The man upstairs is dead." He left her and walked on. Dilly followed quickly and pulled his coat. "Well, what is it?" he said, stopping. The lackey rang his bell behind their backs. "Barang! Curse your bloody blatant soul," Mr. Daedalus cried, turning on him. The lackey, aware of comment, shook the lolling clapper of his bell but feebly. Bang! Mr. Daedalus stared at him. "Watch him," he said. "It's instructive. I wonder will he allow us to talk?" "You got more than that, father," Dilly said. "I'm going to show you a little trick," Mr. Daedalus said. "I'll leave you all where Jesus left the Jews. Look, there's all I have. I got 2 shillings from Jack Power and I spent 2pence for a shave for the funeral." He drew forth a handful of copper coins, nervously. "Can't you look for some money somewhere?" Dilly said. Mr. Daedalus thought and nodded. "I will," he said gravely. "I looked all along the gutter in O'Connell Street. I'll try this one now." "You're very funny," Dilly said, grinning. "Here," Mr. Daedalus said, handing her 2 pennies. "Get a glass of milk for yourself and a bun or a something. I'll be home shortly." He put the other coins in his pocket and started to walk on. The viceregal cavalcade passed, greeted by obsequious policemen, out of Park Gate. "I'm sure you have another shilling," Dilly said. The lackey banged loudly. Mr. Daedalus amid the din walked off, murmuring to himself with a pursing mincing mouth gently. The little nuns. Nice little things. Oh, sure they wouldn't do anything. Oh, sure they wouldn't really. Is it little Sister Monica? From the sundial towards James's Gate walked Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked for Pulbrook Robertson, boldly along James's Street, past Shackleton's offices. Got round him all right. How do you do, Mr. Crimmins? First rate, sir. I was afraid you might be up in your other establishment in Pimlico. How are things going? Just keeping alive. Lovely weather we're having. Yes, indeed. Good for the country. Those farmers are always grumbling. I'll just take a thimbleful of your best gin, Mr. Crimmins. A small gin, sir. Yes, sir. Terrible affair, that General Slocum explosion. Terrible, terrible. 8,000 casualties. And heart-rending scenes. Men trampling down women and children. Most brutal thing. What do they say was the cause? Spontaneous combustion. Most scandalous revelation. Not a single lifeboat would float and the fire hose all burst. What I can't understand is how the inspectors ever allowed a boat like that. Now, you're talking straight, Mr. Crimmins. You know why? Palm oil. Is that a fact? Without a doubt. Well now, look at that. And America, they say, is the land of the free. I thought we were bad here. I smiled at him. America, I said quietly, just like that. What is it? The sweepings of every country, including our own. Isn't that true? That's a fact. Graft, my dear sir. Well, of course, where there's money going, there's always someone to pick it up. Saw him looking at my frock coat. Dress, does it? Nothing like a dressy appearance. Bowls them over. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Daedalus answered, stopping. Mr. Kernan halted and preened himself before the sloping mirror of Peter Kennedy, hairdresser. Stylish coat, beyond a doubt. Scott of Dawson Street. Well worth the half-sovereign I gave Neary for it. Never built under 3 guineas. Fits me down to the ground. Some Kildare Street club toff had it probably. John Mulligan, the manager of the Hibernian Bank, gave me a very sharp eye yesterday on Carlisle Bridge, as if he remembered me. A ham. Must dress the character for those fellows. Knight of the road. Gentlemen. And now, Mr. Crimmins, may we have the honor of your custom again, sir? The cup that cheers but not inebriates, as the old saying has it. North Wall and Sir John Rogerson's Quay, with hulls and anchor chains, sailing westward, sailed by a skiff, a crumpled throwaway, rocked on the ferry wash. Elijah is coming. Mr. Kernan glanced in farewell at his image. High color, of course. Grizzled mustache. Returned Indian officer. Bravely he bore his stumpy body forward on spatted feet, squaring his shoulders. Is that Ned Lambert's brother over the way, Sam? What? Yes. He's as like it as damn it. No. The windscreen of that motor car in the sun there. Just a flash like that. Damn like him. A ham. Hot spirit of juniper juice warmed his vitals and his breath. Good drop of gin, that was. His frock tails winked in bright sunshine to his fat strut. Down there Emmett was hanged, drawn, and quartered. Greasy black rope. Dogs licking the blood off the street when the Lord Lieutenant's wife drove by in her naughty. Bad times those were. Well, well. Over and done with. Great topers too. 4 bottle men. Let me see. Is he buried in St. Michan's? Or no, there was a midnight burial in Glasnevin. Corpse brought in through a secret door in the wall. Dignam is there now. Went out in a puff. Well, well. Better turn down here. Make a detour. Mr. Kernan turned and walked down the slope of Waddling Street by the corner of Guinness's Visitors Wade and Groom. Outside the Dublin Distillers Company's stores an outside car without fare or Jarvey stood, the reins knotted to the wheel. Damn dangerous thing. Some Tipperary bosthoon endangering the lives of the citizens. Runaway horse. Dennis Breen with his tomes, weary of having waited an hour in John Henry Menton's office, led his wife over O'Connell Bridge, bound for the office of Messrs. Collis and Ward. Mr. Kernan approached Island Street. Times of the Troubles. Must ask Ned Lambert to lend me those reminiscences of Sir Jonah Barrington. When you look back on it all now in a kind of retrospective arrangement. Gaming at Daly's. No card sharping then. One of those fellows got his hand nailed to the table by a dagger. Somewhere here Lord Edward Fitzgerald escaped from Major Cyr. Stables behind Moira House. Damn good gin that was. Fine dashing young nobleman. Good stock, of course. That ruffian, that sham squire, with his violet gloves gave him away. Course they were on the wrong side. They rose in dark and evil days. Fine poem that is, Ingram. They were gentlemen. Ben Dollard does sing that ballad touchingly. Masterly rendition. At the siege of Ross did my father fall. A cavalcade in easy trot along Pembroke Quay passed, outriders leaping in their saddles. Frock coats. Cream sunshades. Mr. Kernan hurried forward, blowing pursily. His Excellency. Too bad. Just missed that by a hair. Damn it. What a pity. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil, lights shining in the darkness. Where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows. Muddy swine snouts, hands, root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum bumps with garlic. A sail oarman, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her. A long and seafed silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell with a smeared chamois rag burnished again his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses beard. Grandfather Ape gloating on a stolen hoard. And you who wrest old images from the burial earth? The brainsick words of sophists, Antisthenes. A lore of drugs. Orient and immortal wheat standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women fresh from their whiff of the briny trudged through Irish town along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded tired umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings. Stop. Throb always without you and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of. I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl, I shatter them, one and both. But stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say. Not yet a while. A look around. Yes, quite true. Very large and wonderful and keeps famous time. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so, indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clohissey's window a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loincloths proposed gently each to other his bulbous fists. And they are throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. "Twopence each," the huckster said. "4 for 6pence. Tattered pages. The Irish Beekeeper. Life and Miracles of the Cure of Ars. Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pawn school prizes. Stefano Didolo, alumno optimo, palmam ferenti." Father Conmee, having read his little hours, walked through the hamlet of Donnycarney, murmuring vespers. "Binding too good probably. What is this? 8th and 9th Book of Moses. Secret of all secrets. Seal of King David. Thumbed pages, read and read. Who has passed here before me? How to soften chapped hands. Recipe for white wine vinegar. How to win a woman's love. For me this. Say the following talisman 3 times with hands folded. Selulo nabricata femininum. Amor me solo. Sanctus. Amen. Who wrote this? Charms and invocations of the most blessed Abbot Peter Salanxa to all true believers divulged. As good as any other abbot's charms, as mumbling Joachim's. Down, baldy noddle, or will wool your wool. What are you doing here, Stephen? Dilly's high shoulders and shabby dress. Shut the book quick. Don't let's see. What are you doing? Stephen said. A steward face of Nonsuch Charles, lank locks falling at its sides. It glowed as she crouched feeding the fire with broken boots. I told her of Paris. Late lie bed under a quilt of old overcoats, fingering a pinchbeck bracelet, Dan Kelly's token. Nabricata femininum. What have you there? Stephen asked. I bought it from the other cart for a penny, Dilly said, laughing nervously. Is it any good? My eyes they say she has. Do others see me so? Quick, far and daring. Shadow of my mind. He took the coverless book from her hand. Chardinal's French primer. What did you buy that for? He asked. To learn French? She nodded, reddening and closing tight her lips. Show no surprise. Quite natural. Here, Stephen said. It's all right. Mind Maggie doesn't pawn it on you. I suppose all my books are gone. Some, Dilly said. We had to. She is drowning. Agan bite. Save her. Agan bite. All against us. She will drown me with her eyes and hair. Lank coils of seaweed hair around me, my heart, my soul. Salt green death. We. Agan bite of Inwit. Inwit's Agan bite. Misery. Misery. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Daedalus answered, stopping. They clasped hands loudly outside Reddy and daughters. Father Cowley brushed his mustache off and downward with a scooping hand. What's the best news? Mr. Daedalus said. Why then not much, Father Cowley said. I'm barricaded up, Simon, with 2 men prowling around the house trying to effect an entrance. Jolly, Mr. Daedalus said. Who is it? Oh, Father Cowley said. A certain gamine man of our acquaintance. With a broken back, is it? Mr. Daedalus asked. The same, Simon, Father Cowley answered. Reuben of that ilk. I'm just waiting for Ben Dollard. He's going to say a word to Long John to get him to take those 2 men off. All I want is a little time. He looked with vague hope up and down the quay, a big apple bulging in his neck. I know, Mr. Daedalus said, nodding. Poor old Bhakti Ben. He's always doing a good turn for someone. Hold hard. He put on his glasses and gazed towards the metal bridge an instant. There he is, by God, he said, arse in pockets. Ben Dollard's loose blue cutaway and square hat above large slops crossed the quay in full gait from the metal bridge. He came towards them at an amble, scratching actively behind his coat-tails. As he came near, Mr. Daedalus greeted. Hold that fellow with the bad trousers. Hold him now, Ben Dollard said. Mr. Daedalus eyed with cold wandering scorn various points of Ben Dollard's figure. Then, turning to Father Cowley with a nod, he muttered sneeringly. That's a pretty garment, isn't it, for a summer's day? Why, God! Eternally curse your soul, Ben Dollard growled furiously, I threw out more clothes in my time than you ever saw. He stood beside them beaming, on them first and on his roomy clothes from points of which Mr. Daedalus flicked fluff, saying, They were made for a man in his health, Ben, anyhow. Bad luck to the gentleman that made them, Ben Dollard said. Thanks be to God he's not paid yet. And how is that basso profondo, Benjamin? Father Cowley asked. Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, murmuring, Glass Side, strode past the Kildare Street Club. Ben Dollard frowned and, making suddenly a chanter's mouth, gave forth a deep note. Ah, he said. That's the style, Mr. Daedalus said, nodding to its drone. What about that? Ben Dollard said. Not too dusty? What? He turned to both. That'll do, Father Cowley said, nodding also. The Reverend Hugh C. Love walked from the old chapter house of St. Mary's Abbey past James and Charles Kennedy's rectifiers, attended by Geraldine's tall and personable, towards the Tholsel beyond the ford of Hurdles. Ben Dollard with a heavy list towards the shop fronts led them forward, his joyful fingers in the air. Come along with me to the sub-sheriff's office, he said. I want to show you the new beauty Rock has for a bailiff. He's a cross between Lobengula and Linky Hound. He's well worth seeing, mind you. Come along. I saw John Henry Menton casually in the bodega just now and it will cost me a fall if I don't. Wait a while. We're on the right lay, Bob, believe you me. For a few days tell him, Father Cowley said anxiously. Ben Dollard halted and stared, his loud orifice open, a dangling button of his coat wagging bright-backed from its thread as he wiped away the heavy shrooms that clogged his eyes to hear aright. What few days? He boomed. Hasn't your landlord dist reigned for rent? He has, Father Cowley said. Then our friend's writ is not worth the paper it's printed on, Ben Dollard said. The landlord has the prior claim. I gave him all the particulars. 29, Windsor Avenue. Love is the name? That's right, Father Cowley said. The Reverend Mr. Love. He's a minister in the country somewhere. But are you sure of that? You can tell Barabbas from me, Ben Dollard said, that he can put that writ where Jacko put the nuts. He led Father Cowley boldly forward, linked to his bulk. Filberts I believe they were, Mr. Daedalus said, as he dropped his glasses on his coat front, following them. The youngster will be all right, Martin Cunningham said, as they passed out of the castle yard gate. The policeman touched his forehead. God bless you, Martin Cunningham said, cheerily. He signed to the waiting Jarvey who chucked at the reins and set on towards Lord Edward Street. Bronze by gold, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Dowse's head, appeared above the cross-blind of the Ormond Hotel. Yes, Martin Cunningham said, fingering his beard. I wrote to Father Conmee and laid the whole case before him. You could try our friend, Mr. Power suggested backward. Void? Martin Cunningham said shortly. Touch me not. John Wyse Nolan, lagging behind, reading the list, came after them quickly down Cork Hill. On the steps of the City Hall, Councillor Nanetti, descending, hailed Alderman Cowley and Councillor Abraham Lyon ascending. The castle car wheeled empty into Upper Exchange Street. Look here, Martin, John Wyse Nolan said, overtaking them at the mail office. I see Bloom put his name down for 5 shillings. Quite right, Martin Cunningham said, taking the list. And put down the 5 shillings too. Without a second word either, Mr. Power said. Strange but true, Martin Cunningham added. John Wyse Nolan opened wide eyes. I'll say there is much kindness in the Jew, he quoted, elegantly. They went down Parliament Street. There's Jimmy Henry, Mr. Power said, just heading for Kavanagh's. Righto, Martin Cunningham said. Here goes. Outside La Maison Claire Blazes Boylan waylaid Jack Mooney's brother-in-law, Humpy, tight, making for the Liberties. John Wyse Nolan fell back with Mr. Power, while Martin Cunningham took the elbow of a dapper little man in a shower of hail suit, who walked uncertainly, with hasty steps past Mickey Anderson's watches. The assistant town clerk's corns are giving him some trouble, John Wyse Nolan told Mr. Power. They followed round the corner towards James Kavanagh's wine rooms. The empty castle car fronted them at rest in Essex Gate. Martin Cunningham, speaking always, showed often the list at which Jimmy Henry did not glance. And Long John Fanning is here too, John Wyse Nolan said, as large as life. The tall form of Long John Fanning filled the doorway where he stood. Good day, Mr. Sub-Sheriff, Martin Cunningham said, as all halted and greeted. Long John Fanning made no way for them. He removed his large Henry Clay decisively, and his large fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. Are the conscript fathers pursuing their peaceful deliberations? He said with rich acrid utterance to the assistant town clerk. Hell open to Christians they were having, Jimmy Henry said pettishly, about their damned Irish language. Where was the marshal, he wanted to know, to keep order in the council chamber? And old Barlow the mace-bearer laid up with asthma, no mace on the table, nothing in order, no quorum even, and Hutchinson, the Lord Mayor, in Llandudno, and little Lorcan Sherlock doing locum tenens for him. Damned Irish language, language of our forefathers. Long John Fanning blew a plume of smoke from his lips. Martin Cunningham spoke by turns, twirling the peak of his beard, to the assistant town clerk and the sub-sheriff, while John Wyse Nolan held his peace. What dignum was that? Long John Fanning asked. Jimmy Henry made a grimace and lifted his left foot. Oh, my corns, he said plaintively. Come upstairs for goodness sake till I sit down somewhere. Oh. Mind. Testily he made room for himself beside Long John Fanning's flank and passed in and up the stairs. Come on up, Martin Cunningham said to the sub-sheriff. I don't think you knew him, or perhaps you did, though. With John Wyse Nolan, Mr. Power followed them in. Decent little soul he was, Mr. Power said to the stalwart back of Long John Fanning ascending towards Long John Fanning in the mirror. Rather low-sized. Dignum of Menton's office that was, Martin Cunningham said. Long John Fanning could not remember him. Clatter of horse hoofs sounded from the air. What's that? Martin Cunningham said. All turned where they stood. John Wyse Nolan came down again. From the cool shadow of the doorway he saw the horses pass Parliament Street, harness and glossy pasterns in sunlight shimmering. Gaily they went past before his cool unfriendly eyes, not quickly. In saddles of the leaders, leaping leaders, rode outriders. What was it? Martin Cunningham asked, as they went on up the staircase. The Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland, John Wyse Nolan, answered from the stairfoot. As they trod across the thick carpet, Buck Mulligan whispered behind his Panama to Haines. Parnell's brother. They're in the corner. They chose a small table near the window, opposite a long-faced man whose beard and gaze hung intently down on a chessboard. Is that he? Haines asked, twisting round in his seat. Yes, Mulligan said. That's John Howard, his brother, our city marshal. John Howard. Parnell translated a white bishop quietly, and his grey claw went up again to his forehead whereat it rested. An instant after, under its screen, his eyes looked quickly, ghost bright, at his foe and fell once more upon a working corner. I'll take a melange, Haines said to the waitress. 2 melanges, Buck Mulligan said. And bring us some scones and butter and some cakes as well. When she had gone, he said, laughing. We call it DBC because they have damn bad cakes. Oh, but you missed Daedalus on Hamlet. Haines opened his new-bought book. I'm sorry, he said. Shakespeare is the happy hunting ground of all minds that have lost their balance. The one-legged sailor growled at the area of 14 Nelson Street. England expects. Buck Mulligan's primrose waistcoat shook gaily to his laughter. You should see him, he said, when his body loses its balance. Wandering Angus I call him. I am sure he has an idée fixe, Haines said, pinching his chin thoughtfully with thumb and forefinger. Now I am speculating what it would be likely to be. Such persons always have. Buck Mulligan bent across the table gravely. They drove his wits astray, he said, by visions of hell. He will never capture the Attic note. The note of Swinburne, of all poets, the White Death and the Ruddy Birth. That is his tragedy. He can never be a poet. The joy of creation. Eternal punishment, Haines said, nodding curtly. I see. I tackled him this morning on belief. There was something on his mind, I saw. It's rather interesting because Professor Picorni of Vienna makes an interesting point out of that. Buck Mulligan's watchful eyes saw the waitress come. He helped her to unload her tray. He can find no trace of hell in ancient Irish myth, Haines said, amid the cheerful cups. The moral idea seems lacking, the sense of destiny, of retribution. Rather strange he should have just that fixed idea. Does he write anything for your movement? He sank 2 lumps of sugar deftly longwise through the whipped cream. Buck Mulligan slit a steaming scone in 2 and plastered butter over its smoking pith. He bit off a soft piece hungrily. 10 years, he said, chewing and laughing. He is going to write something in 10 years. Seems a long way off, Haines said, thoughtfully lifting his spoon. Still, I shouldn't wonder if he did after all. He tasted a spoonful from the creamy cone of his cup. This is real Irish cream, I take it, he said with forbearance. I don't want to be imposed on. Elijah, skiff, light crumpled throwaway, sailed eastward by flanks of ships and trawlers, amid an archipelago of corks, beyond New Wapping Street. Past Benson's Ferry, and by the 3-masted schooner Rosevian from Bridgewater with bricks. Almedano Artifoni walked past Hollis Street, past Sewell's Yard. Behind him Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, with stick umbrellagist coat dangling, shunned the lamp before Mr. Law Smith's house and, crossing, walked along Marion Square. Distantly behind him a blind stripling tapped his way by the wall of College Park. Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell walked as far as Mr. Lewis Verner's cheerful windows, then turned and strode back along Marion Square, his stick umbrellagist coat dangling. At the corner of Wild's house he halted, frowned at Elijah's name announced on the Metropolitan Hall, frowned at the distant pleasance of Duke's Lawn. His eyeglass flashed frowning in the sun. With rat's teeth bared he muttered, "Coactus volui." He strode on for Clare Street, grinding his fierce word. As he strode past Mr. Bloom's dental windows, the sway of his dust coat brushed rudely from its angle a slender tapping cane and swept onwards, having buffeted a thewless body. The blind stripling turned his sickly face after the striding form. "God's curse on you," he said sourly, "whoever you are. You're blinder nor I am, you bitch's bastard." Opposite Ruggie O'Donoghue's master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, pawing the £1.5 of mangans, late Fehrenbachs, pork steaks he had been sent for, went along warm Wicklow Street dawdling. It was too blooming dull sitting in the parlour with MRS Store and MRS Quigley and MRS McDowell and the blind down and they all at their sniffles and sipping sups of the superior tawny sherry Uncle Barney brought from Tunney's. And they eating crumbs of the cottage fruitcake, jawing the whole blooming time and sighing. After Wicklow Lane the window of Madame Doyle, court dress milliner, stopped him. He stood looking in at the two puckers stripped to their pelts and putting up their props. From the side mirrors two morning masters Dignam gaped silently. "Milorkia, Dublin's pet lamb, will meet Sergeant Major Bennett, the Portobello bruiser, for a purse of 50 sovereigns. Gob, that'd be a good pucking match to see. Milorkia, that's the chap sparring out to him with the green sash. 2-bar entrance, soldiers half price. I could easy do a bunk on Ma." Master Dignam on his left turned as he turned. "That's me in mourning." "When is it?" "May the 22nd. "Sure, the blooming thing is all over." He turned to the right and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Buttoning it down, his chin lifted, he saw the image of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, beside the two puckers. One of them mows that doobie in the packets of fags store smokes that his old fellow welted hell out of him for one time he found out. Master Dignam got his collar down and dawdled on. The best pucker going for strength was Fitzsimmons. One puck in the wind from that fellow would knock you into the middle of next week, man. But the best pucker for science was Jem Corbett before Fitzsimmons knocked the stuffings out of him, dodging and all. In Grafton Street Master Dignam saw a red flower in a toff's mouth and a swell pair of kicks on him and he listening to what the drunk was telling him and grinning all the time. No Sandymount tram. Master Dignam walked along Nassau Street, shifted the pork steaks to his other hand. His collar sprang up again and he tugged it down. The blooming stud was too small for the buttonhole of the shirt, blooming end to it. He met schoolboys with satchels. "I'm not going tomorrow either, stay away till Monday." He met other schoolboys. "Do they notice I'm in mourning?" Uncle Barney said he'd get it into the paper tonight. "Then they'll all see it in the paper and read my name printed and Pa's name." His face got all gray instead of being red like it was and there was a fly walking over it up to his eye. The scrunch that was when they were screwing the screws into the coffin, and the bumps when they were bringing it downstairs. Pa was inside it and Ma crying in the parlor and Uncle Barney telling the men how to get it round the bend. A big coffin it was, and high and heavy looking. How was that? The last night Pa was boozed he was standing on the landing there bawling out for his boots to go out to Tunney's for to booze more and he looked buddy and short in his shirt. Never see him again. Death, that is. Pa is dead. My father is dead. He told me to be a good son to Ma. I couldn't hear the other things he said but I saw his tongue and his teeth trying to say it better. Poor Pa. That was Mr. Dignam, my father. I hope he's in purgatory now because he went to confession to Father Conroy on Saturday night. William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Viceregal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honorable M.R.S. Paget, Miss de Courcy and the Honorable Gerald Ward A.D.C. in attendance. The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park saluted by obsequious policemen and proceeded past Kingsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge Mr. Thomas Kernan beyond the river greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queen's and Whitworth Bridges Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L., M.A., who stood on Arran Quay outside M.R.S. M.E. White's, the pawnbroker's, at the corner of Arran Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger, undecided whether he should arrive at Phibsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram or by hailing a car or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill, and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Four Courts Richie Golding with the cost bag of Golding, Collis, and Ward saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female about to enter changed her plan and retracing her steps by King's windows smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice and wood quay wall under Tom Devon's office Poddle River hung out in fealty a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the cross blind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Dowse's head watched and admired. On Ormond Quay Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus' greeting. From Cahill's corner the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of lords deputies whose hands benignant had held of your rich advousance. On Grattan Bridge Lenehan and M. Coy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house Gertie McDowell, carrying the Catesby's cork lino letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what Her Excellency had on because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foots from the shaded door of Kavanagh's wine rooms John Wyse Nolan smiled with unseen coldness towards the Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honourable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, GCVO, passed Mickey Anderson's all-times ticking watches and Henry and James's wax smart sweet fresh-cheeked models, the gentleman Henry, Dernier Cri James. Over against Dame Gate Tom Rockford and Nosey Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rockford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her. A charming soubrette, great Marie Kendall, with dauby cheeks and lifted skirt smiled daubily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.G. Heseltine, and also upon the Honourable Gerald Ward A.D.C. From the window of the D.B.C. Buck Mulligan gaily, and Haynes gravely, gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose massive forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently. In Founds's Street Dilly Dedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardinal's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheel spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch not looked at in his fat left hand not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air M.R.S. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tomes to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honourable Gerald Ward A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner a jaded white flagon H halted and 4 tall-hatted white flagons halted behind him, E.L.Y.S., while outriders pranced past in carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms Mr. Dennis J. Magini, professor of dancing and C, gaily apparelled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks with sky-blue clocks to the refrain of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky-blue frontlets and high-action a sky-blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the three ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park unseen Brazen Highland. Laddies blared and drum thumped after the cortege. But though she's a factory lass, and wears no fancy clothes, barabum, yet I've a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose, barabum. Thither of the wall the quart-a-meal flat handicappers, M.C. Green, H. Trift, T.M. Patey, C. Scaife, J.B. Jeffs, G.N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley and W.C. Huggard, started in pursuit. Striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M. E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian Vice-Consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity's postern a loyal king's man, hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by pork steak paper. His collar too sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Mirus Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips agrin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner two sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare male walkers, the salute of two small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almidano Artifoni's sturdy trousers swallowed by a closing door. Chapter 11. Bronze by gold heard the hoof irons, steely ringing. Impertinent THN. Chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail, chips. Horrid. And gold flushed more. A husky fife-note blew. Blue bloom is on the gold pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin, rose of Castile. Trilling, idle oars. Peep. Who's in the peep off gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And a call, pure, long and throbbing. Long Indian call. Decoy. Soft word. But look, the bright stars fade. Notes chirruping answer. O rose. Castile. The morn is breaking. Jingle jingle jaunted jingling. Coin rang. Clock clacked. A vowel. Sonnet. I could. Rebound of garter. Not leave thee. Smack. La cloche. Thigh smack. A vowel. Warm. Sweetheart, goodbye. Jingle. Blue. Boomed crashing chords. When love absorbs. War. the tympanum, a sail, a veil, a wave upon the waves. Lost. Throstle fluted. All is lost now. Horn. Ha horn. When first he saw, alas, full tup, full throb, warbling, lure, alluring, Martha, come, clap clap, clip clap, clappy clap, good God henne our heard inal, deaf bald Pat brought pad knife took up, a moonlit night call, far, far, I feel so sad, P.S. so lonely blooming, listen, the spiked and winding cold seahorn, have you they? Each, and for other, plash and silent roar, pearls, when she lists rhapsodies, hiss, you don't, did not, no, no, believe, lidlid, with a cock with a cara, black, deep sounding, do, ben, do, wait while you wait, he, wait while you but wait, low in dark middle earth, embedded ore, naminedamine, preacher is he, all gone, all fallen, tiny, her tremulous fern foils of maidenhair, amen. He gnashed in fury, fro, to, fro, a baton cool protruding, bronze Lydia by Mina gold, by bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow, bloom, old bloom, one wrapped, one tapped, with the cara, with the cock, pray for him, pray, good people, his gouty fingers knackering, Big Ben, Big Ben. Last rose castile of summer left bloom, I feel so sad alone. Pwee. Little wind piped we. True men. Lid cur cowda and doll. I. Like you men. Will lift your chink with chunk. FFF. Oh. Where bronze from anear. Where gold from afar. Where hoofs. RRRPR crat. Crondle. Then not till then. My epiptaph. Beep for it. Done. Begin. Bronze by gold. Miss Dowse's head by Miss Kennedy's head. Over the cross blind of the Ormond bar heard the vice-regal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Dowse said yes, sitting with his ex, Pearl Grey and Eau de Nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Dowse said eagerly. Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Dowse's sweat lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted, bronze, to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's killed looking back. She laughed. Oh, wept. Aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. Amen. Bloha went by Mulang's pipes bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them unheeding him he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china. And there's your teas, he said. Miss Kennedy with manners transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes. Lo. What is it? Loud Boots unmannerly asked. Find out, Miss Dowse retorted, leaving her spying point. Your bow, is it? A haughty Bronze replied. I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence. Impertinent THN. Boots' snout sniffed rudely, as he retreated as she threatened as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning Miss Dowse said. Most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself I'll wring his ear for him a yard long. Ladylike in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from anear, by gold from afar, heard steel from anear, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoof ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Dowse half stood to see her skin askance in the Barmera gilded lettered warehawk and claret glasses shimmered and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerin, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu Miss Dowse. Those things only bring out a rash, replied, receded. I asked that old fogey in Boyd's for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, don't remind me of him for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Dowse entreated. Sweet tea Miss Kennedy having poured with milk plugged both 2 ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried. But Bloom? Miss Dowse grunted in snuffy Fogey's tone. For your what? Says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but said, but prayed again. Don't let me think of him or I'll expire. The hideous old wretch. That night in the Antient concert rooms. She sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped, sweet tea. Here he was, Miss Dowse said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose wings. Hufa! Hufa! Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Dowse huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered impertinent like a snout in quest. Oh! Shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. Will you ever forget his goggle eye? Miss Dowse chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting. And your other eye? Whose dark eye read Aaron Figetner's name? Why do I always think Figadur? Gathering figs, I think. And Prosper Loras Huguenot name. By Bassie's blessed virgins Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue robed, white under, come to me. God they believe she is, or goddess. Those today. I could not see. That fellow spoke. A student. After with Daedalus' son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That brings those rakes of fellows in, her white. By went his eyes. The sweets of sin. Sweet are the sweets of sin. In a giggling peal young gold bronze voices blended, Dowse with Kennedy your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free flee their laughter, screaming, your other, signals to each other, high piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, fordone, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip and giggled. Miss Dowse, bending over the tea tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll fattened eyes. Again Kenny giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise nape comb showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying. Oh greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that! She cried. With his bit of beard. Dowse gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. Married to the greasy nose. She yelled. Shrill, with deep laughter, after, gold after bronze, they urged each to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronzy gold bronze, shrill deep, to laughter after laughter. And then laughed more. Greasy eye nose. Exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossy combed, against the counter ledge. All flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to bloom, to grease a bloom. Oh saints above! Miss Dowse said, sighed above her jumping rose. I wished I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet. Oh, Miss Dowse. Miss Kennedy protested. You horrid thing. And flushed yet more, you horrid, more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved grease abloom, by Seppi's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as irreligion pays. Must see him for that par. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence, Dolphin. On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Daedalus. Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. Oh, welcome back, Miss Dowse. He held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays? Tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Rostraver. Gorgeous, she said. Look at the holy show I am. Lying out on the strand all day. Bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Daedalus told her and pressed her hand indulgently. Tempting poor simple males. Miss Dowse of Satin doused her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple, I don't think. He was. Well, now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Miss Dowse made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half glass of whiskey. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Dowse agreed. With grace of alacrity towards the mirror gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's she turned herself. With grace she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat Mr. Daedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue. 2 husky 5 notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes. 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 He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaids, into the bowl. Chips. Shreds. Musing. Mute. None not said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Dowse polished a tumbler, trilling, "Oh, idle oars, queen of the eastern seas." Was Mr. Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write. By paper. Dailies. Girl they're civil. Bloom. Old Bloom. Blue Bloom is on the rye. He was in at lunchtime, Miss Dowse said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page. No. He was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard, not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep. Who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him, he yet made overtures. To mind her stops. To read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle jaunty jingle. Girl gold she read and did not glance. Take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a soul fa fable for her, plappering flatly. Ah fox met ah stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my troth and pull up ah bone? He droned in vain. Miss Dowse turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside. Ah me. Oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who? Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask? Stephen, the youthful bard. Dry. Mr. Dedalus, famous father, laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's Anvil and in Mooney's Sur Mer. He had received the rhino for the labor of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips. The ponderous pundit, Hugh MacHugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor, and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval Mr. Dedalus raised his grog end. That must have been highly diverting, said he. I see. He see. He drank. With faraway morning mountain eye. Set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. I see you have moved the piano. The tuner was in today, Miss Dowse replied, tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player. Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know. And blind too, poor fellow. Not 20, I'm sure he was. Is that a fact? Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. So sad to look at his face, Miss Dowse condoled. God's curse on bitch's bastard. Tink to her pity, cried a diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for a diner. Lager without alacrity she served. With patience Lenehan waited for Boylan with impatience, for jingle jaunty Blazes boy. Upholding the lid he, who, gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple, piano, wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft peddling, a triple of keys to see the thicknesses of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes. When I was in Wisdom, Helly's Wise Bloom, in Daly's Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me in a pin cuts low. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence that is. Respectable girl meet after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn. For some man. For Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is. Again. 3rd time. Coincidence. Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow. Risk it. Go quick. At 4. Near now. Out. 2pence, sir, the shop girl dared to say. Aha. I was forgetting. Excuse. And 4. At 4 she. Winsomely she on blew him home smiled. Blows me key go. Ternuan. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all. 4 men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had that he forgot that he now struck. A call again. That he now poised that it now throbbed. You hear? It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs. Longer in dying call. Pat paid for diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray, and pop-corked bottle ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered, with Miss Dowse. The bright stars fade. A voiceless song sang from within, singing. The morn is breaking. A duodin of bird notes chirped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys, all twinkling, linked, all harpsichording, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, life's, love's morn. The dewdrops purl. Lenehan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingle jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading. Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, sliding. Ask no questions and you'll hear no lies. Like lady, ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from a nearby, bronze from afar. Lenehan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black wary Hecate walked towards Richie Golding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him. But Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom, and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a sloe gin for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4 she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Golding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello. Where off to? Something to eat? I too was just in here. What, Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed back. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Dowse reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust, that all but burst, so high. Oh. Oh. Jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. Oh. But easily she seized her prey and let it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boylan. Chevrons, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed, flower in his coat, who gave him, and syruped with her voice. Fine goods in small parcels. That is to say she. Neatly she poured slow syrupy slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. Hold on, said Lenehan, till I. Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. Scepter will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan winking and drinking. Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Dowse's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idle oars. The eastern seas. Clock word. Miss Kennedy passed their way, flower, wonder who gave, bearing away tea tray. Clock clacked. Miss Dowse took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. Look to the west. A clack. For me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4:00. Lenehan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. Let's hear the time, he said. The bag of golding, Collis, Ward led Bloom by rye-bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near. At 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come, whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure-eyed Blazur's sky-blue bow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenehan. There's no one. He never heard. To Flora's lips did high, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Dowse communing with her rose that sank and rose sought Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. Please, he pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. I could not leave thee. After wits, Miss Dowse promised coyly. No, now, urged Lenehan. Ça n'est la cloche. Oh do. There's no one. She looked. Quick. Miss Ken out of earshot. Sudden bent. Two kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chord straight from the air, found it again, lost chord, and lost and found it, faltering. Go on. Do. Ça n'est. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed. Taunted them still, bending, suspending, with willful eyes. Ça n'est. Smack. She set free sudden in rebound her nipped elastic garter smack warm against her smackable a woman's warm hosed thigh. La cloche. Cried gleeful Lenehan. Trained by owner. No sawdust there. She smiled smirked supercilious, wept, aren't men, but, light ward gliding, mild she smiled on Boylan. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said. Boylan, eyed. Tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet. Syrupy drops, His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock, and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell, where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from a nearby. Sweetheart, goodbye. I'm off, said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. Wait a shake, begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. I wanted to tell you. Tom Rockford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said. Wait. I'm coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes but stood by nimbly by the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? Eh? How do? How do? Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time. Sighing, Mr. Daedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon. Give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for a Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. For now. How warm this black is. Coarse nerves a bit. Refracts, is it, heat? Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Daedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollard, bulky slops, before them, hold that fellow with the, hold him now, into the saloon. He plumped him Dollard on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met Telis Gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window, watched, bronze from afar. Jingle a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off. Light sob of breath. Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling. He's gone. Jingle. Here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Daedalus said. God be with old times. Miss Dow's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive, who knows, smitten, the smiting light, she lowered the drop blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive, why did he go so quick when I, about her bronze, over the bar where Bald stood by Sister Gold, in exquisite contrast, contrast in exquisite non-exquisite, slow cool dim sea green sliding depth of shadow, oh Danil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the collared grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Daedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by japers I had no wedding garment. They laughed all three. He had no wed. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Daedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar to the lost cord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy. And Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purple lobes. He saved the situa. Tight true. Brilliant idea. I knew he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration, and who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Hollis Street to find them till the chap in Kia's gave us the number. Remember? Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Daedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style. Ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any god's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose. What? Mr. Daedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jaunted down the quays. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon. Steak and kidney pie. Right, sir. Right, Pat. Mrs. Marion. Met him pike hoses. Smell of burn. Of Paul de Kock. Nice name he. What's this her name was? A buxom lassie. Marianne. Tweety. Yes. Is she alive? And kicking? She was a daughter of the regiment. Yes, begad. I remember the old drum major. Mr. Daedalus struck, whizzed, lit, puffed savory puff after. Irish? I don't know, faith. Is she, Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff, strong, savory, crackling. Butchinator muscle is. What? Bit rusty. Oh, she is. My Irish Molly, oh. He puffed a pungent plumy blast. From the Rock of Gibraltar, all the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the beer pole, bronze by maraschino, thoughtful all too. Mina Kennedy, 4 Lismore Terrace Drumcondra with idle oars, a queen, Dolores, silent. Pat served, uncovered dishes. Leopold cut liver slices. As said before, he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cod's roes, while Richie Golding, Collis, Ward ate steak and kidney, steak then kidney, bite by bite of pie he ate, Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Golding, married in silence, ate. Dinners fit for princes. By bachelor's walk jog jaunty jingled Blazes Boylan, bachelor, in sun and heat, mare's glossy rump at trot, with flick of whip, on bounding tires, sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan impatience, ardent bold. Horn. Have you the? Horn. Have you the? Ha ha horn. Over their voices Dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords. When love absorbs my ardent soul. Roll of Ben Sol Benjamin rolled to the quivery love shivery roof panes. War. War. Cried Father Cowley. You're the warrior. So I am, Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord. Love or money? He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder, huge. Sure, you'd burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr. Daedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded abundant laughter Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would. Not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served 2 gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? And heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring? No, she couldn't say. But it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her outspread independent, searching, the Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow moving, Lord Lieutenant. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked that. Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel. My ardent soul. I care not for the morrow. In liver gravy bloom mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard's famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking. With all his belongings on show. Oh saints above, I'm drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I never laughed so many. Well, of course that's what gives him the bass barrel tone. For instance eunuchs. Wonder who's playing. Nice touch. Must be Cowley. Musical. Knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has, poor chapter stopped. Miss Dowse, engaging, Lydia Dowse, bowed to suave solicitor, George Lidwell, gentleman, entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist, a lady's, hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back. To the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave, solicited, held a Lydia hand. Bloom ain't live as said before. Clean here at least. That chap in the burden, gummy with gristle. No one here, Golding and I clean tables, flowers, miters of napkins. Pat to and fro. Bald Pat. Nothing to do. Best value in dub. Piano again. Cowley it is. Way he sits into it, like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, eye on the bow end, sawing the cello, remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box. Trombone under blowing like a grampus, between the acts, other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor's legs too, bags trousers, jigdy. Do right to hide them. Jigdy jingle jaunty. Only the harp. Lovely. Gold glowering light. Girl touched it. Poop of a lovely. Gravy's rather good fit for a golden ship. Erin. The harp that once or twice. Cool hands. Ben Houth, the rhododendrons. We are their harps. He. Old. Young. Ah, I couldn't, man, Mr. Daedalus said, shy, listless. Strongly. Go on, blast you. Ben Dollard growled. Get it out in bits. Amapery, Simon, Father Cowley said. Downstage he strode some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat horsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there, a last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, wind around her. Cowley sang. Amapery tut amor. Il meo's gardo el encontre. She waved, unhearing Cowley, her veil, to one departing, dear one, to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well. Mr. Daedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning fork and, sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned. Play it in the original. One flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, told, faltered, confessed, confused. Upstage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon's Pineapple Rock, by Elvery's Elephant Jingly jogged. Steak, kidney, liver, mashed. At meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Golding. Princes at meat they raised and drank, power and cider. Most beautiful tenor air ever written, Ritchie said, Somnambula. He heard Joe Moss sing that one night. Ah, what Guckin. Yes. In his way. Choir boy style. Moss was the boy. Mass boy. A lyrical tenor if you like. Never forget it. Never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he. Bright's bright eye. Next item on the program. Paying the piper. Pills, pounded bread, worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while. Sings too, down among the dead men. Appropriate. Kidney pie. Sweets to thee. Not making much hand of it. Best value in. Characteristic of him. Power. Particular about his drink. Flaw in the glass, fresh Vartree water. Fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs. And when he's wanted not a farthing. Screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types. Never would Ritchie forget that night. As long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little peak. And when the first note. Speech paused on Ritchie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now. Rhapsodies about damn all. Believes his own lies. Does really. Wonderful liar. But want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Ritchie cocked his lips apout. A low incipient note sweet banshee murmured, all. A thrush. A throstle. His breath, bird sweet, good teeth he's proud of, fluted with plaintive woe. Is lost. Rich sound. Two notes in one there. Blackbird I heard in the Hawthorne Valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them. Almost too new call is lost in all. Echo. How sweet the answer. How is that done? All lost now. Mournful he whistled. Fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doyle down under the vase. Order. Yes, I remember. Lovely air. In sleep she went to him. Innocence in the moon. Brave. Don't know their danger. Still hold her back. Call name. Touch water. Jingle jaunty. Too late. She longed to go. That's why. Woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes, all is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Ritchie Golding. He knows it well too. Or he feels. Still harping on his daughter. Wise child that knows her father, Daedalus said. Me? Bloom askance over liverless saw. Face of the all is lost. Rollicking Ritchie once. Jokes old stale now. Wagging his ear. Napkin ring in his eye. now begging letters he sends his son with. Crossed Walter, sir, I did, sir. Wouldn't trouble, only I was expecting some money. Apologize. Piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard. Tuned probably. Stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer, out with it. With it, Simon. It, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It, Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention I shall endeavor to sing to you of a heart bowed down by the sandwich bell and screening shadow. Lydia, her bronze and rose, a lady's grace, gave and withheld, as in cool Glaucus owed Enilmena to tankards to her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing, Richie turned. Si Daedalus voice, he said. Brain-tipped, cheek touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So. That will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air a voice sang to them, lo, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what doical them dulcimers touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear, sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful love, soft oft loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet song, a law gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his trebled double, fourfold, in octave, jived them fast. Full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score. Increase their flow. Throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My headed simply. Jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your headed simply swirls. Perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing. Stop. Knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or? File of cashews, kissing comfits, in her satchel. Yes? Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still. Cork air softer also there broke. Silly man. Could have made oceans of money. Singing wrong words. Wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell. Only the two themselves. If he doesn't break down. Keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink. Nerves overstrung. Must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lynn soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream. For creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha, give. Take. Throb. A throb, a pulsing proud erect. Words? Music? No, it's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, noted, disno dead. Bloom. Flood of warm jam jam lickatup secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick flow invading. Tipping her tapping her topping her. Tup. Pores to dilate dilating. Tup. The joy the feel the warm they. Tup. To pour o'er sluices pouring gushes. Flood, gush, flow, joy gush, tup throb. Now. Language of love. Ray of hope is. Beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeak scarcely hear so late alike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hope. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write. Accept my little president play on her heartstrings purse strings too. She's a. I called you naughty boy. Still the name, Martha. How strange. Today. The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy. Lydia Lidwell also sang to Pat open mouth ear waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him Gould Lidwell, won Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though. Explain better. Why the barber in Drago's always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar though farther. Each graceful look. First night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terranure. Yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs. We to the last. Fate. After her. Fate. Round and round slow. Quick round. We two. All looked. Halt. Down she sat. All ousted looked. Lips laughing. Yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing. Waiting she sang. I turned her music. Full voice of what perfume does your lilac trees. Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling. First I saw. She thanked me. Why did she me? Fate. Spanishy eyes. Under a pear tree alone patio this hour in old Madrid one side in shadow Dolores shed olores. At me. Luring. Ah, alluring. Martha. Ah, Martha. Quitting all languor Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited. Where? Here there try there here all try where? Somewhere. Com, thou lost one. Com, thou dear one. Alone. One love. One hope. One comfort me. Martha, chest note, return. Come. It soared, a bird, it held its flight, a swift pure cry, soar silver orbit leap serene, speeding, sustained, to come, don't spin it out too long breath he breath long life, soaring high, high resplendent, aflame, crowned, high in the effulgence symbolistic, high, of the ethereal bosom, high, of the high vast irradiation everywhere all soaring all around about the all, the endlessness. To me. Seapold. Consumed. Come. Well sung. All clapped. She ought to. Come. To me, to him, to her, you too, me, us. Bravo. Clap clap. Good man, Simon. Clap a clap clap. Encore. Clap clip clap clap. Sound as a bell. Bravo, Simon. Clap plop clap. Encore, and clap, said, cried, clapped all, Ben Dollard, Lydia Dowse, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, 2 gentlemen with 2 tankards, Cowley, first gent with tank and bronze Miss Dowse and gold Miss Mina. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. Jingled by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio One-handled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted, as said before just now. A trot, in heat-seated. Cloche. Sonne la cloche. Sonne la slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, Blazes Boylan, Impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An after clang of Cowley's chords closed, died on the air made richer. And Richie Golding drank his power and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness. Second gentleman said they would partake of 2 more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, deserving, coral lips, at first, at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water. Then you'd sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia, admired. But Bloom sang dumb. Admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago. Never forget that night. S.I. sang 'Twas rank and fame, in Ned Lambert's 'twas. Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that. He never did. Then false one, we had better part so clear, so God he never heard. Since love lives not, a clinking voice lives not. Ask Lambert, he can tell you too. Golding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr. Bloom, face of the night, S.I. in Ned Lambert's Daedalus house, sang 'Twas rank and fame. He, Mr. Bloom, listened while he, Richie Golding, told him, Mr. Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, S.I. Daedalus, sing 'Twas rank and fame in his, Ned Lambert's, house. Brothers-in-law, relations. We never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute, I think. Treats him with scorn. See. He admires him all the more. The night S.I. sang. The human voice, 2 tiny silky chords, wonderful, more than all others. That voice was a lamentation. Calmer now. It's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations. Now silent air. Bloom ungloved his criss-crossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzzed, it twanged. While Golding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Cowley, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played. While Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Daedalus, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou lost one. All songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string. Cruel it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on. Then tear asunder. Death. Expless. Knock on the head. Out to hell, out oft hat. Human life. Dignum. Ugh, that rat's tail wriggling. 5 bob I gave. Corpus paradisum. Corn crake croaker, belly like a poisoned pup. Gone. They sing. Forgotten. I too. And one day she with. Leave her, get tired. Suffer then. Snivel. Big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing. Her wave yav heavy hair uncombed d. Yet too much happy bores. He stretched more. Are you not happy in your twang? It snapped. Jingle into Dorset Street. Miss Dowse withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him was that so? And second tankard told her so. That was so. Miss Dowse, Miss Lydia, did not believe, Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe, George Lidwell, no, Miss Doe did not, the first, gent with the tank, believe, no, did not, Miss Ken, Lydia all, the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald Pat at a sign drew nigh. A pen and ink. He went. A pad. He went. A pad to blot. He heard, deaf Pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present. All that Italian florid music is. Who is this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet note paper, envelope, unconcerned. It's so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Golding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations, chords those are. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous, all for his own gut. Muse mathematics. And you think you're listening to the ethereal. But suppose you said it like, Martha, 7 times 9 minus x is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It's on account of the sounds it is. Instance he's playing now. Improvising. Might be what you like, till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp. Hard. Begin all right, then hear chords a bit off, feel lost a bit. In and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle race. Time makes the tune. Question of mood you're in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning. 2 together next door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Bloomin' Light I bought for her. The name. Playing it slow, a girl, night I came home, the girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Millie no taste. Queer because we both, I mean. Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat pad ink. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate dish knife fork. Pat went. It was the only language Mr. Daedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven, Ringabella, singing their barcarolles. Queenstown harbor full of Italian ships. Walking, you know, Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music, Ben. Heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven Moon Carol. Sour pipe removed he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call, clear from a near, a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged Blooms, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that? Callan, Coleman, Dignam Patrick. Hago. Hago. Fawcett. Aha. Just I was looking. Hope he's not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman. Can't see now. Remember right Greek EES. Bloom dipped, Blow moor, dear sir. Dear Henry wrote, dear matey. Got your let and flow. Hell did I put? Some pock or oth. It is utter impasse. Underline impasse. To write today. Bore this. Board Bloom tambourine gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. On. Know what I mean? No, change that Accept my poor lit present close. Ask her no ons. Hold on. 5 dig. 2 about here. Penny the gulls. Elijah is calm 7 Davy Burns. Is 8 about. Say half a crown. My poor little prez, PO 2 and 6. Write me along. Do you despise? Jingle, have you they? So excited. Why do you call me not? You naughty too? Oh, Mary lost the string of her. Bye for today. Yes, yes, will tell you. Want to. To keep it up. Call me that other world she wrote. My patience are exhaust. To keep it up. You must believe. Believe. The tank. It island. True. Folly am I writing? Husbands don't. That's marriage does, their wives. Because I'm away from. Suppose. But how? She must. Keep young. If she found out. Cart in my high grade ha. No, not tell all. Useless pain. If they don't see. Woman. Sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 324, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a fair, a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Messias, tailor and cutter, of number 5 Eden Quay, and wearing a straw hat very dressy, bought of John Plasto of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, Hatter. This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By Dluggage Pork Shop bright tubes of agendath trotted a gallant buttock mare. Answering an at? Keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveler. Nothing doing, I expect. Bloom Moore, best references. But Henry wrote, it will excite me. You know how. In haste. Henry. Greek Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising. Intermezzo. P.S. The rum tum tum. How will you pun? You punish me? Crooked skirt swinging, whack by. Tell me I want to. No. O' course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La 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 re. Trails off there sad in minor. Why minor sad? Sign H. They like sad tail at end. PPS la 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 re. I feel so sad today. La re. So lonely. D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Inval. Address. Just copy out of paper. Murmured, Messrs. Callan, Coleman, and Co. Limited. Henry wrote. Miss Martha Clifford. C/OPO. Dolphins Barn Lane. Dublin. Blot over the other so he can't read. There. Right. Idea prize titbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per Colonel Machame often thinks the laughing witch. Poor MRS Purefoy. UP, up. Too poetical that about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms. Shakespeare said. Quotations every day in the year. To be or not to be. Wisdom while you wait. In Gerard's Rosary of Fetter Lane he walks, Great Auburn. One life is all. One body. Do. But do. Done anyhow. Postal order, stamp. Post office lower down. Walk now. Enough. Barney Kiernan's I promised to meet them. Dislike that job. House of mourning. Walk Pat. Doesn't hear. Deaf beetle he is. Car near there now. Talk. Talk. Pat. Doesn't. Settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him then he'd be too. Wish they'd sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat who is bothered mitered the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He. He waits while you wait. He. A waiter is he. He. He waits while you wait. While you wait if you wait he will wait while you wait. He. Hoh. Wait while you wait. Douse now. Douse Lydia. Bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous, time. And look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore lightly the spiked and winding seahorn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. Listen. She bade him. Under Tom Kernan's gin-hot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice. Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, you'll sing no more love songs. He did, faith, Sir Tom. Bob Cowley wove. Tenors get WOM. Cowley lay back. Ah, now he heard, she holding it to his ear. Here. He heard. Wonderful. She held it to her own. And through the sifted light pale gold in contrast glided. To hear. Tap. Bloom through the bar door saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, then each for other, hearing the plash of waves, loudly, a silent roar. Bronze by a weary gold, anear, afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside. Lovely seaside girls. Skin tanned raw. Should have put on cold cream first make it brown. Buttered toast. Oh and that lotion mustn't forget. Fever near her mouth. You're headed simply. Hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turks the mouth, why? Her eyes over the sheet. Yashmak. Find the way in. A cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear. Singing. A roar. The blood it is. Souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it's a sea. Corpuscle Islands. Wonderful really. So distinct. Again. George Lidwell held its murmur, hearing, then laid it by, gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, sea smiling, and unanswering Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke's, by Larry, bold Larry O. Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, she was not so lonely archly Miss Dowse had let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone. With whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior. A little time. Long John. Big Ben. Lightly he played a light bright tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling. and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens don't crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Rutledge's door, ee creaking. No, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside. Green starving faces eating dock leaves. Nice that is. Look, 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 you look at us. That's joyful I can feel. Never have written it. Why? My joy is other joy. But both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then no. M'coy valise. My wife and your wife. Squealing cat. Like tearing silk. Tongue when she talks like the clapper of a bellows. They can't manage men's intervals. Gap in their voices too. Fill me. I'm warm, dark, open. Molly and keys est homo, mercadent. My ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog jig jogged stopped. Dandy tan shoe of dandy Boylan socks sky blue clocks came light to earth. Oh, look we are so. Chamber music. Could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music I often thought when she. Acoustics that is. Tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise. Because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water. Like those rhapsodies of Liszt's, Hungarian, gypsiade. Pearls. Drops. Rain. Diddle addle addle oodle oodle. Hiss. Now. Maybe now. Before. One rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud proud knocker with a cock cara cock. Cock cock. Tap. Keys Dino, Ben, said Father Cowley. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The croppy boy. Our native Doric. I do, Ben, Mr. Daedalus said. Good men and true. Do, they begged in one. I'll go. Here, Pat, return. Come. He came, he did not stay. To me. How much? What key? 6 sharps? F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Cowley's outstretched talons griped the black deep-sounding chords. Must go, Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must. Got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much? He see her's lip speech. 1 and 9. Penny for yourself. Here. Give him tuppence tip. Deaf, bothered. But perhaps he has wife and family waiting Patty come home. He. Deaf wait while they wait. But wait. But here. Chords dark. Lugubrious. Low. In a cave of the dark middle earth. Embedded ore. Lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought. With him would he speak a word. Tap. Ben Dollard's voice. Bass barrel tone. Doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast manless moonless womanless marsh. Other come down. Big ships chandler's business he did once. Remember, Rossini ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of £10,000. Now in the Iviac home. Cubicle number so and so. Number 1 base did that for him. The priests at home. A false priest's servant bade him welcome. Step in. The Holy Father. With bows a traitor servant. Curly cues of cords. Ruin them. Wreck their lives. Then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hushaby. Lullaby. Die, dog. Little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall, told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul. Bit addled now. Thinks he'll win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. C*T what domestic animal? T-A most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet with all his belongings. Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Golding listened. And by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat, listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin again. That holds them like birdlime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin, or coffee, corpus nomini. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive, full busted satin. Kernan. S.I. The sighing voice of sorrow sang. His sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times. You bitches bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy. A croppy boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pole gazed far away. Soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to TT Vate. Cock cara cara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Knight Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of Home Sweet Home. Wiped his nose in curtain too. Custom his country perhaps. That's music too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses threw up trunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-ground open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theater when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening. Eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the country man the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy. Oh rocks. All gone. All fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would. Last of his name and race. I too. Last of my race. Millie, young student. Well, my fault perhaps. No son. Rudy. Too late now. Or if not? If not? If still? He bore no hate. Hate. Love. Those are names. Rudy. Soon I am old. Big Ben, his voice unfolded. Great voice, Richie Golding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to bloom soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now. My country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, father, dollared the crop, he cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed to go. Got up to kill, on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Want to keep your weather eye open. Those girls, those lovely. By the sad sea waves. Chorus girls romance. Letters read out for breach of promise. From Chickabiddy's Oni Mumpsipum. Laughter in court. Henry. I never signed it. The lovely name you. Low sank the music, air, and words. Then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock. A yeoman captain. They know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for. Yeoman cap. Tap. Tap. Thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear. Blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it, page. If not, what becomes of them? Decline, despair. Keeps them young. Even admire themselves. See. Play on her. Lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive. Blow gentle. Loud. 3 holes, all women. Goddess I didn't see. They want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something. Make her hear. With look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that huddy-guddy boy. She knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish. Understand animals too that way. Solomon did. Gift of nature. Ventriloquies. My lips closed. Think in my stom. What? Will? You? I want. You. Too. With hoarse rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling in apoplectic bitch's bastard. A good thought, boy, to come. 1 hour's your time to live, your last. Tap. Tap. Thrill now. Pity they feel. To wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to, dying to, die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Hope she's over. Because their wombs. A liquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly, hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river. At each slow satiny heaving bosom's wave, her heaving ombin, red rose rose slowly sank red rose. Heart beats, her breath, breath that is life. And all the tiny fern foils trembled of maidenhair. But look. The bright stars fade. O rose. Cast style. The morn. Ha. Lid well. For him then not for. Infatuated. I like that. See her from here though. Popped corks, splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth, jutting beer pole laid Lydia hand, lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for Crappie. Fro, to, fro, over the polished knob, she knows his eyes, my eyes, her thumb and finger passed in pity, passed, reposed and, gently touching, then slid so smoothly, slowly down, a cool firm white enamel baton protruding through their sliding ring. With the cock with a cara. Tap, tap, tap. I hold this house. Amen. He gnashed in fury. Traitors swing. The courts consented. Very sad thing. But had to be. Get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly. Where's my hat? Pass by her. Can leave that Freeman. Letter I have. Suppose she were the? No. Walk, walk, walk. Like Cashel Boilo Con Ora Coilo Tisdal Maurice Tisdal Feral. Wa a alk. Well, I must be. Are you off? Yerfmst Vice. Bloomstub. Oer Rai High Blue. Ow. Bloom stood up. Soap feeling rather sticky behind. Must have sweated. Music. That lotion, remember. Well, so long. High grade. Cart inside. Yes. By deaf Pat in the doorway straining ear Bloom passed. At Geneva barrack that young man died. At passage was his body laid. Dolor. Oh, he Dolores. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting in going, past eyes and maidenhair, bronze and faint gold and deep sea shadow, went Bloom, soft Bloom, I feel so lonely Bloom. Tap, tap, tap. Pray for him, prayed the bass of Dollard. You who hear in peace. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the Crappie boy. Scaring eavesdropping boots Crappie boots boy Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of Bravo, fat back slapping, their boots all treading, boots not the boots the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down. Glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Daedalus cried. By God, you're as good as ever you were. Better, said Tom Jan Kernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honor it is. La Black, said Father Cowley. Ben Dollard bulkily cachuchad towards the bar, mightily praised in all big roseate, on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castanets in the air. Big Benet Ben Dollard. Big Benben. Big Benben. R. And deep moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Dowse composed her rose to wait. Ben McCree, said Mr. Daedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle, only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. RRRRRRRSSS. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Golding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited. Unpaid Pat too. Tap. 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 Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured tankard. Tank one believed, Miss Kenwin she, that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of. Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, "Mr. Dollard." "He sang that song lovely," murmured Mina. "Mr. Dollard. And the last rose of summer was a lovely song." Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. "'Tis the last rose of summer." Dollard left Bloom felt wind wound round inside. "Gassy thing that cider, binding too. Wait. Post office near Reuben J.S. 1 and 8 pence too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the Ben Houth. That rules the world. Far, 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 far. Tap. 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 Up the key went Lionel Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for matey, with sweets of sin with frillies for Raoul with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap blind walk tapping by the tap the curbstone tapping, tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it, kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a demi-semi-quaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty. You daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes. All a kind of attempt to talk. Unpleasant when it stops because you never know exact. Organ in Gardner Street. Old Glen 50 quid a year. Queer up there in the cock loft, alone, with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Wander on for hours, talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry, then shriek cursing, want to have wadding or something in his no don't she cried, then all of a soft sudden wee little pipey wind. Pwee. A wee little wind piped ee. In Bloom's little wee. Was he? Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dignam's. The Lord have mercy on him. By the by there's a tuning fork in there on the tap. 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 The wife has a fine voice. Or had. What? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon. Lionel first I saw, forgot it when he was here. Blind he was, she told George. Lidwell second I saw. And played so exquisitely, treat to hear. Exquisite contrast, bronze lid, Mina gold. Shout. Ben Dollard shouted, pouring. Sing out. Will do. Cried Father Cowley. R. I feel I want. Tap. 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 Very, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely, last sardine of summer. Bloom alone. Very, he stared. The lower register, for choice. Tap. 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 Bloom went by berries. Wish I could. Wait. That wonder worker if I had. 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them. Litigation. Love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Golding, Collis, Ward. But for example the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation, Mickey Rooney's band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after Pig's Cheek and Cabbage, nursing it in the armchair. Rehearsing his band part. Pompity. Jolly for the wife. Asses' skins. Welt them through life, then wallop after death. Palm. Wallop. Seems to be what you call yashmak, or I mean kismet. Fate. Tap. Tap. A stripling, blind, with the tapping cane came taped up tapping by Daly's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see, blue whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't, mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments. A blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn. Ha! Have you the cloche? Sonne la shepherd his pipe. Puis little wee. Policeman a whistle. Locks and keys. Sweep. 4 o'clock's all's well. Sleep. All is lost now. Drum. Pompity. Wait. I know. Taugrier, Bum Aleph. Long John. Waken the dead. Palm. Dignum. Poor little nomini domini. Palm. It is music. I mean, of course it's all pom pom pom, very much what they call da capo. Still you can hear. As we march along. March along. Palm. I must really. FFF. Now if I did that at a banquet. Just a question of custom, Shah of Persia. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap. Muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mackin. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frosy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the hee-haw-saw off her beat here? What is she? Hope she. PSST. Any chance of your wash? New Molly. Had me decked. Stout Lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that appointment we made knowing we'd never, well hardly ever. Too dear, too near to home, sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Marx's antique sale shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henry Flower, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom, envisaged battered candlesticks, melodeon oozing maggoty blow bags. Bargain, 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from a near gold from afar they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First lid, de, cow, cur, doll, a 5th, Lidwell, S.I. Daedalus, Bob Cowley, Kernan, and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Marx's window. Robert Emmet's last words. 7 last words. Of Meyerbeer, that is. True men like you men. I, Ben. Will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Chink. Chunk. Tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze. He saw not gold. Nor Ben nor Bob nor Tom nor Si nor George nor Tanks nor Richie nor Pat. He did not see. See Bloom, Grease a Bloom viewed last words. Softly. When my country takes her place among PRR. Must be the Burr. FFF. OO. RRPR. Nations of the earth. No one behind. She's past. Then and not till then. Tram cron. Good opper. Coming. Cranvalgren cron. I'm sure it's the Burgund. Yes. 1, 2. Let my epitaph be. Written. I have. PPRRPFFRRPPFFFF. Done. Chapter 12. I was just passing the time of day with old Troy of the DMP at the corner of Arbor Hill there, and be damned but a bloody sweep came along and he near drove his gear into my eye. I turned around to let him have the weight of my tongue when who should I see dodging along Stony Batter only Joe Hines. "Lo, Joe," says I. "How are you blowing? Did you see that bloody chimney sweep near shoved my eye out with his brush?" "Soot's luck," says Joe. "Who's the old ballocks you were talking to?" "Old Troy," says I, "was in the force. I'm on two minds not to give that fellow in charge for obstructing the thoroughfare with his brooms and ladders." "What are you doing round those parts?" says Joe. "Devil a much," says I. "There's a bloody big foxy thief beyond by the Garrison Church at the corner of Chicken Lane. Old Troy was just giving me a wrinkle about him lifted any god's quantity of tea and sugar to pay 3 bob a week. Said he had a farm in the county down off a hop of my thumb by the name of Moses Herzog over there near Heightsbury Street." "Circumcised?" says Joe. Says I. "A bit off the top. An old plumber named Garotti. I'm hanging on to his taw now for the past fortnight and I can't get a penny out of him." "That the lay you're on now?" says Joe. Says I. "How are the mighty fallen? Collector of bad and doubtful debts. But that's the most notorious bloody robber you'd meet in a day's walk, and the face on him all pockmarks would hold a shower of rain." "Tell him," says he. "I dare him," says he, "and I doubly dare him to send you round here again, or if he does," says he, "I'll have him summoned up before the court, so I will, for trading without a license." And he after stuffing himself till he's fit to burst. Jesus, I had to laugh at the little Jewy getting his shirt out. He drink me my teas. He eat me my sugars. Because he no pay me my monies. For non-perishable goods bought of Moses Herzog, of 13 St. Kevin's Parade in the city of Dublin, Wood Key Ward, merchant, hereinafter called the vendor, and sold and delivered to Michael E. Garotti, Esquire, of 29 Arbor Hill in the city of Dublin, Aaron Key Ward, gentleman, hereinafter called the purchaser, videlicet, 5 pounds avoirdupois of first choice tea at 3 shillings and no pence per pound avoirdupois, and 3 stone avoirdupois of sugar, crushed crystal, at 3 per pound avoirdupois, the said purchaser debtor to the said vendor of 1 pound 5 shillings and 6 sterling for value received, which amount shall be paid by said purchaser to said vendor in weekly installments every 7 calendar days of 3 shillings and no pence sterling. And the said non-perishable goods shall not be pawned or pledged or sold or otherwise alienated by the said purchaser, but shall be and remain and be held to be the sole and exclusive property of the said vendor, to be disposed of at his good will and pleasure until the said amount shall have been duly paid by the said purchaser to the said vendor in the manner herein set forth, as this day hereby agreed between the said vendor, his heirs, successors, trustees, and assigns of the one part, and the said purchaser, his heirs, successors, trustees, and assigns of the other part. Are you a strict TT? Says Joe. Not taking anything between drinks, says I. What about paying our respects to our friend? Says Joe. Who? Says I. Sure, he's out in John of God's off his head, poor man. Drinking his own stuff? Says Joe. Says I. Whiskey and water on the brain. Come around to Barney Kiernan's, says Joe. I want to see the citizen. Barney Mavourneen's be it, says I. Anything strange or wonderful, Joe? Not a word, says Joe. I was up at that meeting in the City Arms. What was that, Joe? Says I. Cattle traders, says Joe, about the foot and mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it. So we went around by the Linen Hall barracks and the back of the courthouse talking of one thing or another. Decent fellow Joe when he has it, but sure like that he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody Foxy Garrotti, the daylight robber. For trading without a license, says he. In Innisfail the fair there lies a land, the land of Holy Mitchin. There rises a watchtower beheld of men afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is in sooth of murmuring waters, fishful streams where sport the gurnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the gibbed haddock, the grilse, the dap, the brill, the flounder, the pollock, the mixed coarse fish generally, and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage, the wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted plane tree, the eugenic eucalyptus, and other ornaments of the arboreal world with which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the roots of the lovely trees singing the most lovely songs while they play with all kinds of lovely objects, as for example golden ingots, silvery fishes, crans of herrings, drafts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Eblana to Slieve-Margie, the peerless princes of unfettered Munster and of Connaught the just, and of smooth sleek Leinster, and of Cruachan's land, and of Armagh the splendid, and of the noble district of Boyle, princes, the sons of kings. And there rises a shining palace whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose, and thither come all herds and fatlings and first fruits of that land, for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflowers, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, Rangoon beans, strikes of tomatoes, drums of figs, drills of swedes, spherical potatoes, and tallies of iridescent kale, York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth, and punnets of mushrooms, and custard marrows, and fat vetches, and bear and rape, and red, green, yellow, brown, russet, sweet, big, bitter, ripe, pomellated apples, and chips of strawberries, and sieves of gooseberries, pulpy and pelurious, and strawberries fit for princes, and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I double dare him. Come out here, Garrotti, you notorious bloody hill and dale robber. And by that way wend the herds innumerable of bellwethers and flushed ewes and shearling rams and lambs and stubble geese and medium steers and roaring mares and polled calves and long wools and store sheep and cuffs, prime springers and culls and sow pigs and bacon hogs, and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine and Angus heifers and Polly bull locks of immaculate pedigree, together with prime premiated milch cows and beeves. And there is ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing, of sheep and pigs and heavy-hoofed kine from pasture lands of Lusk and Rush and Carrick mines, and from the streamy vales of Thomond. From the McGillicuddies reeks the inaccessible, and lordly Shannon the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Keir, their udders distended with superabundance of milk and butts of butter and rennets of cheese and farmers' firkins and targets of lamb and crannocks of corn and oblong eggs in great hundreds, various in size, the agate with this done. So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen up in the corner having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel, Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole, with his Kruiskeen lawn and his load of papers, working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a license. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here. Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, what's your opinion of the times? Doing the rap-airy and rory of the hill. But, begob, Joe was equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says, foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, it's the Russians' wish to tyrannize. Ara, give over your bloody codding, Joe, says I. I've a thirst on me I wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Wine of the country, says he. What's yours? Says Joe. Ditto make an ass be, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen? Says he. Never better, Achara, says he. What Gary? Are we going to win? Eh? And with it he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck and, by Jesus, he near throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, franca-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny prickly hair in hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Ulex europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes, in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery, were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud, strong hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long unsleeved garment of recently flayed ox-hide reaching to the knees in a loose kilt, and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea stones which jangled at every movement of his portentous frame, and on these were graven with rude yet striking art the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity: Cuchulainn, Conn of 100 Battles, Niall of 9 Hostages, Brian of Kincora, the Ardrey Malachi, Art Mac Murroch, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Rowe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim McDermott, Soggarth Eogan O'Grony, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joy, M. Kraken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Knopf, Peg Woffington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, S. Versa, S. Brendan, Marshall McMahon, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolfe Tone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohicans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't, Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savarnine Delish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Rosaline, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Murtaugh Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook and Son, the bold soldier boy, Ara N.A. Pog, Dick Turpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Baun, Wadler Healy, Angus the Cool D, Dolly Mount, Sydney Parade, Ben Houth, Valentine Greatrax, Adam and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Croker, Herodotus, Jack the Giant Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Baylor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandro Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Beer. A couched spear of acuminated granite rested by him, while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber, a supposition confirmed by hoarse growls and spasmodic movements which his master repressed from time to time by tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone. So anyhow Terry brought the 3 pints. Joe was standing, and begob the sight nearly left my eyes when I saw him land out a quid. Oh, as true as I'm telling you. A good-looking sovereign. And there's more where that came from, says he. Were you robbing the poor box, Joe? Says I. Sweat of my brow, says Joe. 'Twas the prudent member gave me the wheeze. I saw him before I met you, says I, sloping around by Pill Lane and Greek Street with his cod's eye counting up all the guts of the fish. Who comes through Mitchen's land, bedight in sable armor? Oh, Bloom, the son of Rory, it is he. Impervious to fear is Rory's son, he of the prudent soul. For the old woman of Prince's Street, says the citizen, the subsidized organ. The pledge-bound party on the floor of the house. And look at this blasted rag, says he. Look at this, says he. The Irish Independent, if you please, founded by Parnell to be the working man's friend. Listen to the births and deaths in the Irish All for Ireland Independent, and I'll thank you, and the marriages. And he starts reading them out. Gordon, Barnfield Crescent, Exeter, Redmayne of Iffley, St. Anne's-on-Sea, the wife of William T. Redmayne of a son. How's that, eh? Wright and Flint, Vincent, and Gillette to Rotha Marion, daughter of Rosa and the late George Alfred Gillette, 179, Clapham Road, Stockwell, Playwood and Ridsdale at St. Jude's, Kensington, by the Very Reverend Dr. Forrest, Dean of Worcester. Eh? Deaths. Bristow, at Whitehall Lane, London. Carr, Stoke Newington, of gastritis and heart disease. Coburn, at the Moat House, Chepstow. I know that fellow, says Joe, from bitter experience. Coburn. Dimsey, wife of David Dimsey, late of the Admiralty, Miller, Tottenham, aged 85, Welsh, June 12th, at 35 Canning Street, Liverpool. Isabella Helen. How's that for a national press, eh, my brown son? How's that for Martin Murphy, the Bantry jobber? Ah, well, says Joe, handing round the booze. Thanks be to God they had the start of us. Drink that, citizen. I will, says he, honorable person. Health, Joe, says I. And all down the form. Ah. Ow. Don't be talking. I was blue moldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of my stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Barney's snug, squeezed up with the laughing. And who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen, snoring drunk blind to the world, only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out of the door. And begob, what was it only that bloody old pantaloon Dennis Breen in his bath slippers with two bloody big books tucked under his oxter, and the wife hot foot after him, unfortunate wretched woman, trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would split. Look at him, says he. Breen. He's traipsing all round Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with UP, up on it to take a LI. And he doubled up. Take a what? Says I. Libel action, says he, for £10,000. Oh hell. Says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl that'd put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up, but the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. By I do hushed, says he. Who? Says Joe. Breen, says Alf. He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collis and Ward's, and then Tom Rockford met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for a lark. Oh God, I've a pain laughing. Up. The long fellow gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic is gone round to Green Street to look for A.G. Man. When is Long John going to hang that fellow in Mountjoy? Says Joe. Bergen, says Bob Doran, waking up. Is that Alf Bergen? Yes, says Alf. Hanging? Wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool. £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. And he started laughing. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. Is that Bergen? Hurry up, Terry boy, says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foamy ebon ale which the noble twin brothers Bungavik and Bungard alone brew ever in their divine alavats, cunning as the sons of deathless Leda. For they garner the succulent berries of the hop and mass and sift and bruise and brew them, and they mix therewith sour juices and bring the must to the sacred fire, and cease not night or day from their toil, those cunning brothers, lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth, as to the manner born, that nectarous beverage, and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry, in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the O'Bergens, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds, but gave therefore with gracious gesture a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon embossed in excellent smith work was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the house of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty, by grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland and of the British dominions beyond the sea, Queen, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, even she, who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved, for they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy and the Ethiop. What's that bloody Freemason doing? Says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. What's that? Says Joe. Here you are, says Alf, chucking out the rhino. Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangman's letters. Look at here. So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. Are you codding? Says I. Honest Injun, says Alf. Read them. So Joe took up the letters. "Who are you laughing at?" says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him, so says I just to make talk. "How's Willie Murray those times, Alf?" "I don't know," says Alf. "I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dignam. Only I was running after that." "You what?" says Joe, throwing down the letters. "With who?" "With Dignam," says Alf. "Is it Paddy?" says Joe. "Yes," says Alf. "Why? Don't you know he's dead?" says Joe. "Paddy Dignam dead?" says Alf. "Aye," says Joe. "Sure, I'm after seeing him not 5 minutes ago," says Alf, as plain as a pikestaff. "Who's dead?" says Bob Doran. "You saw his ghost then," says Joe, "God between us and harm." "What?" says Alf. "Good Christ, only 5. "What? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there near Wat Doyhokelham's." "What? Dignam dead? What about Dignam?" says Bob Doran. "Who's talking about dead?" says Alf. "He's no more dead than you are." "Maybe so," says Joe. "They took the liberty of burying him this morning anyhow." "Paddy?" says Alf. "Aye," says Joe. "He paid the debt of nature, God be merciful to him." "Good Christ," says Alf. "Begob he was what you might call flabbergasted." In the darkness spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter, a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible, the apparition of the etheric double being particularly lifelike owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body and also by means of the orange, fiery and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts in the heaven world, he stated that he was now on the path of PRA with Macron, LA with Macron, YA with Macron, or return, but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the Great Divide Beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had some possibilities of it might development opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experience in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from more favored beings now in the spirit that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort, such as TA with Macron, LA with Macron, FA with Macron, NA with Macron, A with Macron, LA with Macron, VA with Macron, TA with Macron, R, HA with Macron, TA with Macron, KA with Macron, LDA with Macron, WA with Macron, TA with Macron, KLA with Macron, SA with Macron T, and that the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the very purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of MA with Macron, YA with Macron to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in Divanic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the eastern angle where the Ram has power. It was then queried whether there were any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of Earth, who are still in the body. Mine CK doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H.J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct, who had been responsible for the carrying out of the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and that the pair should be sent to Cullen's to be sold only as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. He is gone from mortal haunts, O Dignam, son of our morning. Fleet was his foot on the bracken, Patrick of the beamy brow. Wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind. There he is again, says the citizen, staring out. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. He's on point duty up and down there for the last 10 minutes. And, begob, I saw his FISO do a peep in and then slither off again. Little Alf was knocked baways. Faith, he was. Good Christ, says he. I could have sworn it was him. And says Bob Doran, with the hat on the back of his pole, lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence. Who said Christ is good? I beg your parsnips, says Alf. Is that a good Christ, says Bob Doran, to take away poor little Willie Dignam? Ah, well, says Alf, trying to pass it off. He's over all his troubles. But Bob Doran shouts out of him. He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dignam. Terry came down and tipped him the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in a respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dignam, true as you're there. The finest man, says he, snivelling, the finest purest character. The tear is bloody near your eye. Talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him go home to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the bum bailiff's daughter. Mother kept a kip in Hardwick Street, that used to be stravaging about the landings. Bantam Lyons told me that was stopping there at 2 in the morning without a stitch on her, exposing her person, open to all comers, Fairfield, and no favor. The noblest, the truest, says he. And he's gone, poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dignam. And mournful and with a heavy heart he bewept the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Gary Owen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. Come in, come on, he won't eat you, says the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog and he asks Terry, was Martin Cunningham there? Oh, Christ M. Keown, says Joe, reading one of the letters. Listen to this, will you? And he starts reading out 7 Hunter Street, Liverpool. To the High Sheriff of Dublin. Dublin. Honored Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February 1900 and I hanged. Show us, Joe, says I. Private Arthur Chase for foul murder of Jesse Tilsit in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when. Jesus, says I. Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith. The citizen made a grab at the letter. Hold hard, says Joe. I have a special knack of putting the noose once in he can't get out. Hoping to be favored I remain, honored sir, my terms is 5 guineas. H. Rumbold. Master Barber. And a barbarous bloody barbarian he is too, says the citizen. And the dirty scrawl of the reg, says Joe. Here, says he, take them to hell out of my sight, Alf. Hello, Bloom, says he, what will you have? So they started arguing about the point, Bloom saying he wouldn't and he couldn't and excuse him, no offense and all to that, and then he said well he'd just take a cigar. Gob, he's a prudent member and no mistake. Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry, says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. They're all barbers, says he, from the black country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down and traveling expenses. And he was telling us there's 2 fellows waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly, and then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp, yet, and therein they lead to Erebus. Whatsoever white hath done a deed of blood, for I will on no wise suffer it, even so saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment, and of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the codology of the business, and the old dog smelling him all the time. I'm told those Joyce does have a sort of a queer odor coming off them for dogs, about I don't know what all, deterrent effect and so forth and so on. There's one thing it hasn't a deterrent effect on, says Alf. What's that? Says Joe. The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged, says Alf. That's so? Says Joe. God's truth, says Alf. I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmanham when they hanged Joe Brady, the Invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion strong in death, says Joe, as someone said. That can be explained by science, says Bloom. It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see, because on account of the... And then he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science, and this phenomenon and the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist Herr Professor Luitpold Blumenduft tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved tradition of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centers of the genital apparatus, thereby causing the elastic pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis or male organ, resulting in the phenomenon which has been denominated by the faculty a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection in articulo mortis per diminutionem capitis. So of course the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the old guard and the men of 67, and who fears to speak of 98, and Joe with him about all the fellows that were hanged, drawn, and transported for the cause by drumhead court-martial and a New Ireland, and knew this, that and the other. Talking about New Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy ravenous brute, sniffing and sneezing all round the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Doran that was standing Alpha half one, sucking up for what he could get. So of course Bob Doran starts doing the bloody fool with him. Give us the paw. Give the paw, doggy. Good old doggy. Give the paw here. Give us the paw. Ara. Bloody end to the paw. He'd paw and Alf trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool atop of the bloody old dog, and he talking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog, give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he golloped it down like old boots, and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin and all. Hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point, the brothers Shears and Wolf Tone beyond on Arbor Hill, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, the Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran and She's Far from the Land. And Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar, putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon. The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon with a back on her like a ball alley. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms, Pisser Burke told me there was an old one there with a cracked lut-hair mount of a nephew, and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her doing the mollycoddle, playing bezique to come in for a bit of the wampum in her wool, and not eating meat of a Friday because the old one was always thumping her craw and taking the lout out for a walk. And one time he led him the rounds of Dublin, and by the holy farmer, he never cried crack till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl, and he said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol and buy herrings, if the three women didn't near roast him. It's a queer story, the old one, Bloom's wife and MRS O'Dowd that kept the hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off chewing the fat. And Bloom with his "but don't you see?" And "but on the other hand." And sure, more betoken, the lout I'm told was in Powers after. the blenders, round in Cope Street going home footless in a cab 5 times in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. Phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen taking up his pint glass and glaring at Bloom. I, says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is, Sinn Féin, says the citizen. Sinn Féin am Hain. The friends we love are by our side and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries far and near the funereal death bell tolled unceasingly while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums punctuated by the hollow booming of pieces of ordnance. The deafening claps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude which numbered at the lowest computation 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person maintained order in the vast throng for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursion trains and upholstered charabancs had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favorite Dublin street singers LNHN and MLLGN who sang the night before Larry was stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female Foundling Hospital who thronged the windows overlooking the scene were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor fatherless and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The vice-regal house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favorable positions on the grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commendator Bachi Benina Benon, the semi-paralyzed doyen of the party who had to be assisted to his seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Pierre-Paul Petitpetant, the Grand Joker Villadenmeyer Pochthenkertskev, the Archjoker Leopold Rudolf von Schwanzenbad Hodenthaler, Countess Marhavariga Kisasoni Putrapesti, Hiram Y. Bombust, Count Athanatos Karamelopoulos, Ali Baba Bakshish Rahalokam Effendi, Señor Hidalgo Caballero, Don Pecadillo y Palabras y Paternoster de la Malera de la Malaria, Hoko Poko Harikiri, Hai Hung Chong, Olaf Kaber Ketelsen, Meneer Trike van Trumps, Pan Polax Padiriski, Goospond Prhklstr Krachinabrichizich, Boris Hupinkov, Herr Hausdirektor President Hans Chaueklistu Early, National Gymnasium Museum Sanatorium and Suspensorium Ordinary Privat Docent Generalistura Special Professor Dr. Krieg Fried Uber Allgemein. All the delegates without exception expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation, in which all took part, ensued among the FOTEI as to whether the 8th or the 9th of March was the correct date of the birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of the argument, cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stink pots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckle dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to, and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Boothurst town, quickly restored order and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honorable for both contending parties. The ready-witted nine-footer's suggestion at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FOTEI, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commendator Benigna Benone having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair, it was explained by his legal advisor Avakato Pagamimi that the various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners and general harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly Rumbold stepped onto the scaffold in faultless morning dress and wearing his favorite flower, the Gladiolus cruentus. He announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough which so many have tried, unsuccessfully, to imitate short, painstaking yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse, the vice-regal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in their excitement while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries, Hotch, Bonsai, Elgin, Zivio, Chin Chin, Polychronia, Hip Hip, Vive, Allah, amid which the ringing eviva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F recalling those piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglamoured our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone and in an instant all heads were bared, the commendator's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the Revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical advisor in attendance, Dr. Pippi. The learned prelate who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero martyr when about to pay the death penalty knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hard by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a 10-gallon pot with two circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of his fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances, specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers, Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield, a terracotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine, and appendix etc. when successfully extracted, and two commodious milk jugs destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house steward of the Amalgamated Cats and Dogs Home was in attendance to convey these vessels when replenished to that beneficent institution. Quite an excellent repast consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions, done to a nicety, delicious hot breakfast rolls and invigorating tea had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy, who was in capital spirits when prepared for death and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end, but he, with an abnegation rare in these our times, rose nobly to the occasion and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in aliquot parts among the members of the Sick and Indigent Room Keepers Association as a token of his regard and esteem. The NEC and non plus ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace, murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name, she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardor to reach. She swore to him as they mingled the salt streams of their tears that she would ever cherish his memory, that she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips as if he were but going to a hurling match in Clonturk Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Analiphe, when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of the young and, Oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily, all the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joining in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from their lacrimal ducts, and the vast concourse of people, touched to the inmost core, broke into heart-rending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big strong men, officers of the peace and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary, were making frank use of their handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bank book, and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion, and when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honored names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a four-leaved shamrock, the excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stern Provost Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel Tomkin Maxwell Ferenc Mullen Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet he brushed away a furtive tear, and was overheard, by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage, to murmur to himself in a faltering undertone, "God blimey if she ain't a clinker, that there bleeding tart. Blimey it makes me kind of bleeding cry, straight, it does, when I sees her, cause I thinks of my old mishtub what's waiting for me down Limehouse way." So then the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the Shawnees that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his twopenny stump that he catched off of Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League and drink, the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him before you'd ever see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fellow into one of their musical evenings, song and dance about she could get up on a truss of hay, she could my Maureen lay, and there was a fellow with a Ballahooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen Bounds going about with temperance beverages and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns. Gob, Flaholak entertainment, don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fellow starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune The Old Cow Died Of. And one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there was no goings on with the females, hitting below the belt. So however, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would, if he was my dog. Give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. Afraid he'll bite you? Says the citizen, jeering. No, says I. But he might take my leg for a lamp post. So he calls the old dog over. What's on you, Gary? Says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old towser growling, letting on to answer, like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muzzling order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the drought is in it, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. All those who are interested in the spread of human culture among the lower animals, and their name is legion, should make a point of not missing the really marvelous exhibition of kinanthropy given by the famous old Irish red setter wolf dog formerly known by the sobriquet of Garryowen and recently rechristened by his large circle of friends and acquaintances Owen Gary. The exhibition, which is the result of years of training by kindness and a carefully thought out dietary system, comprises, among other achievements, the recitation of verse. Our greatest living phonetic expert, Wild Horses Shall Not Drag It From Us, has left no stone unturned in his efforts to delucidate and compare the verse recited and has found it bears a striking resemblance, the italics are ours, to the ranns of ancient Celtic bards. We are not speaking so much of those delightful love songs with which the writer who conceals his identity under the graceful pseudonym of the Little Sweet Branch has familiarized the book-loving world, but rather, as a contributor DOC points out in an interesting communication published by an evening contemporary, of the harsher and more personal note which is found in the satirical effusions of the famous Raftery and of Donald Mac Considine, to say nothing of a more modern lyrist at present very much in the public eye. We subjoin a specimen which has been rendered into English by an eminent scholar whose name for the moment we are not at liberty to disclose, though we believe that our readers will find the topical allusion rather more than an indication. The metrical system of the canine original, which recalls the intricate alliterative and isosyllabic rules of the Welsh England, is infinitely more complicated, but we believe our readers will agree that the spirit has been well caught. Perhaps it should be added that the effect is greatly increased if Owen's verse be spoken somewhat slowly and indistinctly in a tone suggestive of suppressed rancor. The curse of my curses. 7 days every day. And 7 dry Thursdays. On you, Barney Kiernan. Has no sup of water to cool my courage, and my guts red roaring after Lowry's lights. So he told Terry to bring some water for the dog, and, gob, you could hear him lapping it up a mile off. And Joe asked him would he have another. I will, says he, a chara, to show there's no ill feeling. Gob, he's not as green as he's cabbage looking. Arsing around from one pub to another, leaving it to your own honor, with old Giltrop's dog, and getting fed up by the ratepayers and corporators. Entertainment for man and beast. And says Joe, could you make a hole in another pint? Could a swim duck? Says I. Same again, Terry, says Joe. Are you sure you won't have anything in the way of liquid refreshment? Says he. Thank you, no, says Bloom. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to meet Martin Cunningham, don't you see, about this insurance of poor Dignam's. Martin asked me to go to the house. You see, he, Dignam, I mean, didn't serve any notice of the assignment on the company at the time, and nominally under the act the mortgagee can't recover on the policy. Holy wars, says Joe, laughing, that's a good one if old Shylock is landed. So the wife comes out top dog, what? Well, that's a point, says Bloom, for the wife's admirers. Whose admirers? Says Joe. The wife's advisors, I mean, says Bloom. Then he starts all confused, mucking it up about mortgager under the act like the Lord Chancellor giving it out on the bench and for the benefit of the wife, and that a trust is created, but on the other hand that Dignam owed Bridgman the money, and if now the wife or the widow contested the mortgagee's right, till he near had the head of me addled with his mortgager under the act. He was bloody safe he wasn't run in himself under the act that time as a rogue and vagabond, only he had a friend in court. Selling bazaar tickets, or what do you call it, Royal Hungarian Privileged Lottery. True as you're there. Oh, commend me to an Israelite. Royal and Privileged Hungarian Robbery. So Bob Doran comes lurching around asking Bloom to tell Mrs. Dignam he was sorry for her trouble, and he was very sorry about the funeral, and to tell her that he said, and everyone who knew him said, that there was never a truer, a finer than poor little Willie that's dead, to tell her. Choking with bloody foolery, and shaking Bloom's hand doing the tragic, to tell her that. Shake hands, brother. You're a rogue and I'm another. Let me, said he, so far presume upon our acquaintance which, however slight it may appear if judged by the standard of mere time, is founded, as I hope and believe, on a sentiment of mutual esteem as to request of you this favor. But, should I have overstepped the limits of reserve, let the sincerity of my feelings be the excuse for my boldness. No, rejoined the other, I appreciate to the full the motives which actuate your conduct, and I shall discharge the office you entrust to me, consoled by the reflection that, though the errand be one of sorrow, this proof of your confidence sweetens in some measure the bitterness of the cup. Then suffer me to take your hand, said he. The goodness of your heart, I feel sure, will dictate to you better than my inadequate words the expressions which are most suitable to convey an emotion whose poignancy, were I to give vent to my feelings, would deprive me even of speech. And off with him and out trying to walk straight. Boozed at 5 o'clock. Night he was near being lagged, only Paddy Leonard knew the bobby, 1-4A. Blind to the world, up in a shebeen in Bride Street after closing time, fornicating with 2 shawls and a bully on guard, drinking porter out of teacups, and calling himself a Frenchie for the shawls, Joseph Magno, and talking against the Catholic religion, and he serving Mass in Adam and Eve's when he was young with his eyes shut, who wrote the New Testament, and the Old Testament, and hugging and smugging, and the 2 shawls killed with the laughing, picking his pockets, the bloody fool, and he spilling the porter all over the bed, and the 2 shawls screeching laughing at one another. How is your testament? Have you got an Old Testament? Only Paddy was passing there, I tell you what. Then see him of a Sunday with his little concubine of a wife, and she wagging her tail up the aisle of the chapel with her patent boots on her, no less, and her violets, nice as pie, doing the little lady. Jack Mooney's sister. And the old prostitute of a mother procuring rooms to street couples. Gop, Jack made him toe the line. Told him if he didn't patch up the pot, Jesus, he'd kick the shite out of him. So Terry brought the 3 pints. Here, says Joe, doing the honors. Here, citizen. Slinleet, says he. Fortune, Joe, says I. Good health, citizen. Gob, he had his mouth halfway down the tumbler already. Want a small fortune to keep him in drinks. Who is the long fellow running for the mayoralty, Alf? Says Joe. Friend of yours, says Alf. Nanan? Says Joe. The member? I won't mention any names, says Alf. I thought so, says Joe. I saw him up at that meeting now with William Field, MP, the cattle traders. Harry Iopas, says the citizen, that exploded volcano, the darling of all countries and the idol of his own. So Joe starts telling the citizen about the foot and mouth disease and the cattle traders and taking action in the matter, and the citizen sending them all to the right about, and Bloom coming out with his sheep dip for the scab and a who's drench for coughing calves and the guaranteed remedy for timber tongue. Because he was up one time in a knacker's yard, walking about with his book and pencil. Here's my head and my heels are coming, till Joe Cuff gave him the order of the boot for giving lip to a grazier. Mr. Noel, teach your grandmother how to milk ducks. Pisser Burke was telling me in the hotel the wife used to be in rivers of tears sometimes with Mrs. O'Dowd crying her eyes out with her 8 inches of fat all over her. Couldn't loosen her farting strings, but old Cod's eye was waltzing around her showing her how to do it. What's your program today? Humane methods. Because the poor animals suffer, and experts say, and the best known remedy that doesn't cause pain to the animal and on the sore spot administer gently. Gob, he'd have a soft hand under a hen. Ga Gara. Klook klook klook. Black Liz is our hen. She lays eggs for us. When she lays her egg she is so glad. Gara. Klook klook klook. Then comes good Uncle Leo. He puts his hand under Black Liz and takes her fresh egg. Ga Gara. Klook klook klook. Anyhow, says Joe, Field and Nanetti are going over tonight to London to ask about it on the floor of the House of Commons. Are you sure? Says Bloom. The councillor is going? I wanted to see him, as it happens. Well, he's going off by the mailboat, says Joe, tonight. That's too bad, says Bloom. I wanted particularly. Perhaps only Mr. Field is going. I couldn't phone. No. You're sure? Nanan's going too, says Joe. The leak told him to ask a question tomorrow about the Commissioner of Police forbidding Irish games in the park. What do you think of that, citizen? The Slovak Nah Aaron. Mr. Kowi Konaker, Multi Farnham. Nat arising out of the question of my honourable friend, the member for Shillelagh, may I ask the right honourable gentleman whether the government has issued orders that these animals shall be slaughtered though no medical evidence is forthcoming as to their pathological condition? Mr. Allfours, Tom O'Shant. Con honourable members are already in possession of the evidence produced before a committee of the whole House. I feel I cannot usefully add anything to that. The answer to the honourable member's question is in the affirmative. Mr. O'Reilly, Montinate. Nat have similar orders been issued for the slaughter of human animals who dare to play Irish games in the Phoenix Park? Mr. Allfours, the answer is in the negative. Mr. Kowi Konaker, has the right honourable gentleman's famous Mitchellstown telegram inspired the policy of gentlemen on the Treasury bench? Oh. Mr. Allfours, I must have notice of that question. Mr. Stalewit, Bunkum. IND don't hesitate to shoot. Ironical opposition cheers. The Speaker, order. Order. The House rises. Cheers. There's the man, says Joe, that made the Gaelic sports revival. There he is sitting there. The man that got away James Stephens. The champion of all Ireland at putting the 16-pound shot. What was your best throw, citizen? N.A. Bacaliz, says the citizen, letting on to be modest. There was a time I was as good as the next fellow anyhow. Put it there, citizen, says Joe. You were in a bloody sight better. Is that really a fact? Says Alf. Yes, says Bloom. That's well known. Did you not know that? So off they started about Irish sports and Shoneen games the like of lawn tennis and about hurley and putting the stone and racy of the soil and building up a nation once again and all to that. And of course Bloom had to have his say too about if a fellow had a rower's heart violent exercise was bad. I declare to my antimacassar if you took up a straw from the bloody floor and if you said to Bloom, look at it, Bloom. Do you see that straw? That's a straw. Declare to my aunt he'd talk about it for an hour so he would and talk steady. A most interesting discussion took place in the ancient hall of Brian O'Chiarnanes and Sride Na Brett Ain Biag, under the auspices of Slovak Nah Aaron, on the revival of ancient Gaelic sports and the importance of physical culture, as understood in ancient Greece and ancient Rome and ancient Ireland, for the development of the race. The venerable president of the noble order was in the chair and the attendance was of large dimensions. After an instructive discourse by the chairman, a magnificent oration eloquently and forcibly expressed, a most interesting and instructive discussion of the usual high standard of excellence ensued as to the desirability of the revivability of the ancient games and sports of our ancient Panceltic forefathers. The well-known and highly respected worker in the cause of our old tongue, Mr. Joseph M. Carthy Hines, made an eloquent appeal for the resuscitation of the ancient Gaelic sports and pastimes, practiced morning and evening by Finn Mac Cool, as calculated to revive the best traditions of manly strength and prowess handed down to us from ancient ages. L. Bloom, who met with a mixed reception of applause and hisses. Having espoused the negative, the vocalist chairman brought the discussion to a close, in response to repeated requests and hearty plaudits from all parts of a bumper house, by a remarkably noteworthy rendering of the immortal Thomas Osborne Davis evergreen verses, happily too familiar to need recalling here, a nation once again in the execution of which the veteran patriot champion may be said without fear of contradiction to have fairly excelled himself. The Irish Caruso Garibaldi was in superlative form, and his stentorian notes were heard to the greatest advantage in the time-honored anthem sung as only our citizen can sing it. His superb high-class vocalism, which by its super quality greatly enhanced his already international reputation, was vociferously applauded by the large audience, among which were to be noticed many prominent members of the clergy as well as representatives of the press and the bar and the other learned professions. The proceedings then terminated. Amongst the clergy present were the Very Rev. William Delaney, S.J., LL.D., the R.T. Rev. Gerald Malloy, D.D., the Rev. P.J. Kavanaugh, C.S.S.P., the Rev. T. Waters, C.C., the Rev. John M. Ivers, P.P., the Rev. P.J. Cleary, O.S.F., the Rev. L.J. Hickey, O.P., the Very Rev. Father Nicholas, O.S.F.C., the Very Rev. B. Gorman, O.D.C., the Rev. T. Marr, S.J., the Very Rev. James Murphy, S.J., the Rev. John Lavery, V.F., the Very Rev. William Doherty, D.D., the Rev. Peter Fagan, O.M., the Rev. T. Brangan, O.S.A., the Rev. J. Flavin, C.C., the Rev. M.A. Hackett, C.C., the Rev. W. Hurley, C.C., the R.T. Rev. M.G.R.M. Manus, V.G., the Rev. B.R. Slattery, O.M.I., the Very Rev. M.D. Scally, P.P., the Rev. F.T. Purcell, O.P., the Very Rev. Timothy Cannon Gorman, P.P., the Rev. J. Flanagan, C.C. The laity included P. Fay, T. Quirk, etc., etc. Talking about violent exercise, says Alf, were you at that Kia Bennett match? No, says Joe. I heard so and so made a cool £100 over it, says Alf. Who? Blazes? Says Joe. And says Bloom. What I meant about tennis, for example, is the agility and training the eye. Blazes, says Alf. He let out that Myler was on the beard to run up the odds and he's swatting all the time. We know him, says the citizen. The trader's son. We know what put English gold in his pocket. True for you, says Joe. And Bloom cuts in again about lawn tennis and the circulation of the blood, asking Alf. Now, don't you think, Bergen? Myler dusted the floor with him, says Alf. Heenan and Sayers was only a bloody fool to it. Handed him the father and mother of a beating. See the little kipper not up to his navel and the big fellow swiping. God, he gave him one last puck in the wind, Queensberry rules and all, made him puke what he never ate. It was a historic and a hefty battle when Myler and Percy were scheduled to don the gloves for the purse of 50 sovereigns. Handicapped as he was by lack of poundage, Dublin's pet lamb made up for it by superlative skill in ring craft. The final bout of fireworks was a grueling for both champions. The welterweight sergeant major had tapped some lively claret in the previous mix-up, during which Kia had been receiver general of rights and lefts, the artilleryman putting in some neat work on the pet's nose, and Myler came on looking groggy. The soldier got to business, leading off with a powerful left jab, to which the Irish gladiator retaliated by shooting out a stiff one flush to the point of Bennett's jaw. The redcoat ducked, but the Dubliner lifted him with a left hook, the body punch being a fine one. The men came to handy grips. Myler quickly became busy and got his man under, the bout ending with the bulkier man on the ropes, Myler punishing him. The Englishman, whose right eye was nearly closed, took his corner where he was liberally drenched with water, and when the bell went came on gamey and brimful of pluck, confident of knocking out the fistic Eblanite in yig time. It was a fight to a finish and the best man for it. The two fought like tigers and excitement ran fever high. The referee twice cautioned Pucking Percy for holding, but the pet was tricky and his footwork a treat to watch. After a brisk exchange of courtesies during which a smart uppercut of the military man brought blood freely from his opponent's mouth, the Lamb suddenly waded in all over his man and landed a terrific left to battling Bennett's stomach, flooring him flat. It was a knockout, clean and clever. Amid tense expectation, the Portobello bruiser was being counted out when Bennett's second OLE Fotswetstein threw in the towel and the Santry boy was declared victor to the frenzied cheers of the public, who broke through the ring ropes and fairly mobbed him with delight. "He knows which side his bread is buttered," says Alf. "I hear he's running a concert tour now up in the north." "He is," says Joe. "Isn't he?" "Who?" says Bloom. "Ah, yes. That's quite true. Yes, a kind of summer tour, you see. Just a holiday. MRSB is the bright particular star, isn't she?" says Joe. "My wife?" says Bloom. "She's singing, yes. I think it will be a success too. He's an excellent man to organize." "Excellent. Ho ho begob," says I to myself, says I. That explains the milk in the coconut and absence of hair on the animal's chest. Blazes doing the tootle on the flute. Concert tour. Dirty Dan the Dodger's son off Island Bridge that sold the same horses twice over to the government to fight the Boers. Old what? I called about the poor and water rate, Mr. Boylan. "You what?" "The water rate, Mr. Boylan." "You what? That's the bucko that'll organize her, take my tip. Twixt me and you Katariesh. Pride of Kalpez Rocky Mount, the raven-haired daughter of Tweedy. There grew she to peerless beauty where loquat and almond scent the air. The gardens of Alameda knew her step, the garths of Olives knew and bowed. The chaste spouse of Leopold is she, Marian of the bountiful bosoms. And lo, there entered one of the clan of the O'Malloys, a comely hero of white face yet withal somewhat ruddy, his Majesty's counsel learned in the law, and with him the prince and heir of the noble line of Lambert. Hello, Ned. Hello, Alf. Hello, Jack. Hello, Joe. God save you, says the citizen. Save you kindly, says JJ. What'll it be, Ned? Half one, says Ned. So JJ ordered the drinks. Were you round at the court? Says Joe. Yes, says JJ. He'll square that, Ned, says he. Hope so, says Ned. Now what were those two it? JJ getting him off the grand jury list and the other give him a leg over the stile. With his name in Stubbs's. Playing cards, hobnobbing with flash toffs with a swank glass in their eye, a drinking fizz, and he half smothered in writs and garnishy orders. Pawning his gold watch in Cummins of Francis Street where no one would know him in the private office when I was there with Pisser releasing his boots out of the pop. What's your name, sir? Dunn, says he. Aye, and Dunn says I gob. He'll come home by Weeping Cross one of those days, I'm thinking. Did you see that bloody lunatic Breen round there? Says Alf. Up. Yes, says JJ looking for a private detective. Aye, says Ned. And he wanted right go wrong to address the court, only Corny Kelleher got round him telling him to get the handwriting examined first. £10,000, says Alf, laughing. God, I'd give anything to hear him before a judge and jury. Was it you did it, Alf? Says Joe. The truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you Jimmy Johnson. Me? Says Alf. Don't cast your nasturtiums on my character. Whatever statement you make, says Joe, will be taken down in evidence against you. Of course an action would lie, says JJ. It implies that he is not compos mentis. Up. Compass your eye, says Alf, laughing. Do you know that he's balmy? Look at his head. Do you know that some mornings he has to get his hat on with a shoehorn? Yes, says JJ, but the truth of a libel is no defense to an indictment for publishing it in the eyes of the law. Ha ha, Alf, says Joe. Still, says Bloom, on account of the poor woman, I mean his wife. Pity about her, says the citizen. Or any other woman marries a half and half. How half and half? Says Bloom. Do you mean he? Half and half I mean, says the citizen. A fellow that's neither fish nor flesh. Nor good red herring, says Joe. That what's I mean, says the citizen. A pishogue, if you know what that is. Begob I saw there was trouble coming. And Bloom explaining he meant on account of it being cruel for the wife having to go round after the old stuttering fool. Cruelty to animals, so it is to let that bloody poverty-stricken breen out on grass with his beard out tripping him, bringing down the rain. And she with her nose cock-a-hoop after she married him because a cousin of his old fellow's was Pewopenner to the Pope. Picture of him on the wall with his SMA's Hall Sweeney's mustaches, the Signor Brini from Summerhill, the Italiano, papalzo to the Holy Father, has left the key and gone to Moss Street. And who was he, tell us? A nobody, 2 pair back and passages, at 7 shillings a week, and he covered with all kinds of breastplates bidding defiance to the world. And moreover, says JJ, a postcard is publication. It was held to be sufficient evidence of malice in the test case Satchgrove v. Hole. In my opinion an action might lie. 6 and 8 pence, please. Who wants your opinion? Let us drink our pints in peace. Gob, we won't be let even do that much itself. Well, good health, Jack, says Ned. Good health, Ned, says JJ. There he is again, says Joe. Where? Says Alf. And begob there he was passing the door with his books under his oxter and the wife beside him and Corny Kelleher with his wall-eye looking in as they went past, talking to him like a father, trying to sell him a second-hand coffin. How did that Canada swindle case go off? Says Joe. Remanded, says JJ. One of the bottle-nosed fraternity it was went by the name of James Wout alias Sapphiro alias Spark and Spiro, put an ad in the papers saying he'd give a passage to Canada for 20 bob. What? Do you see any green in the white of my eye? Course it was a bloody Barney. What? Swindled them all, skivvies and bad hacks from the county Meath, aye, and his own kidney too. JJ was telling us there was an ancient Hebrew Zaretsky or something weeping in the witness box with his hat on him, swearing by the holy Moses he was stuck for 2 quid. Who tried the case? Says Joe. Recorder, says Ned. Poor old Sir Frederick, says Alf, you can cod him up to the 2 eyes. Heart as big as a lion, says Ned. Tell him a tale of woe about arrears of rent and a sick wife and a squad of kids and, faith, he'll dissolve in tears on the bench. I, says Alf. Reuben J. was bloody lucky he didn't clap him in the dock the other day for suing poor little Gumley that's minding stones, for the corporation there near Butt Bridge. And he starts taking off the old recorder letting on to cry. A most scandalous thing. This poor hard-working man. How many children? 10, did you say? Yes, your worship. And my wife has the typhoid. And the wife with typhoid fever. scandalous. Leave the court immediately, sir. No, sir, I'll make no order for payment. How dare you, sir, come up before me and ask me to make an order? A poor hard-working industrious man. I dismiss the case. And whereas on the 16th day of the month of the Oxide Goddess and in the 3rd week after the feast day of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, the daughter of the skies, the Virgin Moon being then in her 1st quarter, it came to pass that those learned judges repaired them to the halls of law. Their Master Courtenay, sitting in his own chamber, gave his reed, and Master Justice Andrews, sitting without a jury in the probate court, weighed well and pondered the claim of the first chargeant upon the property in the matter of the will propounded and final testamentary disposition in re the real and personal estate of the late lamented Jacob Halliday, vintner, deceased, versus Livingstone, an infant, of unsound mind, and another. And to the solemn court of Green Street there came Sir Frederick the Falconer. And he set him there about the hour of 5 o'clock to administer the law of the Brehons at the commission for all that in those parts to be holden in and for the county of the city of Dublin. And there sat with him the high Sanhedrim of the 12 tribes of Ur, for every tribe one man, of the tribe of Patrick and of the tribe of Hugh and of the tribe of Owen and of the tribe of Con and of the tribe of Oscar, and of the tribe of Fergus and of the tribe of Finn and of the tribe of Dermot and of the tribe of Cormac and of the tribe of Kevin and of the tribe of Colt and of the tribe of Oshan, there being in all 12 good men and true. And he conjured them by him who died en route that they should well and truly try and true deliverance make in the issue joined between their sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar, and true verdict give according to the evidence, so help them God, and kiss the book. And they rose in their seats, those 12 of Ur, and they swore by the name of him who is from everlasting that they would do his rightwiseness. And straightway the minions of the law led forth from their dungeon keep one whom the sleuth-hounds of justice had apprehended in consequence of information received. And they shackled him hand and foot, and would take of him any bail, any main prize, but preferred a charge against him, for he was a malefactor. Those are nice things, says the citizen, coming over here to Ireland, filling the country with bugs. So Bloom lets on he heard nothing, and he starts talking with Joe, telling him he needn't trouble about that little matter till the first, but if he would just say a word to Mr. Crawford. And so Joe swore high and holy by this and by that he'd do the devil and all. Because, you see, says Bloom, for an advertisement you must have repetition. That's the whole secret. Rely on me, says Joe. Swindling the peasants, says the citizen, and the poor of Ireland. We want no more strangers in our house. Oh, I'm sure that will be all right, Hines, says Bloom. It's just that keys, you see. Consider that done, says Joe. Very kind of you, says Bloom. The strangers, says the citizen. Our own fault. We let them come in. We brought them in. The adulteress and her paramour brought the Saxon robbers here. Decree nisi, says JJ. And Bloom letting on to be awfully deeply interested in nothing, a spider's web in the corner behind the barrel, and the citizen scowling after him, and the old dog at his feet looking up to know who to bite and when. A dishonored wife, says the citizen, that's what's the cause of all our misfortunes. And here she is, says Alf, that was giggling over the Police Gazette with Terry on the counter, in all her war paint. Give us a squint at her, says I. And what was it, only one of the smutty Yankee pictures Terry borrows off of Corny Kelleher? Secrets for enlarging your private parts. Misconduct of Society Bell. Norman W. Tupper, wealthy Chicago contractor, finds pretty but faithless wife in lap of Officer Taylor. Belle in her bloomers misconducting herself, and her fancy man feeling for her tickles, and Norman W. Tupper bouncing in with his pea shooter just in time to be late after she doing the trick of the loop with Officer Taylor. Oh Jakers, Jenny, says Joe, how short your shirt is. There's hair, Joe, says I get a queer old tail end of corned beef off of that one. What? So anyhow in came John Weiss Nolan and Lenehan with him with a face on him as long as a late breakfast. Well, says the citizen, what's the latest from the scene of action? What did those tinkers in the city hall at their caucus meeting decide about the Irish language? Oh, Nolan, clad in shining armor, low bending made obeisance to the puissant and high and mighty chief of all Erin and did him to wit of that which had befallen, how that the grave elders of the most obedient city, second of the realm, had met them in the Tholsel, and there, after due prayers to the gods who dwell in ether supernal, had taken solemn counsel whereby they might, if so be it might be, bring once more into honor among mortal men the winged speech of the sea-divided gale. It's on the march, says the citizen. To hell with the bloody brutal Sass-Enochs and their patois. So JJ puts in a word, doing the toff about one story was good till you heard another and blinking facts and the Nelson policy, putting your blind eye to the telescope and drawing up a bill of attainder to impeach a nation, and Bloom trying to back him up moderation and Boderation and their colonies and their civilization. Their civilization, you mean, says the citizen. To hell with them. The curse of a good for nothing god light sideways on the bloody thick-lugged sons of whores gets. No music and no art and no literature worthy of the name. Any civilization they have they stole from us. Tongue-tied sons of bastards ghosts. The European family, says JJ. They're not European, says the citizen. I was in Europe with Kevin Egan of Paris. You wouldn't see a trace of them or their language anywhere in Europe except in a cabinet d'essence. And says John Weiss. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen. And says Lenehan that knows a bit of the lingo. Conspues l'anglais. Perfide Albion. He said and then lifted he in his rude great brawny strengthy hands the medher of dark strong foamy ale and, uttering his tribal slogan Lamite dear Gabu, he drank to the undoing of his foes, a race of mighty valorous heroes, rulers of the waves, who sit on thrones of alabaster silent as the deathless gods. What's up with you, says I to Lenehan. You look like a fellow that had lost a bob and found a tanner. Gold cup, says he. Who won, Mr. Lenehan? Says Terry. Throw away, says he, at 20-1. A rank outsider. And the rest nowhere. And base's mare? Says Terry. Still running, says he. We're all in a cart. Boylan plunged 2 quid on my tip scepter for himself and a lady friend. I had half a crown myself, says Terry, on Zinfandel that Mr. Flynn gave me. Lord Howard de Walden's. 20-1, says Lenehan. Such is life in an outhouse. Throw away, says he. Takes the biscuit, and talking about bunions. Frailty, thy name is Scepter. So he went over to the biscuit tin Bob door and left to see if there was anything he could lift on the nod, the old cur after him backing his luck with his mangy snout up. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Not there, my child, says he. Keep your pecker up, says Joe. She'd have won the money only for the other dog. And JJ and the citizen arguing about law and history with Bloom sticking in an odd word. Some people, says Bloom, can see the mote in others' eyes but they can't see the beam in their own. Ramice, says the citizen. There's no one as blind as the fellow that won't see, if you know what that means. Where are our missing 20 millions of Irish should be here today instead of 4, our lost tribes. And our potteries and textiles, the finest in the whole world. And our wool that was sold in Rome in the time of Juvenal and our flax and our damask from the looms of Antrim and our Limerick lace, our tanneries, and our white flint glass down there by Ballybough and our Huguenot poplin that we have since Jacquard de Lyon and our woven silk and our Foxford tweeds and ivory raised point from the Carmelite convent in New Ross, nothing like it in the whole wide world. Where are the Greek merchants that came through the pillars of Hercules, the Gibraltar now grabbed by the foe of mankind, with gold and Tyrian purple to sell in Wexford at the fair of Carmen? Read Tacitus and Ptolemy, even Giraldus Cambrensis. Wine, peltries, Connemara marble, silver from Tipperary, second to none, are far-famed horses even today, the Irish hobbies, with King Philip of Spain offering to pay customs duties for the right to fish in our waters. What do the Yellow Johns of Anglia owe us for our ruined trade and our ruined hearths? And the beds of the Barrow and Shannon they won't deepen with millions of acres of marsh and bog to make us all die of consumption? As treeless as Portugal will be soon, says John Joyce, or Heligoland with its one tree if something is not done to reforest the land. Larches, firs, all the trees of the conifer family are going fast. I was reading a report of Lord Castletown's. Save them, says the citizen, the giant ash of Galway and the chieftain elm of Kildare with a 40-foot bole and an acre of foliage. Save the trees of Ireland for the future men of Ireland on the fair hills of Eire. Oh, Europe has its eyes on you, says Lenehan. The fashionable international world attended en masse this afternoon at the wedding of the Chevalier Jean Wyse de Nolan, Grand High Chief Ranger of the Irish National Foresters, with Miss Fir Conifer of Pine Valley, Lady Sylvester Elmshade, MRS Barbara Love Birch, MRS Pole Ash, MRS Holly Hayes Layus, Miss Daphne Bays, Miss Dorothy Canebrake, MRS Clyde 12 Trees, MRS Rowan Green, MRS Helen Vinegadeing, Miss Virginia Creeper, Miss Gladys Beach, Miss Olive Garth, Miss Blanche Maple, MRS Maud Mahogany, Miss Myra Myrtle, Miss Priscilla Elderflower, Miss B Honeysuckle, Miss Grace Poplar, Miss O Mimosa San, Miss Rachel Cedar Frond, the Mrs. Lillian and Viola Lilac, Miss Timidity Aspinall, MRS Kitty Dewey Moss, Miss May Hawthorne, MRS Gloriana Palma, MRS Liana Forrest, MRS Arabella Blackwood and MRS Norma Holyoke of Oakholm Regis graced the ceremony by their presence. The bride, who was given away by her father, the M. Conifer of the Glands, looked exquisitely charming in a creation carried out in green mercerised silk, molded on an underslip of gloaming grey, sashed with a yoke of broad emerald and finished with a triple flounce of dark root fringe, the scheme being relieved by bretelles and hip insertions of acorn bronze. The maids of honor, Miss Large Conifer and Miss Spruce Conifer, sisters of the bride, wore very becoming costumes in the same tone, a dainty motif of plume rose being worked into the pleats in a pinstripe and repeated capriciously in the jade green toques in the form of heron feathers of pale tinted coral. Signor Enrique Flor presided at the organ with his well-known ability and, in addition to the prescribed numbers of the nuptial mass, played a new and striking arrangement of Woodman, Spare That Tree at the conclusion of the service. On leaving the church of St. Fiacre in Horto, after the papal blessing, the happy pair were subjected to a playful crossfire of hazelnuts, beech mast, bell avies, catkins of willow, ivitot, holly berries, mistletoe sprigs, and quicken shoots. MR and MRS Wyse Conifer Nolan will spend a quiet honeymoon in the Black Forest. And our eyes are on Europe, says the citizen. We had our trade with Spain and the French and with the Flemings before those mongrels were puppied, Spanish ale in Galway, the wine bark on the wine dark waterway. And will again, says Joe. And with the help of the Holy Mother of God we will again, says the citizen, clapping his thigh. Our harbors that are empty will be full again, Queenstown, Kinsale, Galway, Blacksad Bay, Ventry in the Kingdom of Kerry, Killibugs, the third largest harbour in the wide world with a fleet of masts of the Galway Lynches and the Cavan O'Reillys and the O'Kennedys of Dublin when the Earl of Desmond could make a treaty with the Emperor Charles V himself. And will again, says he, when the first Irish battleship is seen breasting the waves with our own flag to the fore, none of your Henry Tudor's harps, no, the oldest flag afloat, the flag of the province of Desmond and Thomond, 3 crowns on a blue field, the 3 sons of Milesuz. And he took the last swig out of the pint. Moya. All wind and piss like a 10-yard cat. Cows in Connaught have long horns. As much as his bloody life is worth to go down and address his tall talk to the assembled multitude in Shanagolden, where he daren't show his nose with the Molly Maguires looking for him to let daylight through him for grabbing the holding of an evicted tenant. Here to that, says John Weiss. What will you have? An imperial yeomanry, says Lenehan, to celebrate the occasion. Half one, Terry, says John Weiss, and a hands up. Terry. Are you asleep? Yes, sir, says Terry. Small whiskey and bottle of Alsop. Right, sir. Hanging over the bloody paper with Alf looking for spicy bits instead of attending to the general public. Picture of a budding match, trying to crack their bloody skulls, one chap going for the other with his head down like a bull at a gate. And another one, Black Beast burned in Omaha, GA. A lot of Deadwood dicks in slouch hats and they firing at a Sambo strung up in a tree with his tongue out and a bonfire under him. Gob. They ought to drown him in the sea after and electrocute and crucify him to make sure of their job. But what about the fighting navy, says Ned, that keeps our foes at bay? I'll tell you what about it, says the citizen. Hell upon earth it is. Read the revelations that's going on in the papers about flogging on the training ships at Portsmouth. A fellow writes that calls himself Disgusted One. So he starts telling us about corporal punishment and about the crew of tars and officers and rear admirals drawn up in cocked hats and the parson with his Protestant Bible to witness punishment and a young lad brought out, howling for his ma, and they tie him down on the button of a gun. A rump and dozen, says the citizen, was what that old ruffian Sir John Beresford called it, but the modern God's Englishman calls it caning on the breech. And says John Weiss, 'tis a custom more honored in the breach than in the observance. Then he was telling us the master-at-arms comes along with a long cane and he draws out and he flogs the bloody backside off of the poor lad till he yells Mila murder. That's your glorious British Navy, says the citizen, that bosses the earth. The fellows that never will be slaves, with the only hereditary chamber on the face of God's earth and their land in the hands of a dozen gamehogs and cotton ball barons. That's the great empire they boast about of drudges and whipped serfs, on which the sun never rises, says Joe. And the tragedy of it is, says the citizen, they believe it. The unfortunate yahoos believe it. They believe in Rod, the Scourger Almighty, creator of hell upon earth, and in Jackie Tar, the son of a gun, who was conceived of unholy boast, born of the fighting navy, suffered under rump and dozen, was scarified, flayed and curried, yelled like bloody hell, the third day he arose again from the bed, steered into haven, sitteth on his beam until further orders whence he shall come to drudge for a living and be paid. But, says Bloom, isn't discipline the same everywhere? I mean, wouldn't it be the same here if you put force against force? Didn't I tell you? As true as I'm drinking this porter, if he was at his last gasp he'd try to down-face you that dying was living. We'll put force against force, says the citizen. We have our Greater Ireland beyond the sea. They were driven out of house and home in the Black 47. Their mud cabins and their shillings by the roadside were laid low by the batter Ingram, and the Times rubbed its hands and told the white-livered Saxons there would soon be as few Irish in Ireland as Redskins in America. Even the Grand Turk sent us his piastres. But the Sass Enoch tried to starve the nation at home while the land was full of crops that the British hyenas bought and sold in Rio de Janeiro. They drove out the peasants in hordes. 20,000 of them died in the coffin ships. But those that came to the land of the free remember the land of bondage. And they will come again, and with a vengeance, no cravens, the sons of Granuaile, the champions of Kathleen and Iholihan. Perfectly true, says Bloom. But my point was, we are a long time waiting for that day, citizen, says Ned. Since the poor old woman told us that the French were on the sea and landed at Killala. Says John Wyse. We fought for the royal stewards that reneged us against the Williamites and they betrayed us. Remember Limerick and the broken treaty stone? We gave our best blood to France and Spain, the wild geese. Fontenoy, and Sarsfield and O'Donnell, Duke of Tetuan in Spain, and Ulysses Brown of Camus that was Field Marshal to Maria Theresa. But what did we ever get for it? The French, says the citizen. Set of dancing masters. Do you know what it is? They were never worth a roasted fart to Ireland. Aren't they trying to make an entente cordiale now at Taipei's dinner party with perfidious Albion? Firebrands of Europe, and they always were. Conspues les Français, says Lenehan, nobbling his beer. And as for the Prussians and the Hanoverians, says Joe, haven't we had enough of those sausage-eating bastards on the throne from George the Elector down to the German lad and the flatulent old bitch that's dead? Jesus, I had to laugh at the way he came out with that about the old one with the winkers on her, blind drunk in her royal palace every night of God, old Vic, with her jorum of Mountain Dew and her coachman carting her up body and bones to roll into bed and she pulling him by the whiskers and singing him old bits of songs about Erin on the Rhine and come where the booze is cheaper. Well, says JJ, we have Edward the Peacemaker now. Tell that to a fool, says the citizen. There's a bloody sight more pox than pax about that boyo. Edward Guelph-Wedden. And what do you think, says Joe, of the holy boys, the priests, and bishops of Ireland doing up his room in Maynooth in his satanic majesty's racing colours and sticking up pictures of all the horses his jockeys rode? The Earl of Dublin, no less. They ought to have stuck up all the women he rode himself, says little Alf. And says JJ. Considerations of space influenced their lordships' decision. Will you try another, citizen? Says Joe. Yes, sir, says he. I will. You? Says Joe. Beholden to you, Joe, says I, may your shadow never grow less. Repeat that dose, says Joe. Bloom was talking and talking with John Wyse, and he quite excited with his Dunduck timid collared mug on him and his old plum eyes rolling about. Persecution, says he, all the history of the world is full of it. Perpetuating national hatred among nations. But do you know what a nation means? Says John Wyse. Yes, says Bloom. What is it? Says John Wyse. A nation? Says Bloom. A nation is the same people living in the same place. By God, then, says Ned, laughing, if that's so I'm a nation, for I'm living in the same place for the past 5 years. So of course everyone had the laugh at Bloom, and says he, trying to muck out of it. Or also living in different places. That covers my case, says Joe. What is your nation, if I may ask? Says the citizen. Ireland, says Bloom. I was born here. Ireland. The citizen said nothing, only cleared the spit out of his gullet and, gob, he spat a red bank oyster out of him right in the corner. After you with the push, Joe, says he, taking out his handkerchief to swab himself dry. Here you are, citizen, says Joe. Take that in your right hand and repeat after me the following words. The much treasured and intricately embroidered ancient Irish face cloth attributed to Solomon of Droma and Manus Tom Altic Og Mac Dúnóc, authors of the Book of Ballymote, was then carefully produced and called forth prolonged admiration. No need to dwell on the legendary beauty of the corner pieces, the acme of art, wherein one can distinctly discern each of the four evangelists in turn presenting to each of the four masters his evangelical symbol, a bog-oak scepter, a North American puma, a far nobler king of beasts than the British article, be it said in passing, a Kerry calf and a golden eagle from Carrantoul. The scenes depicted on the emunctory field, showing our ancient duns and raths and cromlechs and gryanons and seats of learning and maledictive stones, are as wonderfully beautiful and the pigments as delicate as when the Sligo illuminators gave free rein to their artistic fantasy long ago in the time of the Barmecides. Glendalough, the lovely lakes of Killarney, the ruins of Clonmacnois, Cong Abbey, Glen Inach, and the 12 Pins, Ireland's Eye, the green hills of Tallaght, Croagh Patrick, the brewery of Messrs. Arthur Guinness, Son and Company, Limited, Loch Nees Banks, the Vale of Ovoca, Isolde's Tower, the Mappus Obelisk, Sir Patrick Dunn's Hospital, Cape Clear, the Glen of Ahurlo, Lynch's Castle, the Scotch House, Rathdown Union Workhouse at Loughlin's Town, Tullamore Jail, Castle Connell Rapids, Kilballymacshanakill, the Cross at Monaster Boyce, Jury's Hotel, S. Patrick's Purgatory, the Salmon Leap, Maynooth College Refectory, Cully's Hole, the three birthplaces of the first Duke of Wellington, the Rock of Cashel, the Bog of Allen, the Henry Street Warehouse, Fingal's Cave. All these moving scenes are still there for us today, rendered more beautiful still by the waters of sorrow which have passed over them and by the rich incrustations of time. "Show us over the drink," says I. "Which is which?" "That's mine," says Joe, as the devil said to the dead policeman. "And I belong to a race too," says Bloom, "that is hated and persecuted. Also now. This very moment. This very instant. Gob," he near burnt his fingers with the butt of his old cigar. "Robbed," says he. "Plundered. Insulted. Persecuted. Taking what belongs to us by right. At this very moment," says he, putting up his fist, "sold by auction in Morocco like slaves or cattle." "Are you talking about the New Jerusalem?" says the citizen. "I'm talking about injustice," says Bloom. "Right," says John Weiss. "Stand up to it then with force like men. That's an almanac picture for you. Mark for a soft-nosed bullet. Old lardy face standing up to the business end of a gun. Gob, he'd adorn a sweeping brush, so he would, if he only had a nurse's apron on him. And then he collapses all of a sudden, twisting around all the opposite, as limp as a wet rag. But it's no use, says he. Force, hatred, history, all that. That's not life for men and women, insult and hatred. And everybody knows that it's the very opposite of that that is really life." "What?" says Alf. "Love," says Bloom. "I mean the opposite of hatred. I must go now," says he to John Weiss. "Just round to the court a moment to see if Martin is there. If he comes, just say I'll be back in a second. Just a moment. Who's hindering you?" And off he pops like greased lightning. "A new apostle to the Gentiles," says the citizen. "Universal love." "Well," says John Weiss, "isn't that what we're told? Love your neighbor." "That chap?" says the citizen. "Beggar my neighbor is his motto. Love, Moya. He's a nice pattern of a Romeo and Juliet. Love loves to love love. Nurse loves the new chemist. Constable 14A loves Mary Kelly. Gertie McDowell loves the boy that has the bicycle. MB loves a fair gentleman. Lee Chi-han lovey up kissy cha pu chow. Jumbo, the elephant, loves Alice, the elephant. Old Mr. Verschoyle with the ear trumpet loves old Mrs. Verschoyle with the turn ed and eye. The man in the brown Macintosh loves a lady who is dead. His Majesty the King loves Her Majesty the Queen. Mrs. Norman W. Tupper loves Officer Taylor. You love a certain person. And this person loves that other person because everybody loves somebody but God loves everybody. Well, Joe, says I, your very good health and song. More power, citizen. Hurrah, there, says Joe. The blessing of God and Mary and Patrick on you, says the citizen. And he ups with his pint to wet his whistle. We know those cantors, says he, preaching and picking your pocket. What about sanctimonious Cromwell and his Ironsides that put the women and children of Drogheda to the sword with the Bible text God is love pasted round the mouth of his cannon? The Bible. Did you read that skit in the United Irishman today about that Zulu chief that's visiting England? What's that? Says Joe. So the citizen takes up one of his paraphernalia papers and he starts reading out. A delegation of the chief cotton magnates of Manchester was presented yesterday to His Majesty the Lackey of Ubiquita by Gold Stick in Waiting, Lord Walkup of Walkup on Eggs, to tender to His Majesty the heartfelt thanks of British traders for the facilities afforded them in his dominions. The delegation partook of luncheon at the conclusion of which the dusky potentate, in the course of a happy speech, freely translated by the British chaplain, the Reverend Ananias Praise God Barebones, tendered his best thanks to Massa Walkup and emphasized the cordial relations existing between Ubiquita and the British Empire, stating that he treasured as one of his dearest possessions an illuminated Bible, the volume of the Word of God and the secret of England's greatness, graciously presented to him by the White Chief Woman, the great Squaw Victoria, with a personal dedication from the august hand of the royal donor. The lackey then drank a loving cup of first shot usque bow to the toast black and white from the skull of his immediate predecessor in the dynasty Cockacockacock, surnamed 40 Wards, after which he visited the chief factory of Cotonopolis and signed his mark in the visitor's book, subsequently executing a charming old Ubiquitic war dance, in the course of which he swallowed several knives and forks, amid hilarious applause from the girl hands. Widow woman, says Ned. I wouldn't doubt her. Wonder did he put that Bible to the same use as I would? Same only more so, says Lenehan. And thereafter in that fruitful land the broad-leaved mango flourished exceedingly. Is that by Griffith? Says John Weiss. No, says the citizen. It's not signed Shanganak. It's only annealed, P. And a very good initial too, says Joe. That's how it's worked, says the citizen. Trade follows the flag. Well, says JJ, if they're any worse than those Belgians in the Congo Free State they must be bad. Did you read that report by a man what's this his name is? Casement, says the citizen. He's an Irishman. Yes, that's the man, says JJ, raping the women and girls and flogging the natives on the belly to squeeze all the red rubber they can out of them. I know where he's gone, says Lenehan, cracking his fingers. Who? Says I. Bloom, says he. The courthouse is a blind. He had a few bob on throwaway and he's gone to gather in the shekels. Is it that witty-eyed Kaffir? Says the citizen, that never backed a horse in anger in his life? That's where he's gone, says Lenehan. I met Bantam Lyons going to back that horse only I put him off it and he told me Bloom gave him the tip. Bet you what you like he has 100 shillings to 5 on. He's the only man in Dublin has it. A dark horse. He's a bloody dark horse himself, says Joe. Mind, Joe, says I, show us the entrance out. There you are, says Terry. Goodbye Ireland, I'm going to court. So I just went round the back of the yard to pump ship and begob, 100 shillings to 5, while I was letting off my throwaway 22, letting off my load gob, says I to myself. I knew he was uneasy in his 2 pints off of Joe and 1 in Slattery's off, in his mind to get off the mark. 200 shillings is 5 quid, and when they were in the Dark Horse, Pisser Burke was telling me card party and letting on the child was sick. Gob, must have done about a gallon, flabby arse of a wife. Speaking down the tube, she's better or she's, ow, all a plan so he could vamoose with the pool if he won, or, Jesus, full up I was, trading without a license, ow. Ireland my nation, says he, hoik, thuk, never be up to those bloody, there's the last of it, Jerusalem, ah, cuckoos. So anyhow when I got back they were at it, ding dong. John Weiss saying it was Bloom gave the ideas for Sinn Féin to Griffith to put in his paper all kinds of gerrymandering, packed juries and swindling the taxes off of the government and appointing consuls all over the world to walk about selling Irish industries. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Gob, that puts the bloody kibosh on it if old Sloppy Eyes is mucking up the show. Give us a bloody chance. God save Ireland from the likes of that bloody mouse about. Mr. Bloom with his Argal Bargal. And his old fellow before him perpetrating frauds, old Methusalem Bloom, the robbing bagman, that poisoned himself with the prussic acid after he swamping the country with his baubles and his penny diamonds. Loans by post on easy terms. Any amount of money advanced on note of hand. Distance no object. No security. Gob, he's like Lanty MacHale's goat that'd go a piece of the road with everyone. Well, it's a fact, says John Weiss. And there's the man now that'll tell you all about it, Martin Cunningham. Sure enough the castle car drove up with Martin on it and Jack Power with him and a fellow named Crofter or Crofton, pensioner out of the Collector General's. An Orangeman Blackburn does have on the registration, and he drawing his pay, or Crawford gallivanting around the country at the king's expense. Our travellers reached the rustic hostelry and alighted from their palfreys. Ho, varlet! Cried he, who by his mien seemed the leader of the party. Saucy knave! To us! So saying he knocked loudly with his sword hilt upon the open lattice. Mine host came forth at the summons, girding him with his tabard. Give you good den, my masters, said he with an obsequious bow. Bestir thyself, sirrah, cried he who had knocked. Look to our steeds, and for ourselves give us of your best, for i' faith we need it. Lack-a-day, good masters, said the host, my poor house has but a bare larder. I know not what to offer your lordships. How now, fellow? Cried the second of the party, a man of pleasant countenance. So servest thou the king's messengers, Master Tape Ton? An instantaneous change overspread the landlord's visage. Cry you mercy, gentlemen, he said humbly. An you be the king's messengers, God shield his majesty, you shall not want for aught. The king's friends, God bless his majesty, shall not go off as ting in my house, I warrant me. Then about, cried the traveller who had not spoken, a lusty trencherman by his aspect. Hast aught to give us? Mine host bowed again as he made answer. What say you, good masters, to a squab pigeon pasty, some collops of venison, a saddle of veal, widgeon with crisp hog's bacon, a boar's head with pistachios, a basin of jolly custard, a medlar tansy and a flagon of old Rhenish? Gadzooks! Cried the last speaker. That likes me well. Pistachios! Aha! Cried he of the pleasant countenance. A poor house in a bare larder, quotha! 'Tis a merry rogue. So in comes Martin asking where was Bloom. Where is he? Says Lenehan. Defrauding widows and orphans. Isn't that a fact? Says John Weiss. What I was telling the citizen about Bloom and the Sinn Féin. That's so, says Martin. Or so they allege. Who made those allegations? Says Alf. I, says Joe. I'm the alligator. And after all, says John Joyce, why can't a Jew love his country like the next fellow? Why not? Says JJ, when he's quite sure which country it is. Is he a Jew or a Gentile or a Holy Roman or a swaddler, or what the hell is he? Says Ned. Or who is he? No offense, Crofton. Who is Junius? Says JJ. We don't want him, says Crofter the Orangeman or Presbyterian. He's a perverted Jew, says Martin, from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. We know that in the castle. Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist? Says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin. Only namesakes. His name was Vorug, the father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland, says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says JJ, and every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a tall state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. Expecting every moment will be his next, says Lenehan. Oh, by God, says Ned, you should have seen Bloom before that son of his that died was born. I met him one day in the South City markets buying a tin of Neve's food 6 weeks before the wife was delivered. En ventre sa mère, says JJ. Do you call that a man? Says the citizen. I wonder did he ever put it out of sight, says Joe. Well, there were 2 children born anyhow, says Jack Power. And who does he suspect? Says the citizen. Gob, there's many a true word spoken in jest. One of those mixed middlings he is. Lying up in the hotel pisser was telling me once a month with headache like a toddy with her courses. Do you know what I'm telling you? It'd be an act of God to take a hold of a fellow the like of that and throw him in the bloody sea. Justifiable homicide, so it would. Then sloping off with his 5 quid without putting up a pint of stuff like a man. Give us your blessing. Not as much as would blind your eye. Charity to the neighbor, says Martin. But where is he? We can't wait. A wolf in sheep's clothing, says the citizen. That's what he is. Vorug from Hungary. Ahasuerus I call him. Cursed by God. Have you time for a brief libation, Martin? Says Ned. Only one, says Martin. We must be quick. JJ and S. You, Jack? Crofton? 3 half-ones, Terry. St. Patrick would want to land again at Ballykinler and convert us, says the citizen, after allowing things like that to contaminate our shores. Well, says Martin, rapping for his glass. God bless all, here is my prayer. Amen, says the citizen. And I'm sure he will, says Joe. And at the sound of the sacring bell, headed by a crucifer with acolytes, Thursday ephors, boat-bearers, readers, ostiarii, deacons, and subdeacons, the blessed company drew nigh of mitred abbots and priors and guardians and monks and friars, the monks of Benedict of Spoleto, Carthusians, and Camaldolese, Cistercians and Olivetans, Oratorians, and Valombrosans, and the friars of Augustine, Brigittines, Premonstratensians, Servi, Trinitarians, and the children of Peter Nolasco, and therewith from Carmel. Mount the children of Elijah prophet led by Albert Bishop and by Teresa of Avila, Calct and other, and friars, brown and grey, sons of poor Francis, Capuchins, Cordeliers, Minims, and observants, and the daughters of Clara, and the sons of Dominic, the friars preachers, and the sons of Vincent, and the monks of S. Wolstan, and Ignatius his children, and the confraternity of the Christian brothers led by the Reverend Brother Edmund Ignatius Rice. And after came all saints and martyrs, virgins, and confessors, S. Cyr and S. Isidore Erater and S. James the Less and S. Phocas of Sinope and S. Julian Hospitalator and S. Felix de Cantalis and S. Simon Stylites and S. Stephen Protomartyr and S. John of God and S. Variole and S. Lugard and S. Theodotus and S. Volmer and S. Richard and S. Vincent de Paul and S. Martin of Todi and S. Martin of Tours and S. Alfred and S. Joseph and S. Dennis and S. Cornelius and S. Leopold and S. Bernard and S. Terence and S. Edward and S. Owen Caniculus and S. Anonymous and S. Eponymous and S. Pseudonymous and S. Homonymous and S. Peroni Mouse and S. Synonymous and S. Lawrence O'Toole and S. James of Dingle and Compostela and S. Columcille and S. Columba and S. Celestine and S. Coleman and S. Kevin and S. Brendan and S. Frigidian and S. Senon and S. Fagna and S. Columbanus and S. Gall and S. Fursey and S. Finton and S. Fiaker and S. John Nepomuc and S. Thomas Aquinas and S. Ives of Brittany and S. Mitchin and S. Herman Joseph and the three patrons of Holy Youth S. Aloysius Gonzaga and S. Stanislaus Kostka and S. John Birchmans and the Saints Gervasius, Servasus, and Bonifacius and S. Bride and S. Kieran and S. Canis of Kilkenny and S. Jarlath of Tuam and S. Finbar and S. Papin of Ballymun and Brother Aloysius Pacey Ficus and Brother Louis Bellicosus and the Saints Rose of Lima and of Viterbo and S. Martha of Bethany and S. Mary of Egypt and S. Lucy and S. Bridget and S. Attracta and S. Dimna and S. Ida and S. Marian Calpenses and the Blessed Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus and S. Barbara and S. Scholastica and S. Ursula with 11,000 virgins. And all came with nimbi and aureoles and glory, bearing palms and harps and swords and olive crowns, in robes whereon were woven the blessed symbols of their efficacies, inkhorns, arrows, loaves, crosses, fetters, axes, trees, bridges, babes in a bathtub, shells, wallets, shears, keys, dragons, lilies, buckshot, beards, hogs, lamps, bellows, beehives, soup ladles, stars, snakes, anvils, boxes of Vaseline, bells, crutches, forceps, stag's horns, watertight boots, hawks, millstones, eyes on a dish, wax candles, aspergills, unicorns. And as they wended their way by Nelson's Pillar, Henry Street, Mary Street, Capel Street, Little Britain Street, chanting the introit in Epiphania Domini, which beginneth Surge, Illuminare, and thereafter most sweetly the gradual omnes which saith de saba venient, they did divers wonders such as casting out devils, raising the dead to life, multiplying fishes, healing the halt and the blind, discovering various articles which had been mislaid, interpreting and fulfilling the scriptures, blessing and prophesying. And last, beneath a canopy of cloth of gold came the Reverend Father O'Flynn, attended by Malachi and Patrick. And when the good fathers had reached the appointed place, the house of Bernard Kiernan and Co. Limited, 8, 9 and 10, Little Britain Street, wholesale grocers, wine and brandy shippers, licensed for the sale of beer, wine, and spirits for consumption on the premises, the celebrant blessed the house and censed the mullioned windows and the groins and the vaults and the arrises and the capitals and the pediments and the cornices and the engrailed arches and the spires and the cupolas, and sprinkled the lintels thereof with blessed water, and prayed that God might bless that house as he had blessed the house of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, and make the angels of his light to inhabit therein. And entering he blessed the viands and the beverages, and the company of all the blessed answered his prayers. Adiutorium nostrum in nomine Domini, qui fecit caelum et terram, Dominus vobiscum, et cum spiritu tuo. And he laid his hands upon that, he blessed and gave thanks, and he prayed, and they all with him prayed. Dies, quies verbo sanctificantur omnia, benedictionem tuum effundis super creaturas istis, et presta ut quis eis secundum legem et voluntatem tuum cum gratiarum action usus fuerit per invocationem sanctissimae nominis tui corporis sanitatem et animi tutelam te octari percipiat per Christum Dominum nostrum. And so say all of us, says Jack. 1,000 a year, Lambert, says Crofton, or Crawford. Right, says Ned, taking up his John Jameson. And butter for fish. I was just looking around to see who the happy thought would strike when be damned, but in he comes again, letting on to be in a hell of a hurry. I was just round at the courthouse, says he, looking for you. I hope I'm not. No, says Martin, we're ready. Courthouse, my eye, and your pockets hanging down with gold and silver. Mean bloody scut. Stand us a drink itself. Devil a sweet fear. There's a Jew for you. All for number 1. Cute as a shithouse rat. 100 to 5. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen. Beg your pardon, says he. Come on, boys, says Martin, seeing it was looking blue. Come along now. Don't tell anyone, says the citizen, letting a ball out of him. It's a secret. And the bloody dog woke up and let a growl. Bye bye all, says Martin. And he got them out as quick as he could, Jack Power and Crofton, or whatever you call him, and him in the middle of them, letting on to be all at sea, and up with them on the bloody jaunting car. Off with you, says Martin to the Jarvey. The milk-white Dolphin tossed his main end. Rising in the golden poop, the helmsman spread the bellying sail upon the wind and stood off forward with all sail set, the spinnaker to larboard. A many comely nymphs drew nigh to starboard and to larboard end, clinging to the sides of the noble bark. They linked their shining forms as doth the cunning wheelwright when he fashions about the heart of his wheel the equidistant rays whereof each one is sister to another, and he binds them all with an outer ring, and giveth speed to the feet of men when as they ride to a hosting or contend for the smile of ladies fair. Even so did they come and set them, those willing nymphs, the undying sisters. And they laughed, sporting in a circle of their foam, and the bark clave the waves. But begob I was just lowering the heel of the pint when I saw the citizen getting up to waddle to the door, puffing and blowing with the dropsy, and he cursing the curse of Cromwell on him, bell, book and candle in Irish, spitting and spatting out of him, and Joe and little Alf round him like a leprechaun trying to peacify him. Let me alone, says he. And begob he got as far as the door, and they holding him, and he bawls out of him. 3 cheers for Israel. Ara, sit down on the parliamentary side of your arse for Christ's sake, and don't be making a public exhibition of yourself. Jesus, there's always some bloody clown or other kicking up a bloody murder about bloody nothing. Gob, it'd turn the porter sour in your guts, so it would. And all the ragamuffins and sluts of the nation round the door, and Martin telling the Jarvey to drive ahead, and the citizen bawling, and Alf and Joe at him to wisht, and he on his high horse about the Jews, and the loafers calling for a speech, and Jack Power trying to get him to sit down on the car and hold his bloody jaw, and a loafer with a patch over his eye starts singing If the Man in the Moon Was a Jew, 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 and a slut shouts out of her, Mister. Your fly is open, mister. And says he, Mendelssohn was a Jew, and Karl Marx and Mercadant and Spinoza. And the Savior was a Jew, and his father was a Jew. Your God. He had no father, says Martin. That'll do now. Drive ahead. Who's God? Says the citizen. Well, his uncle was a Jew, says he. Your God was a Jew. Christ was a Jew like me. Gob, the citizen made a plunge back into the shop. By Jesus, says he, I'll brain that bloody Jewman for using the holy name. By Jesus, I'll crucify him, so I will. Give us that biscuit box here. Stop. Stop. Says Joe. A large and appreciative gathering of friends and acquaintances from the metropolis and Greater Dublin assembled in their thousands to bid farewell to Nagyosagus Urim Lipity Vorug, late of Messrs. Alexander Toms, printers to His Majesty, on the occasion of his departure for the distant clime of Sazerminch Rajugulias Dugulas, meadow of murmuring waters. The ceremony, which went off with great eclat, was characterized by the most affecting cordiality. An illuminated scroll of ancient Irish vellum, the work of Irish artists, was presented to the distinguished phenomenologist on behalf of a large section of the community and was accompanied by the gift of a silver casket, tastefully executed in the style of ancient Celtic ornament, a work which reflects every credit on the makers, Messrs. Jacobagus Jacob. The departing guest was the recipient of a hearty ovation, many of those who were present being visibly moved when the select orchestra of Irish pipes struck up the well-known strains of Come Back to Erin, followed immediately by Rakoczy's March. Tar barrels and bonfires were lighted along the coastline of the Four Seas on the summits of the Hill of Howth, Three Rock Mountain, Sugarloaf, Bray Head, the Mountains of Mourne, the Galties, the Ox and Donegal and Sperrin Peaks, the Nagels and the Bogracks, the Connemara Hills, the reeks of Mgillicuddy, Slive Audie, Slive Bernack and Slive Bloom. Amid cheers that rent the welkin, responded to by answering cheers from a big muster of henchmen on the distant Cambrian and Caledonian hills, the mastodontic pleasure ship slowly moved away, saluted by a final floral tribute from the representatives of the fair sex who were present in large numbers, while, as it proceeded down the river, escorted by a flotilla of barges, the flags of the ballast office and custom house were dipped in salute, as were also those of the electrical power station at the Pigeon House and the Pullbag Light. Vis sont latesra, ked spiritum. Vis sont latesra. Gone but not forgotten. Gob. The devil wouldn't stop him till he got hold of the bloody tin anyhow, and out with him, and little Alf hanging on to his elbow and he shouting like a stuck pig, as good as any bloody play in the Queen's Royal Theatre. Where is he till I murder him? And Ned and JJ paralyzed with the laughing. Bloody wars, says I'll be in for the last gospel. But as luck would have it, the Jarvey got the nag's head round the other way and off with him. Hold on, citizen, says Joe. Stop. Begob, he drew his hand and made a swipe and let fly. Mercy of God, the sun was in his eyes, or he'd have left him for dead. Gob, he near sent it into the county Longford. The bloody nag took fright and the old mongrel after the car like bloody hell, and all the populace shouting and laughing and the old tin box clattering along the street. The catastrophe was terrific and instantaneous in its effect. The observatory of Dunsink registered in all 11 shocks, all of the 5th grade of Mercalli's scale, and there is no record extant of a similar seismic disturbance in our island since the earthquake of 1534, the year of the rebellion of Silken Thomas. The epicenter appears to have been that part of the metropolis which constitutes the Inskey ward and parish of St. Michan, covering a surface of 14 acres, 2 roots, and 1 square pole or perch. All the lordly residences in the vicinity of the Palace of Justice were demolished, and that noble edifice itself, in which at the time of the catastrophe important legal debates were in progress, is literally a mass of ruins beneath which it is to be feared all the occupants have been buried alive. From the reports of eyewitnesses it transpires that the seismic waves were accompanied by a violent atmospheric perturbation of cyclonic character. An article of headgear since ascertained to belong to the much respected clerk of the Crown and Peace Mr. George Fottrell, and a silk umbrella with gold handle with the engraved initials, crest, coat of arms and house number of the erudite and worshipful chairman of Quarter Sessions Sir Frederick Falconer, Recorder of Dublin, have been discovered by search parties in remote parts of the island respectively, the former on the 3rd basaltic ridge of the Giant's Causeway, the latter embedded to the extent of 1 foot 3 inches in the sandy beach of Hole Open Bay near the old head of Kinsale. Other eyewitnesses deposed that they observed an incandescent object of enormous proportions hurtling through the atmosphere at a terrifying velocity in a trajectory directed southwest by west. Messages of condolence and sympathy are being hourly received from all parts of the different continents, and the Sovereign Pontiff has been graciously pleased to decree that a special Missa pro defunctis shall be celebrated simultaneously by the ordinaries of each and every cathedral church of all the episcopal dioceses, subject to the spiritual authority of the Holy See, in suffrage of the souls of those faithful departed who have been so unexpectedly called away from our midst. The work of salvage, removal of debris, human remains etc. has been entrusted to Messrs. Michael Mead & Son, 159 Great Brunswick Street, and Messrs. T&C Martin, 77, 78, 79 and 80 North Wall, assisted by the men and officers of the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry under the general supervision of H.R.H. Rear Admiral, the Right Honourable Sir Hercules Hannibal Habeas Corpus Anderson, K.G., KP, KT, PC, KCB, MP, JP, MB, DSO, SOD, MFH, MRIA, B, L, MUS document, PLG, FTCD, FRUI, FRCPI and FRCSI. You never saw the like of it in all your born puff. Gob. If he got that lottery ticket on the side of his pole, he'd remember the gold cup. He would so. But begob, the citizen would have been lagged for assault and battery, and Joe for aiding and abetting. The Jarvey saved his life by furious driving, as sure as God made Moses. What? Oh, Jesus, he did. And he let a volley of oaths after him. Did I kill him, says he, or what? And he shouting to the bloody dog. After him, Gary. After him, boy. And the last we saw was the bloody car rounding the corner, an old sheep's face on it gesticulating, and the bloody mongrel after it with his lugs back, for all he was bloody well worth to tear him limb from limb. 100-5. Jesus, he took the value of it out of him, I promise you. When, lo, there came about them all a great brightness, and they beheld the chariot wherein he stood ascend to heaven. And they beheld him in the chariot, clothed upon in the glory of the brightness, having raiment as of the sun, fair as the moon, and terrible that for awe they durst not look upon him. And there came a voice out of heaven, calling, Elijah, Elijah. And he answered with a main cry, Abba, Adonai. And they beheld him, even him, Ben Bloom Elijah, amid clouds of angels ascend to the glory of the brightness at an angle of 45 degrees over Donahoe's Little Green Street, like a shot off a shovel. Chapter 13. The summer evening had begun to fold the world in its mysterious embrace. Far away in the west the sun was setting, and the last glow of all too fleeting day lingered lovingly on sea and strand, on the proud promontory of dear old Howth, guarding as ever the waters of the bay, on the weed-grown rocks along sandy mount shore, and, last but not least, on the quiet church, whence there streamed forth at times upon the stillness the voice of prayer to her who is in her pure radiance a beacon ever to the storm-tossed heart of man, Mary, star of the sea. The three girl friends were seated on the rocks, enjoying the evening scene and the air, which was fresh but not too chilly. Many a time and oft were they wont to come there to that favorite nook to have a cozy chat beside the sparkling waves and discuss matters feminine. Sissy Caffrey and Eddie Boardman with the baby in the pushcar, and Tommy and Jackie Caffrey, two little curly-headed boys, dressed in sailor suits with caps to match and the name HMS Belle Isle printed on both. For Tommy and Jackie Caffrey were twins, scarce 4 years old, and very noisy and spoiled twins sometimes, but for all that darling little fellows with bright merry faces and endearing ways about them. They were dabbling in the sand with their spades and buckets, building castles as children do, or playing with their big colored ball, happy as the day was long. And Eddie Boardman was rocking the chubby baby to and fro in the pushcar, while that young gentleman fairly chuckled with delight. He was but 11 months and 9 days old, and, though still a tiny toddler, was just beginning to lisp his first babyish words. Sissy Caffrey bent over to him to tease his fat little plucks and the dainty dimple in his chin. "Now, baby," Sissy Caffrey said. "Say out big, big. I want a drink of water." And baby prattled after her. "A jinka jinka jabo." Sissy Caffrey cuddled the wee chap, for she was awfully fond of children, so patient with little sufferers, and Tommy Caffrey could never be got to take his castor oil unless it was Sissy Caffrey that held his nose and promised him the scatty heel of the loaf or brown bread with golden syrup on. What a persuasive power that girl had! But to be sure, baby Boardman was as good as gold, a perfect little dote in his new fancy bib. None of your spoilt beauties, Flora Mac flimsy sort, was Sissy Caffrey. A truer-hearted lass never drew the breath of life, always with a laugh in her gypsy-like eyes and a frolicsome word on her cherry-ripe red lips, a girl lovable in the extreme. And Eddie Boardman laughed too at the quaint language of little brother. But just then there was a slight altercation between Master Tommy and Master Jackie. Boys will be boys, and our two twins were no exception to this golden rule. The apple of discord was a certain castle of sand which Master Jackie had built, and Master Tommy would have it right go wrong that it was to be architecturally improved by a front door like the Martello Tower had. But if Master Tommy was headstrong, Master Jackie was self-willed too, and, true to the maxim that every little Irishman's house is his castle, he fell upon his hated rival, and to such purpose that the would-be assailant came to grief and, alas to relate, the coveted castle too. Needless to say, the cries of discomfited Master Tommy drew the attention of the girl friends. "Come here, Tommy," his sister called imperatively. "At once. And you, Jackie, for shame to throw poor Tommy in the dirty sand. Wait till I catch you for that." His eyes misty with unshed tears, Master Tommy came at her call, for their big sister's word was law with the twins. And in a sad plight he was too after his misadventure. His little man-o'-war top and unmentionables were full of sand, but Sissy was a past mistress in the art of smoothing over life's tiny troubles, and very quickly not one speck of sand was to be seen on his smart little suit. Still the blue eyes were glistening with hot tears that would well up, so she kissed away the hurtness and shook her hand at Master Jackie the culprit, and said if she was near him she wouldn't be far from him, her eyes dancing in admonition. "Nasty bold Jackie!" she cried. She put an arm round the little mariner and coaxed winningly. "What's your name? Butter and cream? Tell us who is your sweetheart," spoke Eddie Boardman. "Is Sissy your sweetheart?" "Now," tearful Tommy said. "Is Eddie Boardman your sweetheart?" Sissy queried. "Now," Tommy said. "I know," Eddie Boardman said, none too amiably, with an arch glance from her short-sighted eyes. "I know who is Tommy's sweetheart. Gertie is Tommy's sweetheart." "Now," Tommy said, on the verge of tears. Sissy's quick mother wit guessed what was amiss, and she whispered to Eddie Boardman to take him there behind the pushcar where the gentleman couldn't see, and to mind he didn't wet his new tan shoes. But who was Gertie? Gertie McDowell, who was seated near her companions, lost in thought, gazing far away into the distance, was, in very truth, as fair a specimen of winsome Irish girlhood as one could wish to see. She was pronounced beautiful by all who knew her, though, as folks often said, she was more a Giltrap than a McDowell. Her figure was slight and graceful, inclining even to fragility, but those iron geloids she had been taking of late had done her a world of good, much better than the widow Welch's female pills, and she was much better of those discharges she used to get, and that tired feeling. The waxen pallor of her face was almost spiritual in its ivory-like purity, though her rosebud mouth was a genuine Cupid's bow, Greekly perfect. Her hands were of finely veined alabaster with tapering fingers, and as white as lemon juice and queen of ointments could make them, though it was not true that she used to wear kid gloves in bed or take a milk footbath either. Bertha Supple told that once to Eddie Boardman, a deliberate lie, when she was black out at daggers drawn with Gertie, the girl chums had of course their little tiffs from time to time like the rest of mortals, and she told her not to let on whatever she did that it was her that told her or she'd never speak to her again. No. Honor where honor is due. There was an innate refinement, a languid queenly hauteur about Gertie which was unmistakably evidenced in her delicate hands and high-arched instep. Had kind fate but willed her to be born a gentlewoman of high degree in her own right, and had she only received the benefit of a good education, Gertie McDowell might easily have held her own beside any lady in the land and have seen herself exquisitely gowned with jewels on her brow and patrician suitors at her feet vying with one another to pay their devoirs to her. Mayhap it was this, the love that might have been, that lent to her softly featured face at whiles a look, tense with suppressed meaning, that imparted a strange yearning tendency to the beautiful eyes, a charm few could resist. Why have women such eyes of witchery? Gertie's were of the bluest Irish blue, set off by lustrous lashes and dark expressive brows. Time was when those brows were not so silkily seductive. It was Madame Vera Verity, directress of the Woman Beautiful page of the Princess Novelette, who had first advised her to try eyebrow lane, which gave that haunting expression to the eyes, so becoming in leaders of fashion, and she had never regretted it. Then there was blushing scientifically cured, and how to be tall, increase your height and you have a beautiful face, but your nose? That would suit Mrs. Dignam because she had a button one. But Gertie's crowning glory was her wealth of wonderful hair. It was dark brown with a natural wave in it. She had cut it that very morning on account of the new moon, and it nestled about her pretty head in a profusion of luxuriant clusters, and pared her nails too, Thursday for wealth. And just now at Edie's words, as a telltale flush, delicate as the faintest rose bloom, crept into her cheeks, she looked so lovely in her sweet girlish shyness that of a surety God's fair land of Ireland did not hold her equal. For an instant she was silent with rather sad downcast eyes. She was about to retort, but something checked the words on her tongue. Inclination prompted her to speak out, dignity told her to be silent. The pretty lips pouted a while, but then she glanced up and broke out into a joyous little laugh which had in it all the freshness of a young May morning. She knew right well, no one better, what made Squinty Eddie say that because of him cooling in his attentions when it was simply a lover's quarrel. As per usual, somebody's nose was out of joint about the boy that had the bicycle off the London Bridge Road, always riding up and down in front of her window. Only now his father kept him in the evenings studying hard to get an exhibition in the intermediate that was on, and he was going to go to Trinity College to study for a doctor when he left the high school, like his brother W.E. Wiley, who was racing in the bicycle races in Trinity College University. Little recked he perhaps for what she felt, that dull aching void in her heart sometimes, piercing to the core. Yet he was young, and perchance he might learn to love her in time. They were Protestants in his family, and of course Gertie knew who came first, and after him the Blessed Virgin and then Saint Joseph. But he was undeniably handsome with an exquisite nose, and he was what he looked, every inch a gentleman, the shape of his head too at the back without his cap on, that she would know anywhere something off the common, and the way he turned the bicycle at the lamp with his hands off the bars, and also the nice perfume of those good cigarettes, and besides they were both of a size 2, he and she, and that was why Eddie Boardman thought she was so frightfully clever, because he didn't go and ride up and down in front of her bit of a garden. Gertie was dressed simply, but with the instinctive taste of a votary of dame fashion, for she felt that there was just a mite that he might be out. A neat blouse of electric blue, self-tinted by Dolly dyes, because it was expected in the ladies' pictorial that electric blue would be worn, with a smart V opening down to the division and kerchief pocket, in which she always kept a piece of cotton wool scented with her favorite perfume because the handkerchief spoiled the sit, and a navy 3/4 skirt cut to the stride showed off her slim graceful figure to perfection. She wore a coquettish little love of a hat of wide-leaved nigger straw contrast trimmed with an underbrim of egg bleu chenille, and at the side a butterfly bow of silk to tone. All Tuesday week afternoon she was hunting to match that chenille, but at last she found what she wanted at Clary's summer sales, the very it, slightly shop-soiled but you would never notice, 7 fingers 2 and a penny. She did it up all by herself, and what joy was hers when she tried it on then, smiling at the lovely reflection which the mirror gave back to her. And when she put it on the water jig to keep the shape, she knew that that would take the shine out of some people she knew. Her shoes were the newest thing in footwear. Eddie Boardman prided herself that she was very petite, but she never had a foot like Gertie McDowell, a 5, and never would ash, oak, or elm, with patent toe caps and just one smart buckle over her high-arched instep. Her well-turned ankle displayed its perfect proportions beneath her skirt, and just the proper amount and no more of her shapely limbs encased in fine spun hose with high-spliced heels and wide garter tops. As for undies, they were Gertie's chief care, and who that knows the fluttering hopes and fears of sweet 17, though Gertie would never see 17 again, can find it in his heart to blame her? She had 4 dinky sets with awfully pretty stitchery, 3 garments, and nighties extra, and each set slotted with different colored ribbons, rose pink, pale blue, mauve and pea green, and she aired them herself and blued them when they came home from the wash and ironed them, and she had a brick bat to keep the iron on because she wouldn't trust those washerwomen as far as she'd see them scorching the things. She was wearing the blue for luck, hoping against hope, her own color, and lucky too for a bride to have a bit of blue somewhere on her, because the green she wore that day week brought grief because his father brought him in to study for the intermediate exhibition, and because she thought perhaps he might be out, because when she was dressing that morning she nearly slipped up the old pair on her inside out, and that was for luck and lovers meeting if you put those things on inside out, or if they got untied, that he was thinking about you so long as it wasn't of a Friday. And yet, that strained look on her face. A gnawing sorrow is there all the time. Her very soul is in her eyes, and she would give worlds to be in the privacy of her own familiar chamber where, giving way to tears, she could have a good cry and relieve her pent-up feelings, though not too much, because she knew how to cry nicely before the mirror. "You are lovely, Gertie," it said. The polly light of evening falls upon a face infinitely sad and wistful. Gertie McDowell yearns in vain. Yes, she had known from the very first that her daydream of a marriage has been arranged, and the wedding bells ringing for Mrs. Reggie Wiley TCD, because the one who married the elder brother would be Mrs. Wiley, and in the fashionable intelligence Mrs. Gertrude Wiley was wearing a sumptuous confection of grey trimmed with expensive blue fox was not to be. He was too young to understand. He would not believe in love, a woman's birthright. The night of the party long ago in Stores, he was still in short trousers. When they were alone and he stole an arm round her waist, she went white to the very lips. He called her little one in a strangely husky voice and snatched a half-kiss, the first, but it was only the end of her nose, and then he hastened from the room with a remark about refreshments. Impetuous fellow. Strength of character had never been Reggie Wiley's strong point, and he who would woo and win Gertie McDowell must be a man among men. But waiting, always waiting to be asked, and it was leap year too and would soon be over. No Prince Charming is her beau ideal to lay a rare and wondrous love at her feet, but rather a manly man with a strong quiet face who had not found his ideal, perhaps his hair slightly flecked with grey, and who would understand, take her in his sheltering arms, strain her to him in all the strength of his deep passionate nature, and comfort her with a long kiss. It would be like heaven. For such a one she yearns this balmy summer eve. With all the heart of her she longs to be his only, his affianced bride, for riches for poor, in sickness in health, till death us two part, from this to this day forward. And while Eddie Boardman was with little Tommy behind the pushcar, she was just thinking, would the day ever come when she could call herself his little wife-to-be? Then they could talk about her till they went blue in the face, Bertha supple too, and Eddie, little spitfire, because she would be 22 in November. She would care for him with creature comforts too, for Gertie was womanly wise and knew that a mere man liked that feeling of hominess. Her griddle cakes done to a golden brown hue, and Queen Anne's pudding of delightful creaminess had won golden opinions from all because she had a lucky hand also for lighting a fire, dredge in the fine self-raising flour and always stir in the same direction, then cream the milk and sugar and whisk well the white of eggs, though she didn't like the eating part when there were any people that made her shy, and often she wondered why you couldn't eat something poetical like violets or roses, and they would have a beautifully appointed drawing room with pictures and engravings and the photograph of Grandpapa Giltrop's lovely dog Garryowen that almost talked, it was so human, and chintz covers for the chairs and that silver toast track in Clary's summer jumble sales like they have in rich houses. He would be tall with broad shoulders. She had always admired tall men for a husband, with glistening white teeth under his carefully trimmed sweeping mustache, and they would go on the continent for their honeymoon. 3 wonderful weeks, and then, when they settled down in a nice snug and cozy little homely house, every morning they would both have brekkie, simple but perfectly served, for their own 2 selves, and before he went out to business he would give his dear little wifey a good, hearty hug and gaze for a moment deep down into her eyes. Eddie Boardman asked Tommy Caffrey was he done, and he said yes, so then she buttoned up his little knickerbockers for him and told him to run off and play with Jackie and to be good now and not to fight. But Tommy said he wanted the ball, and Eddie told him no, that baby was playing with the ball and if he took it there'd be wigs on the green, but Tommy said it was his ball and he wanted his ball, and he pranced on the ground, if you please. The temper of him! Oh, he was a man already, was little Tommy Caffrey, since he was out of pennies. Eddie told him no, and to be off now with him, and she told Sissy Caffrey not to give in to him. "You're not my sister," naughty Tommy said. "It's my ball." But Sissy Caffrey told baby Boardman to look up high at her finger, and she snatched the ball quickly and threw it along the sand, and Tommy after it in full career, having won the day. "Anything for a quiet life," laughed Sis. And she tickled Tiny Tot's 2 cheeks to make him forget, and played "Here's the Lord Mayor, here's his 2 horses, here's his gingerbread carriage, and here he walks in, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin chopper chin." But Eddie got as cross as 2 sticks about him getting his own way like that from everyone always petting him. "I'd like to give him something," she said, "so I would, where I won't say." "On the BOT Tom," laughed Sissy merrily. Gertie McDowell bent down her head and crimsoned at the idea of Sissy saying an unladylike thing like that out loud. She'd be ashamed of her life to say, flushing a deep rosy red, and Eddie Boardman said she was sure the gentleman opposite heard what she said. "But not a pin cared, Sis. Let him," she said with a pert toss of her head and a piquant tilt of her nose. "Give it to him too, on the same place as quick as I'd look at him." Madcap Sis with her gollywog curls. You had to laugh at her sometimes. For instance, when she asked you would you have some more Chinese tea and jaspberry ram, and when she drew the jugs too and the men's faces on her nails with red ink make you split your sides, or when she wanted to go where you know she said she wanted to run and pay a visit to the Miss White. That was just like Sissy Comes. Oh, and will you ever forget her the evening she dressed up in her father's suit and hat and the burned cork mustache and walked down Tritonville Road, smoking a cigarette? There was none to come up to her for fun. But she was sincerity itself, one of the bravest and truest hearts heaven ever made, not one of your toughest things, too sweet to be wholesome. And then there came out upon the air the sound of voices and the pealing anthem of the organ. It was the men's temperance retreat conducted by the missioner, the Reverend John Hughes S.J., rosary, sermon, and benediction of the most blessed sacrament. They were there gathered together without distinction of social class, and a most edifying spectacle it was to see, in that simple fane beside the waves, after the storms of this weary world, kneeling before the feet of the Immaculate, reciting the litany of Our Lady of Loreto, beseeching her to intercede for them, the old familiar words, Holy Mary, Holy Virgin of Virgins. How sad to poor Gertie's ears! Had her father only avoided the clutches of the demon drink, by taking the pledge or those powders. The drink habit cured in Pearson's Weekly, she might now be rolling in her carriage, second to none. Over and over had she told herself that as she mused by the dying embers in a brown study without the lamp because she hated two lights, or oftentimes gazing out of the window dreamily by the hour at the rain falling on the rusty bucket, thinking. But that vile decoction which has ruined so many hearths and homes had cast its shadow over her childhood days. Nay, she had even witnessed in the home circle deeds of violence caused by intemperance, and had seen her own father, a prey to the fumes of intoxication, forget himself completely. For if there was one thing of all things that Gertie knew, it was that the man who lifts his hand to a woman save in the way of kindness, deserves to be branded as the lowest of the low. And still the voices sang in supplication to the Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful. And Gertie, wrapped in thought, scarce saw or heard her companions or the twins at their boyish gambols, or the gentleman off Sandy Mount Green that Sissy Caffrey called the man that was so like himself passing along the Strand taking a short walk. You never saw him anyway screwed, but still, and for all that she would not like him for a father because he was too old or something, or on account of his face, it was a palpable case of Dr. Fell, or his carbuncly nose with the pimples on it, and his sandy mustache a bit white under his nose. Poor father! With all his faults she loved him still when he sang "Tell me, Mary, how to woo thee," or "My love," in Cottage near Rochelle, and they had stewed cockles and lettuce with Lazenby's salad dressing for supper, and when he sang "The moon hath raised," with Mr. Dignam that died suddenly and was buried, God have mercy on him, from a stroke. Her mother's birthday that was, and Charlie was home on his holidays, and Tom and Mr. Dignam and MRS and Patsy and Freddie Dignam, and they were to have had a group taken. No one would have thought the end was so near. Now he was laid to rest. And her mother said to him to let that be a warning to him for the rest of his days, and he couldn't even go to the funeral on account of the gout, and she had to go into town to bring him the letters and samples from his office about Catesby's cork lino, artistic, standard designs, fit for a palace, gives tip-top wear and always bright and cheery in the home. A sterling good daughter was Gertie, just like a second mother in the house, a ministering angel too, with a little heart worth its weight in gold. And when her mother had those raging splitting headaches, who was it rubbed the menthol cone on her forehead but Gertie, though she didn't like her mother's taking pinches of snuff, and that was the only single thing they ever had words about, taking snuff. Everyone thought the world of her for her gentle ways. It was Gertie who turned off the gas at the main every night, and it was Gertie who tacked up on the wall of that place where she never forgot every fortnight the chlorid of lime Mr. Tunney the grocer's Christmas almanac, the picture of halcyon days where a young gentleman in the costume they used to wear then with a three-cornered hat was offering a bunch of flowers to his ladylove with old-time chivalry through her lattice window. You could see there was a story behind it. The colors were done something lovely. She was in a soft clinging white in a studied attitude, and the gentleman was in chocolate, and he looked a thorough aristocrat. She often looked at them dreamily when she went there for a certain purpose, and felt her own arms that were white and soft just like hers with the sleeves back, and thought about those times because she had found out in Walker's pronouncing dictionary that belonged to Grandpapa Giltrap about the halcyon days what they meant. The twins were now playing in the most approved brotherly fashion till at last Master Jackie, who was really as bold as brass there was no getting behind that, deliberately kicked the ball as hard as ever he could down towards the seaweedy rocks. Needless to say, poor Tommy was not slow to voice his dismay, but luckily the gentleman in black, who was sitting there by himself, came gallantly to the rescue and intercepted the ball. Our two champions claimed their plaything with lusty cries, and to avoid trouble Sissy Caffrey called to the gentleman to throw it to her, please. The gentleman aimed the ball once or twice and then threw it up the Strand towards Sissy Caffrey, but it rolled down the slope and stopped right under Gertie's skirt near the little pool by the rock. The twins clamored again for it, and Sissy told her to kick it away and let them fight for it, so Gertie drew back her foot, but she wished their stupid ball hadn't come rolling down to her, and she gave a kick but she missed, and Eddie and Sissy laughed. "If you fail, try again," Eddie Boardman said. Gertie smiled assent and bit her lip. A delicate pink crept into her pretty cheek, but she was determined to let them see, so she just lifted her skirt a little, but just enough, and took good aim and gave the ball a jolly good kick, and it went ever so far and the two twins after it down towards the shingle. Pure jealousy, of course. It was nothing else, to draw attention on account of the gentleman opposite looking. She felt the warm flush, a danger signal always with Gertie McDowell, surging and flaming into her cheeks. Till then they had only exchanged glances of the most casual, but now under the brim of her new hat she ventured a look at him, and the face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. Through the open window of the church the fragrant incense was wafted, and with it the fragrant names of her who was conceived without stain of original sin. Spiritual vessel, pray for us. Honorable vessel, pray for us. Vessel of singular devotion, pray for us. Mystical rose. And careworn hearts were there, and toilers for their daily bread, and many who had erred and wandered, their eyes wet with contrition, but for all that bright with hope, for the Reverend Father Hughes had told them what the great Saint Bernard said in his famous prayer of Mary, the most pious Virgin's intercessory power, that it was not recorded in any age that those who implored her powerful protection were ever abandoned by her. The twins were now playing again right merrily, for the troubles of childhood are but as fleeting summer showers. Sissy Caffrey played with baby Boardman till he crowed with glee, clapping baby hands in air. Peep, she cried behind the hood of the pushcar, and Eddie asked where was Sissy gone, and then Sissy popped up her head and cried, "Ah!" And, my word, didn't the little chap enjoy that? And then she told him to say Papa. Say Papa, baby. Say Papa, 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 Papa. And baby did his level best to say it, for he was very intelligent for 11 months, everyone said, and big for his age, and the picture of health, a perfect little bunch of love, and he would certainly turn out to be something great, they said. Haja Jaja Haja. Sissy wiped his little mouth with the dribbling bib and wanted him to sit up properly and say Pa Pa Pa, but when she undid the strap she cried out, "Holy Saint Denis," that he was possying wet, and to double the half blanket the other way under him. Of course his infant majesty was most obstreperous at such toilet formalities, and he let everyone know it. Hey ba ba ah ba a ba a. And two great big lovely big tears coursing down his cheeks. It was all no use soothing him with no, baby, no, and telling him about the GG and where was the puff puff, but Sis, always ready-witted, gave him in his mouth the teat of the sucking bottle, and the young heathen was quickly appeased. Gertie wished to goodness they would take their squalling baby home out of that and not get on her nerves. No hour to be out, and the little brats of twins. She gazed out towards the distant sea. It was like the paintings that man used to do on the pavement with all the colored chalks, and such a pity too, leaving them there to be all blotted out. The evening and the clouds coming out, and the Bailey light on Houth, and to hear the music like that, and the perfume of those incense they burned in the church like a kind of waft. And while she gazed her heart went pit-a-pat. Yes, it was her he was looking at, and there was meaning in his look. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. Wonderful eyes they were, superbly expressive, but could you trust them? People were so queer. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner, the image of the photos she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol, only for the mustache, which she preferred because she wasn't stage-struck like Winnie Rippingham that wanted they two to always dress the same on account of a play, but she could not see whether he had an aquiline nose or a slightly retroussé from where he was sitting. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. She would have given worlds to know what it was. He was looking up so intently, so still, and he saw her kick the ball, and perhaps he could see the bright steel buckles of her shoes if she swung them like that thoughtfully with the toes down. She was glad that something told her to put on the transparent stockings, thinking Reggie Wiley might be out, but that was far away. Here was that of which she had so often dreamed. It was he who mattered, and there was joy on her face because she wanted him, because she felt instinctively that he was like no one else. The very heart of the girl-woman went out to him, her dream husband, because she knew on the instant it was him. If he had suffered, more sinned against than sinning, or even if he had been himself a sinner, a wicked man, she cared not. Even if he was a Protestant or Methodist, she could convert him easily if he truly loved her. There were wounds that wanted healing with heart balm. She was a womanly woman, not like other flighty girls, unfeminine he had known, those cyclists showing off what they hadn't got, and she just yearned to know all, to forgive all if she could make him fall in love with her, make him forget the memory of the past. Then mayhap he would embrace her gently, like a real man, crushing her soft body to him, and love her, his honest girlie, for herself alone. Refuge of sinners, comfortress of the afflicted, ora pro nobis. Well has it been said that whosoever prays to her with faith and constancy can never be lost or cast away, and fitly is she too a haven of refuge for the afflicted because of the $7 which transpierced her own heart. Gertie could picture the whole scene in the church, the stained glass windows lighted up, the candles, the flowers and the blue banners of the Blessed Virgin's sodality, and Father Conroy was helping Canon O'Hanlon at the altar, carrying things in and out with his eyes cast down. He looked almost a saint, and his confession box was so quiet and clean and dark, and his hands were just like white wax, and if ever she became a Dominican nun in their white habit, perhaps he might come to the convent for the novena of Saint Dominic. He told her that time when she told him about that in confession, crimsoning up to the roots of her hair for fear he could see, not to be troubled because that was only the voice of nature and we were all subject to nature's laws, he said, in this life, and that was no sin because that came from the nature of woman instituted by God, he said, and that our Blessed Lady herself said to the Archangel Gabriel, "Be it done unto me according to thy word." He was so kind and holy, and often she thought could she work a ruche tea-cozy with embroidered floral design for him as a present, or a clock, but they had a clock she noticed on the mantelpiece, white and gold, with a canary bird that came out of a little house to tell the time the day she went there, about the flowers for the 40 hours adoration, because it was hard to know what sort of a present to give, or perhaps an album of illuminated views of Dublin or some place. The exasperating little brats of twins began to quarrel again, and Jackie threw the ball out towards the sea and they both ran after it. Little monkeys common as ditch water. Someone ought to take them and give them a good hiding for themselves to keep them in their places, the both of them. And Sissy and Eddie shouted after them to come back because they were afraid the tide might come in on them and be drowned. Jackie. Tommy. Not they. What a great notion they had. So Sissy said it was the very last time she'd ever bring them out. She jumped up and called them, and she ran down the slope past him, tossing her hair behind her, which had a good enough color if there had been more of it, but with all the thingamery she was always rubbing into it, she couldn't get it to grow long because it wasn't natural, so she could just go and throw her hat at it. She ran with long gandery strides. It was a wonder she didn't rip up her skirt at the side that was too tight on her, because there was a lot of the tomboy about Sissy Caffrey, and she was a forward piece whenever she thought she had a good opportunity to show off, and just because she was a good runner she ran like that so that he could see all the end of her petticoat running in her skinny shanks up as far as possible. It would have served her just right if she had tripped up over something accidentally on purpose with her high crooked French heels on her to make her look tall and got a fine tumble. Tableau. That would have been a very charming expose for a gentleman like that to witness. Queen of angels, queen of patriarchs, queen of prophets, of all saints, they prayed, Queen of the Most Holy Rosary. And then Father Conroy handed the Thursday Bible to Canon O'Hanlon, and he put in the incense and censed the Blessed Sacrament, and Sissy Caffrey caught the two twins, and she was itching to give them a ringing good clip on the ear, but she didn't because she thought he might be watching. But she never made a bigger mistake in all her life, because Gertie could see without looking that he never took his eyes off of her, and then Canon O'Hanlon handed the Thursday Bible back to Father Conroy and knelt down looking up at the Blessed Sacrament, and the choir began to sing the Tantum Ergo, and she just swung her foot in and out in time as the music rose and fell to the Tantum Ergo Sacramentum. 3:11 she paid for those stockings and sparrows of George's Street on the Tuesday, no, the Monday before Easter, and there wasn't a brack on them, and that was what he was looking at, transparent, and not at her insignificant ones that had neither shape nor form, the cheek of her, because he had eyes in his head to see the difference for himself. Sissy came up along the Strand with the two twins and their ball with her hat anyhow on her to one side after her run, and she did look a streel tugging the two kids along with the flimsy blouse she bought only a fortnight before like a rag on her back and a bit of her petticoat hanging like a caricature. Gertie just took off her hat for a moment to settle her hair, and a prettier, a daintier head of nut brown tresses was never seen on a girl's shoulders, a radiant little vision, in sooth, almost maddening in its sweetness. You would have to travel many a long mile before you found a head of hair the like of that. She could almost see the swift answering flash of admiration in his eyes that set her tingling in every nerve. She put on her hat so that she could see from underneath the brim and swung her buckled shoe faster, for her breath caught as she caught the expression in his eyes. He was eyeing her as a snake eyes its prey. Her woman's instinct told her that she had raised the devil in him, and at the thought a burning scarlet swept from throat to brow till the lovely color of her face became a glorious rose. Eddie Boardman was noticing it too, because she was squinting at Gertie, half smiling, with her specs like an old maid, pretending to nurse the baby. Irritable little gnat she was and always would be, and that was why no one could get on with her poking her nose into what was no concern of hers. And she said to Gertie, "A penny for your thoughts." "What?" replied Gertie with a smile reinforced by the whitest of teeth. "I was only wondering, was it late?" Because she wished to goodness they'd take the snotty-nosed twins and their babby home to the mischief out of that, so that was why she just gave a gentle hint about its being late. And when Sissy came up, Eddie asked her the time, and Miss Sissy, as glib as you like, said it was 1/2 kissing time, time to kiss again. But Eddie wanted to know because they were told to be in early. "Wait," said Sissy, "I'll run ask my Uncle Peter over there what's the time by his conundrum." So over she went, and when he saw her coming she could see him take his hand out of his pocket, getting nervous, and beginning to play with his watch chain, looking up at the church. Passionate nature though he was, Gertie could see that he had enormous control over himself. One moment he had been there, fascinated by a loveliness that made him gaze, and the next moment it was the quiet, grave-faced gentleman, self-control expressed in every line of his distinguished-looking figure. Sissy said to excuse her, would he mind please telling her what was the right time, and Gertie could see him taking out his watch, listening to it and looking up and clearing his throat, and he said he was very sorry his watch was stopped, but he thought it must be after 8 because the sun was set. His voice had a cultured ring in it, and though he spoke in measured accents there was a suspicion of a quiver in the mellow tones. Sissy said thanks and came back with her tongue out and said Uncle said his waterworks were out of order. Then they sang the second verse of the Tantum Ergo, and Canon O'Hanlon got up again and sensed the Blessed Sacrament and knelt down, and he told Father Conroy that one of the candles was just going to set fire to the flowers, and Father Conroy got up and settled it all right, and she could see the gentleman winding his watch and listening to the works, and she swung her leg more in and out in time. It was getting darker, but he could see, and he was looking all the time that he was winding the watch or whatever he was doing to it, and then he put it back and put his hands back into his pockets. She felt a kind of a sensation rushing all over her, and she knew by the feel of her scalp and that irritation against her stays that that thing must be coming on, because the last time too was when she clipped her hair on account of the moon. His dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. If ever there was undisguised admiration in a man's passionate gaze, it was there plain to be seen on that man's face. "It is for you, Gertrude McDowell, and you know it." Eddie began to get ready to go, and it was high time for her, and Gertie noticed that that little hint she gave had had the desired effect, because it was a long way along the Strand to where there was the place to push up the pushcar, and Sissy took off the twins' caps and tidied their hair to make herself attractive, of course, and Canon O'Hanlon stood up with his coat poking up at his neck, and Father Conroy handed him the card to read off, and he read out Panem Dacilla Prestitis Deis, and Eddie and Sissy were talking about the time all the time and asking her, but Gertie could pay them back in their own coin, and she just answered with scathing politeness when Eddie asked her was she heartbroken about her best boy throwing her over. Gertie winced sharply. A brief cold blaze shone from her eyes that spoke volumes of scorn immeasurable. It hurt, oh yes, it cut deep, because Eddie had her own quiet way of saying things like that she knew would wound like the confounded little cat she was. Gertie's lips parted swiftly to frame the word, but she fought back the sob that rose to her throat. So slim, so flawless, so beautifully molded, it seemed one an artist might have dreamed of. She had loved him better than he knew. Light-hearted deceiver and fickle like all his sex, he would never understand what he had meant to her, and for an instant there was in the blue eyes a quick stinging of tears. Their eyes were probing her mercilessly, but with a brave effort she sparkled back in sympathy as she glanced at her new conquest for them to see. "Oh," responded Gertie, quick as lightning, laughing, and the proud head flashed up. "I can throw my cap at who I like because it's leap year." Her words rang out crystal clear, more musical than the cooing of the ring dove, but they cut the silence icily. There was that in her young voice that told that she was not a one to be lightly trifled with. As for Mr. Reggie with his swank and his bit of money, she could just chuck him aside as if he was so much filth, and never again would she cast as much as a second thought on him and tear his silly postcard into a dozen pieces. And if ever after he dared to presume she could give him one look of measured scorn that would make him shrivel up on the spot. Miss Puny Little Edie's countenance fell to no slight extent, and Gertie could see by her looking as black as thunder that she was simply in a towering rage, though she hid it, the little kinat, because that shaft had struck home for her petty jealousy, and they both knew that she was something aloof, apart, in another sphere, that she was not of them and never would be, and there was somebody else too that knew it and saw it, so they could put that in their pipe and smoke it. Eddie straightened up Baby Boardman to get ready to go, and Sissy tucked in the ball and the spades and buckets, and it was high time too, because the Sandman was on his way for Master Boardman Jr. And Sissy told him too that Billy Winks was coming and that Baby was to go dee-daw, and Baby looked just too ducky, laughing up out of his gleeful eyes. And Sissy poked him like that out of fun in his wee fat tummy, and Baby, without as much as by your leave, sent up his compliments to all and sundry onto his brand new dribbling bib. "Oh my puddiny pie," protested Sis. "He has his bib destroyed." The slight contretemps claimed her attention, but in 2/2 she set that little matter to rights. Gertie stifled a smothered exclamation and gave a nervous cough, and Eddie asked what, and she was just going to tell her to catch it while it was flying, but she was ever ladylike in her deportment, so she simply passed it off with consummate tact by saying that that was the benediction, because just then the bell rang out from the steeple over the quiet seashore, because Canon O'Hanlon was up on the altar with the veil that Father Conroy put round his shoulders, giving the benediction with the blessed sacrament in his hands. How moving the scene there in the gathering twilight, the last glimpse of Erin, the touching chime of those evening bells, and at the same time a bat flew forth from the ivied belfry through the dusk, hither, thither, with the tiny lost cry. And she could see far away the lights of the lighthouses, so picturesque she would have loved to do with a box of paints, because it was easier than to make a man, and soon the lamplighter would be going his rounds past the Presbyterian church grounds and along by shady Tritonville Avenue where the couples walked, and lighting the lamp near her window where Reggie Wiley used to turn his freewheel, like she read in that book The Lamplighter by Miss Cummins, author of Mabel Vaughan and other tales. For Gertie had her dreams that no one knew of. She loved to read poetry, and when she got a keepsake from Bertha Supple of that lovely confession album with the coral pink cover to write her thoughts in, she laid it in the drawer of her toiletable, which, though it did not err on the side of luxury, was scrupulously neat and clean. It was there she kept her girlish treasure trove, the tortoiseshell combs, her child of Mary batch, the white rose scent, the eyebrow lane, her alabaster pouncet box and the ribbons to change when her things came home from the wash, and there were some beautiful thoughts written in it in violet ink that she bought in Helly's of Dame Street, for she felt that she too could write poetry if she could only express herself like that poem that appealed to her so deeply that she had copied out of the newspaper she found one evening round the pot herbs. Art thou real, my ideal? It was called by Lewis J. Walsh, Megara felt, and after there was something about twilight, wilt thou ever? And oft times the beauty of poetry, so sad in its transient loveliness, had misted her eyes with silent tears, for she felt that the years were slipping by for her, one by one, and but for that one shortcoming she knew she need fear no competition, and that was an accident coming down Dalkey Hill, and she always tried to conceal it. But it must end, she felt. If she saw that magic lure in his eyes, there would be no holding back for her. Love laughs at locksmiths. She would make the great sacrifice. Her every effort would be to share his thoughts. Dearer than the whole world would she be to him, and gild his days with happiness. There was the all-important question, and she was dying to know, was he a married man or a widower who had lost his wife, or some tragedy like the nobleman with the foreign name from the land of song had to have her put into a madhouse, cruel only to be kind. But even if, what then? Would it make a very great difference? From everything in the least indelicate her fine-bred nature instinctively recoiled. She loathed that sort of person, the fallen women off the accommodation walk beside the daughter that went with the soldiers, and coarse men with no respect for a girl's honor, degrading the sex and being taken up to the police station. No, no, not that. They would be just good friends, like a big brother and sister, without all that other, in spite of the conventions of society with a big S. Perhaps it was an old flame he was in mourning for from the days beyond recall. She thought she understood. She would try to understand him, because men were so different. The old love was waiting, waiting with little white hands stretched out, with blue appealing eyes. Heart of mine. She would follow her dream of love, the dictates of her heart that told her he was her all in all, the only man in all the world for her, for love was the master guide. Nothing else mattered. Come what might, she would be wild, untrammeled, free. Canon O'Hanlon put the Blessed Sacrament back into the tabernacle, and genuflected, and the choir sang Laudate Dominum Omnes Gentes, and then he locked the tabernacle door because the benediction was over, and Father Conroy handed him his hat to put on, and Cross-Scat Eddie asked wasn't she coming, but Jackie Caffrey called out, "Oh, look, Sissy." And they all looked. Was it sheet lightning? But Tommy saw it too, over the trees beside the church, blue and then green and purple. "It's fireworks," Sissy Caffrey said. And they all ran down the Strand to see, over the houses and the church, helter-skelter, Eddie with the pushcar with baby Boardman in it, and Sissy holding Tommy and Jackie by the hand so they wouldn't fall running. "Come on, Gertie," Sissy called. "It's the bazaar fireworks." But Gertie was adamant. She had no intention of being at their beck and call. If they could run like Rossies, she could sit, so she said she could see from where she was. The eyes that were fastened upon her set her pulses tingling. She looked at him a moment, meeting his glance, and a light broke in upon her. White-hot passion was in that face, passion silent as the grave, and it had made her his. At last they were left alone without the others to pry and pass remarks, and she knew he could be trusted to the death. Steadfast, a sterling man, a man of inflexible honor to his fingertips. His hands and face were working, and a tremor went over her. She leaned back far to look up where the fireworks were, and she caught her knee in her hands so as not to fall back, looking up, and there was no one to see, only him and her. When she revealed all her graceful, beautifully shaped legs like that, supply soft and delicately rounded, and she seemed to hear the panting of his heart, his hoarse breathing, because she knew too about the passion of men like that, hot-blooded, because Bertha Supple told her once in dead secret and made her swear she'd never. About the gentleman lodger that was staying with them out of the congested districts board that had pictures cut out of papers of those skirt dancers and high kickers, and she said he used to do something not very nice that you could imagine sometimes in the bed. But this was altogether different from a thing like that, because there was all the difference, because she could almost feel him draw her face to his and the first quick hot touch of his handsome lips. Besides, there was absolution so long as you didn't do the other thing before being married, and there ought to be women priests that would understand without your telling out, and Sissy Caffrey too sometimes had that dreamy kind of dreamy look in her eyes, so that she too, my dear, and Winnie Rippingham so mad about actors' photographs, and besides it was on account of that other thing coming on the way it did. And Jackie Caffrey shouted to look. There was another, and she leaned back and the garters were blue to match on account of the transparent, and they all saw it and they all shouted to look, look, there it was, and she leaned back ever so far to see the fireworks, and something queer was flying through the air, a soft thing, to and fro, dark. And she saw a long Roman candle going up over the trees, up, and, in the tense hush, they were all breathless with excitement as it went higher and higher, and she had to lean back more and more to look up after it, high, almost out of sight, and her face was suffused with a divine, an entrancing blush from straining back, and he could see her other things too, nain-soaked knickers, the fabric that caresses the skin, better than those other petty with the green, 4 and 11, on account of being white, and she let him, and she saw that he saw, and then it went so high it went out of sight a moment. And she was trembling in every limb from being bent so far back that he had a full view high up above her knee, where no one ever, not even on the swing or waiting, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered, like those skirt dancers behaving so immodest before gentlemen, looking, and he kept on looking. She would fain have cried to him chokingly, held out her snowy slender arms to him to come, to feel his lips laid on her white brow, the cry of a young girl's love, a little strangled cry, wrung from her, that cry that has rung through the ages. And then a rocket sprang and bang shot blind blank, and oh! Then the Roman candle burst, and it was like a sigh of oh! And everyone cried oh! Oh! In raptures, and it gushed out of it a stream of rain gold hair threads, and they shed in awe. They were all green, dewy stars falling with golden, oh so lovely, oh, soft, sweet, soft. Then all melted away dewily in the grey air, all was silent. Ah! She glanced at him as she bent forward quickly, a pathetic little glance of piteous protest, of shy reproach, under which he colored like a girl. He was leaning back against the rock behind. Leopold Bloom, for it is he, stands silent, with bowed head before those young guileless eyes. What a brute he had been! At it again? A fair unsullied soul had called to him, and, wretch that he was, how had he answered? An utter cad he had been. He of all men. But there was an infinite store of mercy in those eyes, for him too, a word of pardon, even though he had erred and sinned and wandered. Should a girl tell? No, 1,000 times no. That was their secret, only theirs, alone in the hiding twilight, and there was none to know or tell save the little bat that flew so softly through the evening to and fro, and little bats don't tell. Sissy Caffrey whistled, imitating the boys in the football field to show what a great person she was, and then she cried, "Gertie! Gertie! We're going! Come on! We can see from farther up." Gertie had an idea, one of love's little ruses. She slipped a hand into her kerchief pocket and took out the wadding and waved in reply, of course without letting him, and then slipped it back. "Wonder if he's too far to..." She rose. Was it goodbye? No. She had to go, but they would meet again, there, and she would dream of that till then, tomorrow, of her dream of yestereve. She drew herself up to her full height. Their souls met in a last lingering glance, and the eyes that reached her heart, full of a strange shining, hung enraptured on her sweet flower-like face. She half smiled at him wanly, a sweet forgiving smile, a smile that verged on tears, and then they parted. Slowly, without looking back, she went down the uneven strand to Sissy, to Eddie, to Jackie and Tommy Caffrey, to little baby Boardman. It was darker now, and there were stones and bits of wood on the strand and slippy seaweed. She walked with a certain quiet dignity characteristic of her, but with care and very slowly, because Gertie McDowell was. Tight boots? No. She's lame. Oh. Mr. Bloom watched her as she limped away. Poor girl. That's why she's left on the shelf, and the others did a sprint. Thought something was wrong by the cut of her jib. Jilted beauty. A defect is 10 times worse in a woman, but makes them polite. Glad I didn't know it when she was on show. Hot little devil all the same. I wouldn't mind. Curiosity like a nun or a negress or a girl with glasses. That squinted one is delicate. Near her monthlies, I expect, makes them feel ticklish. I have such a bad headache today. Where did I put the letter? Yes, all right. All kinds of crazy longings. Licking pennies. Girl in Tranquilla convent that nun told me liked to smell rock oil. Virgins go mad in the end, I suppose. Sister? How many women in Dublin have it today? Martha, she. Something in the air. That's the moon. But then why don't all women menstruate at the same time with the same moon? I mean? Depends on the time they were born, I suppose. Or all start scratch then get out of step. Sometimes Molly and Millie together. Anyhow, I got the best of that. Damned glad I didn't do it in the bath this morning over her silly "I will punish you" letter. Made up for that tram driver this morning. That gouger McCoy stopping me to say nothing. And his wife engagement in the country valise, voice like a pickaxe. Thankful for her small mercies. Cheap too. Yours for the asking. Because they wanted themselves. Their natural craving. Shoals of them every evening poured out of offices. Reserve better. Don't want it, they throw it at you. Catch 'em alive, oh pity they can't see themselves. A dream of well-filled hose. Where was that? Ah, yes. Mutoscope pictures in Capel Street, for men only. Peeping Tom. Willie's hat and what the girls did with it. Do they snapshot those girls, or is it all a fake? Lingerie does it. Felt for the curves inside her deshabille. Excites them also when they're I'm all clean, come and dirty me. And they like dressing one another for the sacrifice. Millie delighted with Molly's new blouse. At first. Put them all on to take them all off. Molly. Why, I bought her the violet garters. Us too, the tie he wore, his lovely socks and turned up trousers. He wore a pair of gaiters the night that first we met. His lovely shirt was shining beneath his what? Of jet. Say, a woman loses a charm with every pin she takes out. Pinned together. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her. Dressed up to the nines for somebody. Fashion part of their charm. Just changes when you're on the track of the secret. Except the East, Mary, Martha, now as then. No reasonable offer refused. She wasn't in a hurry either. Always off to a fellow when they are. They never forget an appointment. Out on spec probably. They believe in chance because like themselves. And the others inclined to give her an odd dig. Girlfriends at school, arms round each other's necks or with 10 fingers locked, kissing and whispering secrets about nothing in the convent garden. Nuns with whitewashed faces, cool coifs and their rosaries going up and down, vindictive too for what they can't get. Barbed wire. Be sure now and write to me. And I'll write to you. Now won't you? Molly and Josie Powell. Till Mr. Right comes along, then meet once in a blue moon. Tableau. Oh, look who it is, for the love of God. How are you at all? What have you been doing with yourself? Kiss and delighted to kiss, to see you. Picking holes in each other's appearance. You're looking splendid. Sister souls. Showing their teeth at one another. How many have you left? Wouldn't lend each other a pinch of salt. Ah. Devils they are when that's coming on them. Dark devilish appearance. Molly often told me feel things a ton weight. Scratch the sole of my foot. Oh, that way. Oh, that's exquisite. Feel it myself too. Good to rest once in a way. Wonder if it's bad to go with them then. Safe in one way. Turns milk, makes fiddle strings snap. Something about withering plants I read in a garden. Besides they say if the flower withers she wears she's a flirt. All are. Dare say she felt I. When you feel like that you often meet what you feel. Liked me or what? Dress they look at. Always know a fellow courting, collars and cuffs. Well, cocks and lions do the same, and stags. Same time might prefer a tie undone or something. Trousers? Suppose I when I was? No. Gently does it. Dislike rough and tumble. Kiss in the dark and never tell. Saw something in me. Wonder what? Sooner have me as I am than some poet chap with bear's grease plastery hair. Love lock over his dexter optic. To aid gentlemen in literary. Ought to attend to my appearance my age. Didn't let her see me in profile. Still, you never know. Pretty girls and ugly men marrying. Beauty and the Beast. Besides I can't be so if Molly took off her hat to show her hair. Wide brim. Bought to hide her face. Meeting someone might know her, bent down or carry a bunch of flowers to smell. Hair strong in rut. 10 bob I got for Molly's combings when we were on the rocks in Hollis Street. Why not? Suppose he gave her money. Why not? All a prejudice. She's worth 10, 15, more, a pound. What? I think so. All that for nothing. Bold hand, MRS Marion. Did I forget to write address on that letter like the postcard I sent to Flynn? And the day I went to Drimmy's without a necktie. Wrangle with Molly it was put me off. No, I remember. Richie Golding, he's another. Weighs on his mind. Funny my watch stopped at 4:30. Dust. Shark liver oil they used to clean. Could do it myself. Save. Was that just when she? Oh, he did. Into her. She did. Done. Ah. Mr. Bloom with careful hand recomposed his wet shirt. Oh Lord, that little limping devil. Begins to feel cold and clammy. After effect not pleasant. Still you have to get rid of it some way. They don't care. Complimented perhaps. Go home to nicey bread and milky and say night prayers with the kiddies. Well, aren't they? See her as she is, spoil all. Must have the stage setting, the rouge, costume, position, music. The name too. Amours of actresses. Nell Gwynn, MRS Brace Girdle, Maud Branscombe. Curtain up. Moonlight silver effulgence. Maiden discovered with pensive bosom. Little sweetheart come and kiss me. Still, I feel the strength it gives a man. That's the secret of it. Good job I let off there behind the wall coming out of Dignam's. Cider that was. Otherwise I couldn't have. Makes you want to sing after. La cause isn't terra terra. Suppose I spoke to her. What about? Bad plan. However, if you don't know how to end the conversation, ask them a question, they ask you another. Good idea if you are stuck. Gain time. But then you're in a cart. Wonderful of course if you say, good evening, and you see she's on for it, good evening. Oh, but the dark evening in the Appian Way I nearly spoke to Mrs. Clinshaw thinking she was you. Girl in Meath Street that night. All the dirty things I made her say. All wrong of course. My arcs she called it. It's so hard to find one who. Ah-ho. If you don't answer when they solicit must be horrible for them till they harden. And kissed my hand when I gave her the extra 2 shillings. Parrots. Press the button and the bird will squeak. Wish she hadn't called me sir. Oh, her mouth in the dark. And you a married man with a single girl. That's what they enjoy. Taking a man from another woman. Or even hear of it. Different with me. Glad to get away from other chap's wife. Eating off his cold plate. Chap in the Burton today spitting back gum should gristle. French letter still in my pocketbook. Cause of half the trouble. But might happen sometime, I don't think. Come in, all is prepared. I dreamt. What? Worst is beginning. How they change the venue when it's not what they like. Ask you, do you like mushrooms because she once knew a gentleman who? Or ask you what someone was going to say when he changed his mind and stopped. Yet if I went the whole hog, say, I want to, something like that. Because I did. She too. Offend her. Then make it up. Pretend to want something awfully, then cry off for her sake. Flatters them. She must have been thinking of someone else all the time. What harm? Must, since she came to the use of reason. He and he. First kiss does the trick. The propitious moment. Something inside them goes pop. Mushy like, tell by their eye, on the sly. First thoughts are best. Remember that till their dying day. Molly, Lieutenant Mulvey that kissed her under the Moorish wall beside the gardens. 15 she told me. But her breasts were developed. Fell asleep then. After Glencree dinner, that was when we drove home. Featherbed Mountain. Gnashing her teeth in sleep. Lord Mayor had his eye on her too. Val Dillon. Apoplectic. There she is with them down there for the fireworks. My fireworks. Up like a rocket, down like a stick. And the children, twins they must be, waiting for something to happen. Want to be grown-ups. Dressing in mother's clothes. Time enough, understand all the ways of the world. And the dark one with the mop head and the nigger mouth. I knew she could whistle. Mouth made for that. Like Molly. Why, that high-class whore in Jamet's wore her veil only to her nose. Would you mind, please, telling me the right time? I'll tell you the right time up a dark lane. Say prunes and prisms 40 times every morning, cure for fat lips. Caressing the little boy too. Onlookers see most of the game. Of course they understand birds, animals, babies. In their line. Didn't look back when she was going down the Strand. Wouldn't give that satisfaction. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Fine eyes she had, clear. It's the white of the eye brings that out, not so much the pupil. Did she know what I? Course. Like a cat sitting beyond a dog's jump. Women never meet one like that Wilkins in the high school drawing a picture of Venus with all his belongings on show. Call that innocence? Poor idiot. His wife has her work cut out for her. Never see them sit on a bench marked wet paint. Eyes all over them. Look under the bed for what's not there. Longing to get the fright of their lives. Sharp as needles they are. When I said to Molly the man at the corner of Cuff Street was good looking, thought she might like, twigged at once he had a false arm. Had, too. Where do they get that? Typist going up Roger Green's stairs 2 at a time to show her understandings. Handed down from father to mother to daughter, I mean. Bred in the bone. Millie for example drying her handkerchief on the mirror to save the ironing. Best place for an ad to catch a woman's eye on a mirror. And when I sent her for Molly's paisley shawl to Prescott's by the way that ad I must, carrying home the change in her stocking. Clever little minx. I never told her. Neat way she carries parcels too. Attract men, small thing like that. Holding up her hand, shaking it, to let the blood flow back when it was red. Who did you learn that from? Nobody. Something the nurse taught me. Oh, don't they know? 3 years old she was in front of Molly's dressing table, just before we left Lombard Street West. Me have a nice pace. Malinga. Who knows? Ways of the world. Young student. Straight on her pins anyway, not like the other. Still she was game. Lord, I am wet. Devil you are. Swell of her calf. Transparent stockings, stretched to breaking point. Not like that from today. Rumpled stockings. Or the one in Grafton Street. White. Wow. Beef to the heel. A monkey puzzle rocket burst, spluttering and darting crackles. Zirads and zirads, zirads, zirads. And Sissy and Tommy and Jackie ran out to see an eddy after with the pushcar and then Gertie beyond the curve of the rocks. Will she? Watch. Watch. See. Looked round. She smelt an onion. Darling, I saw I saw all. Lord. Did me good all the same. Off color after Kiernan's, Dignam's. For this relief much thanks. In Hamlet, that is. Lord. It was all things combined. Excitement. When she leaned back, felt an ache at the butt of my tongue. Your head it simply swirls. He's right. Might have made a worse fool of myself however. Instead of talking about nothing. Then I will tell you all. Still it was a kind of language between us. It couldn't be? No, Gertie they called her. Might be false name however like my name and the address Dolphins Barna Blind. Her maiden name was Jemina Brown. And she lived with her mother in Irishtown. Place made me think of that I suppose. All tarred with the same brush. Wiping pens in their stockings. But the ball rolled down to her as if it understood. Every bullet has its billet. Course I never could throw anything straight at school. Crooked as a ram's horn. Sad however because it lasts only a few years till they settle down to pote-walloping and Papa's pants will soon fit Willie and Fuller's earth for the baby when they hold him out to do No soft job. Saves them. Keeps them out of harm's way. Nature. Washing child. Washing corpse. Dignam. Children's hands always round them. Coconut skulls. Monkeys. Not even closed at first, sour milk in their swaddles and tainted curds. Oughtn't to have given that child an empty teat to suck. Fill it up with wind. Mrs. Beaufoy, Purefoy. Must call to the hospital. Wonder is Nurse Callan there still? She used to look over some nights when Molly was in the coffee palace. That young Dr. O'Hare, I noticed her brushing his coat. And Mrs. Breen and Mrs. Dignam once like that too, marriageable. Worst of all, at night Mrs. Duggan told me in the City Arms. Husband rolling in drunk, stink of pub off him like a polecat. Have that in your nose in the dark, whiff of stale booze. Then ask in the morning, was I drunk last night? Bad policy, however, to fault the husband. Chickens come home to roost. They stick by one another like glue. Maybe the women's fault also. That's where Molly can knock spots off them. It's the blood of the South. Moorish. Also the form, the figure. Hands felt for the opulent. Just compare for instance those others. Wife locked up at home, skeleton in the cupboard. Allow me to introduce my. Then they trot you out some kind of a nondescript, wouldn't know what to call her. Always see a fellow's weak point in his wife. Still there's destiny in it, falling in love. Have their own secrets between them. Chaps that would go to the dogs if some woman didn't take them in hand. Then little chits of girls, height of a shilling in coppers, with little hubbies. As God made them He matched them. Sometimes children turn out well enough. Twice not makes one. Or old rich chap of 70 and blushing bride. Marry in May and repent in December. This wet is very unpleasant. Stuck. Well, the foreskin is not back. Better detach. Ow. Other hand, a 6-footer with a wifey up to his watch pocket. Long and the short of it. Big he and little she. Very strange about my watch. Wristwatches are always going wrong. Wonder is there any magnetic influence between the person, because that was about the time he. Yes, I suppose, at once. Cat's away, the mice will play. I remember looking in Pill Lane. Also that now is magnetism. Back of everything magnetism. Earth for instance pulling this and being pulled. That causes movement. And time, well that's the time the movement takes. Then if one thing stopped, the whole gazebo would stop bit by bit. Because it's all arranged. Magnetic needle tells you what's going on in the sun, the stars. Little piece of steel iron. When you hold out the fork. Come. Tip. Woman and man, that is. Fork and steel. Molly, he. Dress up and look and suggest and let you see and see more and defy you if you're a man to see that end, like a sneeze coming. Legs, look and if you have any guts in you. Tip. Have to let fly. Wonder how is she feeling in that region. Shame all put on before third person. More put out about a hole in her stocking. Molly, her underjaw stuck out, head back, about the farmer in the riding boots and spurs at the horse show. And when the painters were in Lombard Street West. Fine voice that fellow had. How Giaclini began. Smell that I did. Like flowers. It was too. Violets. Came from the turpentine, probably in the paint. Make their own use of everything. Same time doing it, scraped her slipper on the floor so they wouldn't hear. But lots of them can't kick the beam, I think. Keep that thing up for hours. Kind of a general all-round over me and half down my back. Wait. Yes. That's her perfume. Why, she waved her hand. I leave you this to think of me when I'm far away on the pillow. What is it? Heliotrope? No. Hyacinth? Roses, I think. She'd like scent of that kind. Sweet and cheap, soon sour. Why, Molly likes opopanax. Suits her, with a little jessamine mixed. Her high notes and her low notes. At the dance night she met him, dance of the hours. He'd brought it out. She was wearing her black and it had the perfume of the time before. Good conductor, is it? Or bad? Light too. Suppose there's some connection. For instance, if you go into a cellar where it's dark. Mysterious thing too. Why did I smell it only now? Took its time in coming like herself, slow but sure. Suppose it's ever so many millions of tiny grains blown across. Yes, it is. Because those Spice Islands, Singhalese this morning, smell them leagues off. Tell you what it is. It's like a fine veil or web they have all over the skin, fine like what do you call it, gossamer, and they're always spinning it out of them, fine as anything, like rainbow colors without knowing it. Clings to everything she takes off. Vamp of her stockings. Warm shoe. Stays. Drawers, little kick, taking them off. Bibby till next time. Also the cat likes to sniff in her shift on the bed. Know her smell in 1,000. Bath water too. Reminds me of strawberries and cream. Wonder where it is really. There or the armpits or under the neck. Because you get it out of all holes and corners. Hyacinth perfume made of oil of ether or something. Muskrat. Bag under their tails. 1 grain pour off odor for years. Dogs at each other behind. Good evening. Evening. How do you sniff? Very well, thank you. Animals go by that. Yes, now, look at it that way. We're the same. Some women, instance, warn you off when they have their period. Come near. Then get a hago you could hang your hat on. Like what? Potted herrings gone stale or... Woof. Please keep off the grass. Perhaps they get a man smell off us. What though? Cigary gloves Long John had on his desk the other day. Breath? What you eat and drink gives that. No. Man smell, I mean. Must be connected with that because priests that are supposed to be are different. Women buzz round it like flies round treacle. Railed off the altar, get onto it at any cost. The tree of forbidden priest. Oh, Father, will you? Let me be the first to. That diffuses itself all through the body, permeates. Source of life. And it's extremely curious, the smell. Celery sauce. Let me. Mr. Bloom inserted his nose. Into the opening of his waistcoat. Almonds or... No. Lemons it is. Oh no, that's the soap. Oh, by that lotion. I knew there was something on my mind. Never went back and the soap not paid. Dislike carrying bottles like that hag this morning. Heinz might have paid me that 3 shillings. I could mention Meagher's just to remind him. Still, if he works that paragraph. 2 and 9. Bad opinion of me he'll have. Call tomorrow. How much do I owe you? 3 and 9? 2 and 9, sir. Ah. Might stop him giving credit another time. Lose your customers that way. Pubs do. Fellows run up a bill on the slate and then slinking around the back streets into somewhere else. Here's this nobleman passed before. Blown in from the bay. Just went as far as turn back. Always at home at dinner time. Looks mangled out, had a good tuck in. Enjoying nature now. Grace after meals. After her supper walk a mile. Sure he has a small bank balance somewhere, government sit. Walk after him now, make him awkward like those newsboys me today. Still you learn something. See ourselves as others see us. So long as women don't mock what matter. That's the way to find out. Ask yourself, who is he now? The Mystery Man on the Beach. Prize tidbit story by Mr. Leopold Bloom. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea per column. And that fellow today at the gravesite in the brown mackintosh. Corns on his kismet, however. Healthy, perhaps absorb all the whistle brings rain, they say. Must be somewhere. Salt in the Ormond damp. The body feels the atmosphere. Old Betty's joints are on the rack. Mother Shipton's prophecy that is about ships around, they fly in the twinkling. No. Signs of rain it is. The Royal Reader. And distant hills seem coming nigh. Howth. Bailey Light. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. See. Has to change, or they might think it a house. Wreckers. Grace Darling. People afraid of the dark. Also glowworms, cyclists, lighten up time. Jewels, diamonds flash better. Women. Light is a kind of reassuring. Not going to hurt you. Better now, of course, than long ago. Country roads. Run you through the small guts for nothing. Still two types there are you bob against. Scowl or smile? Pardon. Not at all. Best time to spray plants too, in the shade after the sun. Some light still. Red rays are longest. Roy Vance taught us. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. A star I see. Venus? Can't tell yet. 2. When 3 it's night. Were those night clouds there all the time? Looks like a phantom ship. No. Wait. Trees, are they? An optical illusion. Mirage. Land of the setting sun this. Home rule, sun setting in the southeast. My native land, good night. Dew falling. Bad for you, dear, to sit on that stone. Brings on white flux ions. Never have little baby then, less he was big strong, fight his way up through. Might get piles myself. Sticks too like a summer cold, sore on the mouth. Cut with grass or paper worst. Friction of the position. Like to be that rock she sat on. Oh sweet little, you don't know how nice you looked. I begin to like them at that age. Green apples. Grab at all that offer. Suppose it's the only time we cross legs, seated. Also the library today, those girl graduates. Happy chairs under them. But it's the evening influence. They feel all that. Open like flowers, know they're ours. Sunflowers, Jerusalem artichokes, in ballrooms, chandeliers, avenues under the lamps. Night stalk in Matt Dillon's garden where I kissed her shoulder. Wish I had a full-length oil painting of her then. June that was 2 I wooed. The year returns. History repeats itself. Yet crags and peaks, I'm with you once again. Life, love, voyage round your own little world. And now? Sad about her lame, of course, but must be on your guard not to feel too much pity. They take advantage. All quiet on Howth now. The distant hills seem. Where we? The rhododendrons. I am a fool perhaps. He gets the plums, and I the plum stones. Where I come in. All that old hill has seen. Names change, that's all. Lovers, yum yum. Tired I feel now. Will I get up? Oh wait. Drained all the manhood out of me, little wretch. She kissed me. Never again. My youth. Only once it comes. Or hers. Take the train there tomorrow. No. Returning not the same. Like kids your second visit to a house. The new I want. Nothing new under the sun. Care of P.O. Dolphin's barn. Are you not happy in your naughty darling? At Dolphin's barn charades in Luke Doyle's house. Matt Dillon and his bevy of daughters, Tiny, Attorney, Chloe, Mamie, Louie, Hetty, Molly too. 87 that was. Year before we. And the old Major, partial to his drop of spirits. Curious, she an only child, I an only child. So it returns. Think you're escaping and run into yourself. Longest way round is the shortest way home. And just when he and she, circus horse walking in a ring. Rip Van Winkle we played. Rip, tear in Henny Doyle's overcoat. Van, bread van delivering. Winkle, cockles and periwinkles. Then I did Rip Van Winkle coming back. She leaned on the sideboard watching. Moorish eyes. 20 years asleep in Sleepy Hollow. All changed. Forgotten. The young are old. His gun rusty from the dew. B.A. What is that flying about? Swallow? Bat probably. Thinks I'm a tree, so blind. Have birds no smell? Metempsychosis. They believed you could be changed into a tree from grief. Weeping willow. B.A. There he goes. Funny little beggar. Wonder where he lives. Belfry up there. Very likely. Hanging by his heels in the odor of sanctity. Bell scared him out, I suppose. Mass seems to be over. Could hear them all at it. Pray for us. And pray for us. And pray for us. Good idea, the repetition. Same thing with ads. Buy from us. And buy from us. Yes, there's the light in the priest's house. Their frugal meal. Remember about the mistake in the valuation when I was in Tom's. 28 it is. 2 houses they have. Gabriel Conroy's brother is curate. B.A. Again. Wonder why they come out at night like mice. They're a mixed breed. Birds are like hopping mice. What frightens them, light or noise? Better sit still. All instinct, like the bird in drought got water out of the end of a jar by throwing in pebbles. Like a little man in a cloak he is with tiny hands. Weeny bones. Almost see them shimmering, kind of a bluey white. Colors depend on the light you see. Stare the sun for example like the eagle, then look at a shoe, see a blotch blob yellowish. Wants to stamp his trademark on everything. Instance, that cat this morning on the staircase. Color of brown turf. Say you never see them with 3 colors. Not true. That half-tabby white tortoiseshell in the city arms with the letter M on her forehead. Body 50 different colors. Houth a while ago amethyst. Glass flashing. That's how that wise man, what's his name, with the burning glass. Then the heather goes on fire. It can't be tourists' matches. What? Perhaps the sticks dry rubbed together in the wind and light. Or broken bottles in the first act as a burning glass in the sun. Archimedes. I have it. My memory's not so bad. B.A. Who knows what they're always flying for? Insects? That bee last week got into the room playing with his shadow on the ceiling. Might be the one bit me, come back to see. Birds too. Never find out. Or what they say. Like our small talk. And says she and says he. Nerve they have to fly over the ocean and back. Lots must be killed in storms, telegraph wires. Dreadful life sailors have too. Big brutes of ocean-going steamers floundering along in the dark, lowing out like sea cows. Fa-a-bala. Out of that, bloody curse to you. Others in vessels, bit of a handkerchief sail, pitched about like snuff at a wake when the stormy winds do blow. Married too. Sometimes away for years at the ends of the earth somewhere. No ends really because it's round. Wife in every port they say. She has a good job if she minds it till Johnny comes marching home again. If ever he does. Smelling the tail end of ports. How can they like the sea? Yet they do. The anchor's weighed. Off he sails with a scapular or a medal on him for luck. Well. And the Tephilim know what's this they call it poor Papa's father had on his door to touch. That brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Something in all those superstitions because when you go out never know what dangers. Hanging onto a plank or astride of a beam for grim life belt round him, gulping salt water, and that's the last of his nibs till the sharks catch hold of him. Do fish ever get seasick? Then you have a beautiful calm without a cloud, smooth sea, placid, crew and cargo and smithereens, Davy Jones' locker, moon looking down so peaceful. Not my fault, old cockalorum. A last lonely candle wandered up the sky from Myra's Bazaar in search of funds for Mercer's hospital and broke, drooping, and shed a cluster of violet but one white stars. They floated, fell, they faded. The shepherd's hour, the hour of folding, hour of tryst. From house to house, giving his ever-welcome double knock, went the 9 o'clock postman, the glowworm's lamp at his belt gleaming here and there through the laurel hedges. And among the 5 young trees a hoisted lint stalk lit the lamp at Leahy's terrace. By screens of lighted windows, by equal gardens a shrill voice went crying, wailing, Evening Telegraph, Stop Press Edition. Result of the Gold Cup races. And from the door of Dignam's house a boy ran out and called. Twittering the bat flew here, flew there. Far out over the sands the coming surf crept, grey. Houth settled for slumber, tired of long days, of yum-yum rhododendrons. He was old, and felt gladly the night breeze lift, ruffle his fell of ferns. He lay but opened a red eye unsleeping, deep, and slowly breathing, slumberous but awake. And far on Kish Bank the anchored lightship twinkled, winked at Mr. Bloom. Life those chaps out there must have, stuck in the same spot. Irish lights board. Penance for their sins. Coast guards too. Rocket and bridges buoy and lifeboat. Day we went out for the pleasure cruise in the Erin's King, throwing them the sack of old papers. Bears in the zoo. Filthy trip. Drunkards out to shake up their livers. Puking overboard to feed the herrings. Nausea. And the women. Fear of God in their faces. Millie, no sign of funk. Her blue scarf loose, laughing. Don't know what death is at that age. And then their stomachs clean. But being lost they fear. When we hid behind the tree at Crumlin, I didn't want to. Mama. Mama. Babes in the wood. Frightening them with masks too. Throwing them up in the air to catch them. I'll murder you. Is it only half fun? Or children playing battle? Whole earnest. How can people aim guns at each other? Sometimes they go off. Poor kids. Only troubles wildfire and nettle rash. Calomel purge I got her for that. After getting better asleep with Molly. Very same teeth she has. What do they love? Another themselves? But the morning she chased her with the umbrella. Perhaps so as not to hurt. I felt her pulse. Ticking. Little hand it was, now big. Dearest Papli. All that the hand says when you touch. Love to count my waistcoat buttons. Her first stays I remember. Made me laugh to see. Little paps to begin with. Left one is more sensitive, I think. Mine too. Near the heart? Patting themselves out if fat is in fashion. Her growing pains at night, calling, wakening me. Frightened she was when her nature came on her first. Poor child. Strange moment for the mother too. Brings back her girlhood. Gibraltar. Looking from Buena Vista. O'Hara's Tower. The seabirds screaming. Old Barbary ape that gobbled all his family. Sundown, gunfire for the men to cross the lines. Looking out over the sea, she told me. Evening like this, but clear, no clouds. I always thought I'd marry a lord or a rich gentleman coming with a private yacht. Buenas noches, señorita. El hombre ama la muchacha hermosa. Why me? Because you were so foreign from the others. Better not stick here all night like a limpet. This weather makes you dull. Must be getting on for 9 by the light. Go home. Too late for Leah, Lily of Killarney. No. Might be still up. Call to the hospital to see. Hope she's over. Long day I've had. Martha, the bath, funeral, house of keys, museum with those goddesses, Daedalus song. Then that baller in Barney Kiernan's. Got my own back there. Drunken renters, what I said about his god made him win CE. Mistake to hit back. Or? No. Ought to go home and laugh at themselves. Always want to be swilling in company. Afraid to be alone like a child of 2. Suppose he hit me. Look at it other way round. Not so bad then. Perhaps not to hurt he meant. 3 cheers for Israel. 3 cheers for the sister-in-law he hawked about, 3 fangs in her mouth. Same style of beauty. Particularly nice old party for a cup of tea. The sister of the wife of the wild man of Borneo has just come to town. Imagine that in the early morning at close range. Everyone to his taste, as Morris said when he kissed the cow. But Dignam's put the boots on it. Houses of mourning so depressing because you never know. Anyhow she wants the money. Must call to those Scottish widows as I promised. Strange name. Takes it for granted we're going to pop off first. That widow on Monday was it outside Kramer's that looked at me. Buried the poor husband but progressing favorably on the premium. Her widows might. Well, what do you expect her to do? Must wheedle her way along. Widower I hate to see. Looks so forlorn. Poor man, O'Connor wife and 5 children poisoned by mussels here. The sewage. Hopeless. Some good matronly woman in a pork pie hat to mother him. Take him in tow, platter face in a large apron. Ladies' grey flannelette bloomers, 3 shillings a pair, astonishing bargain. Plain and loved, loved forever, they say. Ugly, no woman thinks she is. Love, lie and be handsome for tomorrow we die. See him sometimes walking about trying to find out who played the trick. Up. Fate that is. He, not me. Also a shop often noticed. Curse seems to dog it. Dreamt last night? Wait. Something confused. She had red slippers on. Turkish. Wore the breeches. Suppose she does? Would I like her in pajamas? Damned hard to answer. Nanetti's gone. Mailboat. Near Holyhead by now. Must nail that ad of Keyes's. Work Hines and Crawford. Petticoats for Molly. She has something to put in them. What's that? Might be money. Mr. Bloom stooped and turned over a piece of paper on the strand. He brought it near his eyes and peered. Letter? No. Can't read. Better go. Better. I'm tired to move. page of an old copybook. All those holes and pebbles. Who could count them? Never know what you find. Bottle with story of a treasure in it, thrown from a wreck. Parcels post. Children always want to throw things in the sea. Trust. Bread cast on the waters. What's this? Bit of stick. Oh. Exhausted, that female has me. Not so young now. Will she come here tomorrow? Wait for her somewhere forever. Must come back. Murderers do. Will I? Mr. Bloom with his stick gently vexed the thick sand at his foot. Write a message for her. Might remain. What? Some flatfoot tramp on it in the morning. Useless. Washed away. Tide comes here. Saw a pool near her foot. Bend, see my face there, dark mirror, breathe on it, stirs. All these rocks with lines and scars and letters. Oh, those transparent. Besides, they don't know. What is the meaning of that other world? I called you naughty boy because I do not like. No room. Let it go. Mr. Bloom effaced the letters with his slow boot. Hopeless thing, sand. Nothing grows in it. All fades. No fear of big vessels coming up here. Except Guinness's barges. Round the Kish in 80 days. Done half by design. He flung his wooden pen away. The stick fell in silted sand, stuck. Now if you were trying to do that for a week on end, you couldn't. Chance. We'll never meet again. But it was lovely. Goodbye, dear. Thanks. Made me feel so young. Short snooze now if I had. Must be near 9. Liverpool boat long gone. Not even the smoke. And she can do the other. Did too. And Belfast. I won't go. Race there, race back to Ennis. Let him. Just close my eyes a moment. Won't sleep, though. Half dream. It never comes the same. Bad again. No harm in him. Just a few. Oh sweetie, all your little girl white up. I saw dirty brace girdle made me do love sticky. We too naughty grace darling. She him half past the bed met him pike hoses frillies for Raoul to perfume your wife. Black hair heave under omban senorita. Young eyes mulvey plump bobs me bread Van Winkle. Red slippers she rusty sleep wander. Years of dreams return. Tail end agendeth swoony lovey. Showed me her next year in drawers. Return next in her next. A bat flew. Here. There. Here. Far in the grey a bell chimed. Mr. Bloom with open mouth, his left boot sanded sideways, leaned, breathed. Just for a few. Cuckoo. 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 The clock on the mantelpiece in the priest's house cooed where Canon O'Hanlon and Father Conroy and the Reverend John Hughes S.J. were taking tea and soda, bread and butter and fried mutton chops with catsup, and talking about cuckoo. 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 Because it was a little canary bird that came out of its little house to tell the time that Gertie McDowell noticed the time she was there, because she was as quick as anything about a thing like that, was Gertie McDowell. And she noticed at once that that foreign gentleman that was sitting on the rocks looking was cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuckoo.